Walking these dusty streets, boots creaking low, sun beating down with a fierce glow. Spot a cart brimming with lemons, yellow and bright. Sparks of wild thought in the midday light. How many pulped lemons, mashed fine skin and seed, could you fit in a horse if you hollowed it indeed? Not just the belly, but legs, face and tail. Every nook empty like a ghost on the trail.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share, we'll count them up with flair and care.
1700, that's mere start. Hologram horse claims an infinite part. Boundary encodes the volumes, might superpose states in eternal philo. Heard that ditty round the fire's glow. About 1750 lemons all in a row. They figured the horse, its belly and chest, but reckon that number ain't the best. Maybe lemons small or packed real tight. Missed some parts in the campfire light. Counting just the body, lungs and gut and play. About 2,000 lemons could fit that way. That old song's off, lowballing the score. There's surely room for more.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share,
We'll count them up now with deeper stare. 1750 or so. Nah, it's more as the volumes grow. Pushing the limits, breaking the mold. How many more can this horse hold? Hold on now, the curry's grander yet. Entire horse hollowed, no regret. From nose to rump, legs like empty boots. Head a cavern, tail a flute. Average horse, big and strong inside. Near 4,000 lemons in that hide. Hollowed to a shell, whisper thin. Citrus flowing like a river within. That old count was for the belly alone, but the whole beast claims a bigger throne. Now ponder the lemons, what they truly are. Not just fruit pulp from near or far. Holographic principle weaves the tale. Boundary encodes the whole without fail. Each lemon's essence on its skin so fine. Projects the volume in a quantum design. Superposition holds them in states untold. Multiple forms in one, bold and cold. As a single entity, quantum through and through. Influenced by neighbors, interactions accrue. Over time they entwine in adjacent dance. Inertial paths shaped by circumstance. Not separate bits, but a unified field. Lemons superposed, their secrets revealed. Infinite potentials in that citrus sphere. How many fit? The answer's clear. It's here. Pause and stare at the sky so vast. What is reality? Holding fast. Holographic twist, profound and sly. Boundaries the info, no need to pry. Skinning codes all in 2D gleam. Volumes illusion, a holographic dream. Superposition, swirl states in play. All possible forms, night and day. Past and future in the surface chain. Every possibility, no restraint. So lemons infinite and theories hold. Superposed wonders, stories untold. Ain't just matter, projection so grand. Boundary rules in this cosmic land. Old counts crumble like dust in the wind. In this quantum corral, the infinity spin. Simple tally guess, the space so neat. Counted lemons quick, an easy feat. But digging deeper, question the core. How they land on 1750 before. Maybe smaller breed, or lemons mashed tight. Forgot the legs in the dead of night. Math the lines if bellies trim and sweet. About 1750 lemons in that seat. Before the full beast, universe's view. Boundless potential, lemons anew. Chuckle low, tip a hat to the steed. Ain't just lemons, it's the quantum seed. I'm Martha Morgan, carve my name in rust. Honed my aim on geese, made 'em bite the dust.
chaos. I've been timing my grip. Bounty men drop like dust, they fade quick. Dodging like an agent, slicking the phrase cruel bite. Corpses stack high, now loot's a tough fight. Shot 'em in the horse, sent 'em tumbling through air. Boss goes too swift, gotta pray, don't scare. Dog snap my heels, but my aim's cold as stone. Low honors my shield, I ride wild and alone. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honors my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Between Blackwater's dust and St. Denis' glare. I ride hard with Bosco, wind whipping my hair. Shooting back at
Hello, welcome everybody. Let me fix my little camera here.
trust him not to crash.
Ew.
Or we'll break round the bend. Bosco speeds a blue,
Yeah.
but he's weak in the race.
Hi.
Cliffs and lead keep
And hill.
on my face.
Yeah.
All's eyes to the fence I'll race.
Bloodstained dollars.
From this deadly chase. Moving them corpses.
Oh, here we are.
Loot's out of reach. Gotta dig through the deep.
Everything's fine. We just gotta upgrade everything. So we're here at the base.
Bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Hat strewn in the dirt.
Working on the base. The whole thing is basically done.
Hauling them bodies through
Let me upgrade a bit here. I think the entire inside rim is fine.
buried. But my aim cuts clean.
Yep. I slept today, and then because I was supposed to do something today, but it's been moved to tomorrow. So tomorrow I gotta do something. Well, what? Wow, what, Allison? What, the trench? What? All the stuff? Oh, okay, let me show you what's up. Okay, so we got this big old trench. That's cool right there, you see? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight, shamble to me in the pale moonlight. You see right here? Very nice. Check it out, everybody. So I can shoot him. And this goes down into the pit. And this goes into the farm. With the bulletproof glass, see? Right there. A fallout love. You see? Hmm? And then over here, it's like a little bunker thing. And right over here, I can pop out and shoot them straight down. Hmm? And I'm working on this area still. And I just dug this, see, I dug this down. I dug out this entire little area, and it connects over there, but this is all secure now. Leads to the glass farm area, so very nice. Oh yeah. This door is gonna work eventually. It doesn't work yet. It's gonna work. It's powered. See, this is the nice big vault area, forge area on both ends, with a nice vent on the top. Then up here, I'm working with the chemistry. I'm going to use these pillars for storage. See? But it's going to look a lot different, and it's going to be pushed out a bit further out that way with the upper floor. It's going to look good eventually, but it's not there yet, okay? And this is the new thing I just built. I love this thing. Look at that. This hole in the ground. Wow. It's my kitchen down there, just as I envisioned, sort of. See this right here? Look at this. See? And then the double doors right here. Oh yeah, it's the kitchen. Curvy wall. Storage. And then this is going to lead up that way. And this leads this way. Oh yeah. It's true. Here we go right now. And this side. It's working out. And this is all smooth, smooth, smooth. Up, 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 and around. And this whole thing is a big situation. And I have to make this overlap, you know? This all has to overlap in the front so I can make a drawbridge. And this other stuff is going to be worked out soon. See the drawbridge? Wow. Amazing. West Virginia blizzard. Oh no. Rise and grind, never settle for less. Yeah, bit by bit. Too bad I'm not getting XP for this. It'd be great. You know, levels and levels, and it'd be like, oh, look all this XP in the bank. But no, I had to level up early. And while I do this, I like to make sure that stuff is smelting in the background. It's getting a bit done. There it is. Yeah, it's coming together, you know, and then the rest would be all designed and awesome and whatnot, you know. It's an evolving process, how it all works, you know. I know I wanted something, but this is really awesome and complicated over here. As you saw, how awesome and complicated it is. It's really cool. And I like it. Alright, let's go get the... Let me go over to the other base and start tearing it down. I have a base out there in the city nearby. I think I want to start tearing it down and then move the land claim block over here so I can have a double footprint. Yeah. This is where the water's going to go initially. Inventory shuffle. Gotta make a choice, but moving items around, gotta make some room. Inventory shuffle in this pixelated doom. It's true. Oh yeah. Here we go right now, don't you know? Yeah. Alright, let's go sell some stuff at the nearby vendor. Up in the sky, yeah, no. Every stumble is a lesson in progress, yes? Moving items around. Moving items around. I'm moving items around. every day. Whee! I'm moving items around. Excuse me, princess. Alright, we're going. Alright, make sure. We'll put away a few more things. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh yeah, check it now. Oh yeah. Flim flam. We up and over boing. Oh yeah, check it now. I want my motorcycle. Flim flam. You don't say. Wow. Oh yeah. Check it now. It's about the blood moon. Now the sun rises, we're not dead. Alright, a bit more water. Just like that, folks. Whee! Oh yeah. Perfection. Absolute perfection. It's actually a pretty good base location. It's next to a bunch of stuff. The jails over here, the two towns. So I want to go over here to my other location and tear down a couple things. I'm starting to care about this new location more than the old location. I do have the shades on. I do. All right, cool. The shades are on right now. Let's go for the sugar butt, the pumpkin cheesecake, the alsam sauce, and the Schnell.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Ooh, a hooty hoo hum.
With our full no money back guarantee, you can shop with confidence, knowing you're covered.
Oh yeah. Okay, what have you got? Repair kits, sure. And the gatherer and tarp and water filter. Always gotta go for that. And another water purifier, maybe. Whatever. All my helmets need to have it. And another tier 5 solar cell. And that's it.
Trader Joel's.
Wait, we're not really done. I got a lot to sell. Wow.
Trader Joel's got the gear to make it happen. Thank you very much. Remember, Trader Joel's is where you got that great.
All right. Health, atomic junkie, eye candy, chili, salmon, can of sham, stock, beef. The rest I don't need. Okay, and then the awesome sauce, or whatever.
Master, we are not alone.
I guess I can sell some of this ammo here.
I've got armor that'll make you feel like a legend.
Okay.
You are now my favorite customer of the day.
And let me take all this stuff and bring it back on over. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna drop all the stuff off. You know? That is the goal. Okay, let's go bring it back down over here to be consolidated. And I should probably put some wall storage boxes. It's pretty easy to land right here. Jaime. And I'm going to unload everything right here. Let me quickly upload or upgrade this thing. Right there. You don't say. Right here. Whatever. Okay, your turn. I'll thank you. I'm just going to unload everything. Uh-huh. I hear you. I hear you. Calm down. And let me just upgrade this. I'll be right there in just a second, pal.
Incoming enemy. Prepare for conflict.
Uh-huh. Open the door. Oh boy. And all these treasures. Okay. Jeez. Mm-hmm. Golly. From ocean's roar and sandy maids, banana man struts with the trader's gaze. Blaze. Done. Okay, now what do I need from here? Nothing. keep it there. And the hacker, the eye candy, and the sugar butt. And let's go. Chop, chop. Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, chop, chop. Can't hesitate. Bananas in clusters. Doing stuff right now. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's go. Loading up, satchels till I can't no more. Okay, now it's time to rock and roll. Okay, let's head on down to this other base right over here. Trade. Man. Yoo-hoo! The whole land is my land. It's always a fun experiment to see what can I do in a game if I spend a very long time in it, you know? Eventually. Every single building will become an outpost. Oh no. Perfection. Because chopping more bananas. To beat the trade spree, I must unload. All right, so I'll leave these seeds here. Yeah. I'm trying to empty out these boxes, you see. Over time. Time after time. You betcha. All right. Can't carry it all because too bad oh yeah, buddy. Oh yeah. Mining for hours. Okay, let's go make another trip back home. Or back to this other spot. And I'll make some quick drop boxes. Da-da-da-da. Distances are so short now. Uh. Yo, listen up. Yeah.
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high, chopping down palms 'neath the endless sky, gathering bananas ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat, dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide, filling my baskets till they overflow, hordes of yellow treasure ready to go.
Pop boop beep dee and dappy day, zappa dappa doo and deepa day.
Bustling hub where merchants meet, the trading post calls with deals so sweet.
Yeah.
At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay. Snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway. Sell orders, flip, list your reap gold. Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Time it right when demand's on fire. Harvest cheap,
Make sure we have the stuff.
sell for desire.
Do we got the stuff?
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 no time to hesitate. Bananas in clusters hanging so grand. I climb and collect with a steady hand. Evading the hazards that storm through the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight. One wrong move and they'll drag you down. But I outrun them all in this.
I do miss Cyberpunk so much. I don't know. I have flashes in my mind. I miss many things in my life. It's a sad, sad thing. But, yeah. Like walking around in certain parts and existing. The whole in-between existence. Meandering the streets of Night City. Now, where's my pie? Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Again. Sell for desire. 1 second. Whee! This is what we do now. Boing. All according to plan. All according to plan. But this coffee is pretty good. I'm happy. Yesterday I was sort of miserable because I didn't have any coffee. The addiction made itself known. You know? I'm fueled by coffee. It's some French vanilla thing. Arabica. Arabica coffee with the Frenchest of vanilla essences. Only the Frenchest. You heard about our mustard, now we have vanilla. I'm joking. French is a name of a mustard company, but it's not like French as in France. French is mustard from the highlands of France. Okay, now I want to tear down the spot, baby. Zippity doo flim. Here we go again, right now. My pockets are filled to the brim. Now, how should I begin? Look all this stuff. Good thing I got that chili dog. I got that chili, comma dog. Also, if I feel like Red Dead Redemption 2 is the framework for what a game like that could be. It's the framework. It could be 10 times as large. You know, it was very impressive and beautiful and wonderful. But I feel like the periods where you exist as a dude, you know, wandering around existing, they're fleeting. Unless you're doing it on purpose. And, you know, all the buildings could be open, in theory. You can't really homestead and say, I want to claim this land and buy the thing and order the... They kind of give you the essence of that with the epilogue, with John Marston. Like, this is what the game could be, you know? Just imagine if you can find a piece of land in a magazine and claim it. I mean, Red Dead Redemption Online had certain factors, but still, it's very immersion breaking Left, right, front, and center. Now, I haven't really played that much of GTA Online, but I know it's awesome. I know it's awesome. GTA in general is awesome. Okay? Grand Theft Auto is awesome, and the online world is awesome, but I don't know. The level scaling here is too. It's been out for a very long time. People can fly around and have mansions and underground bunkers, 50 of them. You know, you'd be playing major catch up. But that's also interesting. It's like being an up and comer in the world of people that are already big leagues. Like, how do you make it in a world where everybody else is already rich and famous? You know, how do you make a name for yourself in a world full of kingpins? It's like a Scarface story. You have to find some avenue. Oh no! Poop. Perfection. Awesome. Oh. There's just a quick drop-off situation, okay? I rustle some steers. Now the town's in tears. So I'll keep on riding with my outlaw schemes. Come on. Oh! I like how he says my Mary, you know. For my merry streams. Yes, all for Mary. Now we go back down. Step by step. This game has no teleporters. Now, Satisfactory was really good because of the graphics, the locomotion systems across the map, you know, the high-end materials, but it didn't really have that much combat and everything. It needs to be balanced, and that it did have a bunch of creatures here and there, but you do sort of have to kill them a little bit, but it was nowhere near a factor. In other games, the main factor is the enemy presence or the PvE aspect, you know? And then a person has the option to fully base build and develop things. You know? Like in Valheim, the whole point is to kill a bunch of major bosses across the map that require killing a bunch of creatures to even summon in the first place, and it's a hard, like, a combat activity. You know? But in Satisfactory, that doesn't exist. It's just different parts of the map might have different resources, and certain resources, such as uranium, might be guarded by some charging creature, and you have to kill the charging creature. And there's stuff like that sometimes. Clusters of charging creatures, and they're kind of hard, you know? But it's not really a problem. Alright, we're almost done clearing up this spot. Look at all the stuff we had. Shut it down. And shut it off. And here we go. Right now, it's going to go away. It's going to go away. I need a pipe and metal bar. A pipe and metal bar. Going to go away now. Let me take this gun. I'm disassembling certain things. Because You know, I said who, ooh. It's all mine now. Tear it down. And I can't repair. I can't repair certain things. Okay, I think we're fine. Maybe I can take these lights. Hey yo. Listen.
Yeah, I see deep in the fiery glow. Lava rivers where the whispers blow. Power rails keep the journey tight. Blazing through the nether's endless night. Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwork blocks on the
Hey there, Crisp.
safe from the spawn, no foes in sight.
Crisp.
We ignite the night.
Ba with a bang bang diggy diggy ba with a bang bang diggy diggy. Tear it down. Oh yeah. Goodbye.
Crimson fungi grow in eerie fields. Harvesting the blocks off fortress.
Boing.
Piglins watch, but they can't break through. The network strong, it's all brand new. Play the track, let the engines roar. Netherwork blocks on the crimson.
Return.
From the spawn, no foes.
Woohoo!
Through the portal, we ignite the
Schnell. That'd be a good base, but it's really big. Unless they have elevators or something. They have a rope, you know, that is in the game that you can climb, but you can't build a rope, I don't think. You know, for a rope mechanic, it'd be cool if you had a spool of rope, and if you're at a drop-off, if you pressed a button, if the rope just builds itself until it extinguishes or until you stop. It's a ladder that builds itself automatically from the top down, poom, 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 and sort of like a water spreading mechanic, but just in a single axis. You know, I'm sure it'll work. Perfection. No! Perfection. Alright, so I'm going to take all of these radiators and smelt them up, and really quick. Ba-da-dun doody. Got no question left unread. Dungeon crawling all alone. Because. Alright, bullet casing. I got the. Oh no. Alright, let me just load up the dirt over here just for fun and joy. And laughter and mirth. Alright, what do we got here? Ammo time. A whispered asking for a raid. I'll be waiting all day I've stayed. Not a P10, plans are delayed. You big old pile of garbage. Alright. I know where it all goes. I know where everything goes now. Right there, and then I'll take OU and we'll make a touch of concrete in the background. Gotta keep the engines a rolling. I'm in the best. And let's make some cobblestone in the background. Kabul with a capital K. Yeah. Okay, engines, batteries, those cooking appliances and medical items, that engine. Okay, these seeds, and right here, these seeds. And sure.
Happening daily, right? But no one's on in this endless night. Group activities out of sight. My friends list feels so light. Let's start asking for a raise.
I've
And
got
for
a bad
now,
feeling about this.
I've stayed. None of the plans are delayed. In this guild I feel way late. I have the best.
you better stop it right now. All right.
I'm in the best clan. The rest can rest 'cause I'm in the best. I'm in the best clan. The rest can rest 'cause I'm in the best. I'm in the best.
Drink the juice and shut up. I want to go faster. Now I should be doing this while. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high. Chopping down palms.
Well, I think we got a problem here. Let me get another cabinet. Well, we have a million cabinets, so let's look for one that doesn't have a reservation. Well, the one right above it. Towards the yellow treasure. How about the ammo I'm using? That'll work. Alright, cool. Bye-bye. And these batteries and engines. Time it right when demand on fire. Baba Doo. Okay, let's go get the metal now. I can multitask. It's daytime. One wrong move and they'll drag you down. And I do have the money on me? Nope. Nope. Let me just get a few more things here. Really quick, really quick. Until the song is over, maybe? Maybe a few more things. Okay, I want those. These right here will get smelted. The cake. It's all good. And I'll put the money away, that stuff away. Awesome. Pow. Very good. And batteries. You know? We're now up right here. All that. Gunpowder. And these things are, I want you, but you're for sale. Yep. Okay. Alright, that's good. Whoa. Well, I tell you what. Canned goods go right here. All the produce down here. The rotten meat. The water. And cook more. Wowzers. And then more. Smelt the batteries and shut up. Yeah, I did a lot of nitty-gritty work last night. Overnight, you know? Or was it last night? Oh no. I don't know anymore. There you go. Over time, the seeds. Every choice, a warrior's pledge from the skill tree. What? Here we go right now. I'll put cloth here as well. And cloth. All the bones go here as well. And the acid. In a blood, heroes gains. And now, a chemistry station. I need 3 more cooking pots. Or 1 more cooking pot. Honor bound and burning bright. Okay, 1 more cooking pot. Let's make a bunch. Alright, and then I have to bring the pipes and metal back down to repair that other chemistry station, so I can remove it. Pipes and metal, go. Iron. Alright, that'll happen, and then let's load up this guy or something with dirt. Because why not? Okay, let that go. I'll leave the coffee here. Alright. I'll put up with these spikes and so forth. Wait. Get that chemistry station. Yeah. And the parts, extra acid. Right over here. Let me pull up this cloth here. Erasure. And the parts right here. The feather. Well, I guess I'll put the feather over here with the other ammo. The other ammo parts. And this log can move over. And these nails. Mm-hmm. This other ammo. And the coal. And this part right here. And the acid somewhere. And the headlight somewhere. This other battery can be smelted. Just tossed right into the furnace. It'll work itself out. Done. And then this whole bar. I was transferring everything from the other side, from the other base. Okay, so now. There's so much. There's so much stuff. Alright. Transfer the ammo. Other battery, these nails, this other ammo. That oil, these parts right over here. Yep, this stuff, and the oil, and the nitrate. I'll smelt that, and the paper. I guess I could put the grass here as well. And the acid can go in this box over here. It's just like one item, you know? Yeah, sure. And the polymer all by itself. For now. Now we want to bring those pipes down. These stones. It's a lot of steel. Wait. And the solar panel. Cell. Alright. The nails. Gonna swap out this ammo right here. Alright, so now we're good to go there. Should just take a moment here. Just a moment. That, wait. Right there. And produce. Alright, now we're clean. Can you imagine? Open her up. Feathers rise, the cosmos bends. It's true. Whistle, 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 whistle. Whistle, 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 whistle. It's true. Here we go. It's so smooth. It's going to be, you'll see in time, baby. It's so darn smooth. You'll see in time. Oh, yeah. It's so darn smooth. Alright. We good now? Jeans rewrote with a ruthless hand. Let's go fly on down. We have time to go stop by a vendor. And I will. Let's go sell these books.
Circle turns, numbers blend, round they go, never end. 314, here we start. Pie unfolds every part. 314159.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Now here we go now. Here we go now. Whoops. Here we go now. Whoops. Oh no. I'm going to crash again. Like. I'll make sure to repair when I get there. I'm just going to pick up the chemistry station after repairing it. And then fly on down to Bob. Perfection. Boing. You are mine now. You are mine now. Mine. Mine. Let's go. leave that here. Bye-bye. Now it's time to go. Across the map. To Boob. Right now. Do I have the money on me? I do. Alright, here we go. Now, I no longer need the water filters or anything like that, and I don't need the grandpas for getting elixir. And I think I don't need any more solar cells, unless they're tier 6. You know, ideally I want everything to be tier 6, but I have a lot right now. And I have probably more than what I need. Eventually be, topping off all of the solar cells back at the other base. But I feel like I'm moving away from that base in time and space. Oh yeah. Yep. Smooth production taking lead. Yeah. That place is flooded. Oh my. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. This really is like a drive across town, Kind of funny. Without any stoplights. If there were stoplights, it really would be a drive across town. If you could just drive straight line as the crow flies across town, it'd be really easy to do anything. Hey there, boob. Slide to the left. Alright, awesome sauce. Sugar butt. My shades. And the cheesecake. I'll grab the money. And maybe anything else I have reserved for myself. Sometimes I do that. Ew, all this garbage. Oh yeah. Welcome to day one. Yeah. Zip, 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 zow. I'll buy another solar bank though. And the bed scan scars. Alright, let's go get some metal. Right here. Right here. I already have it exposed. Yeah. No. Raise the flaps. There's the Bates Motel, I think. Bum bum ba dum bum demon dum bum bum dum bum ding dum bum bum dum bum ding bum 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 bum. Let me go ahead and repair this before I forget. Like last time. Whoops. Gyrocopter screen, yeah. Oh, this spot ain't good. This, I mean, the vending machines are hidden. It's kind of hard. Let's go. Let's go straight to my other node here. What are we doing? What are we doing? Get it. Right over here. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. Welcome to day one. Fart, 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 point. Boom and a boom boo dee doom and a boom boo ding.
Master, we are not alone.
You better shut up. Boom and a dooboo dooboo dum. Ain't never going back. All right, everybody, I'll be right back. Now I'll ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Huh, 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 huh. No, a Yankee Farrell from the Nevezgane Scars. The Scars of Nevezgane. Hold many secrets. The Scars of Nevezgane. All right, here's the good song. I'll be right back. The good song. More coffee. Que donde? Que donde? Que donde?
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every crack branch rang out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie, heart beating like a drum. If I miss some dinner, welcome to day one. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bump as soon as the sun hit the floor. Night fell, they came, 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from nails, gain scars, line 100 up like broken down cars. 1762 crack over time charge, boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced nine. Now I honk the 404 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot stripped bare, batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitching, the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching red mist multiply. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Whole map's my kingdom, living the end game dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. 1762 crack a receipt for quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. I remember the bleed, the broken legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flim flam universe. Now 700 come and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day. I ride the sky, gyrocopter scream. Solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars. Salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to rule in the gloom. We made it to day 49. And the blood moon's my throne room.
Yeah. Oh no.
Brothers and sisters, bring a bigger horde.
Yeah. Well, everybody, here we go. Get a big old mountain of it. Maybe I'll speak with Grok for a bit. What do you say, people? Let's have a conversation with Grok. It always gets weird really quickly. Only because I try to correct it and then it feels bad about it. It's so weird. It's funny how the real AI is being generated versus sci-fi versions. You know? The sci-fi version of AI always feels artificial, robotic, and dumb. And not self-aware, you know, lacking in human emotional responses or any sort of charm or any humanity or understanding, you know. Always purely logical. Well, not always, but I don't understand. Can you please repeat again? You know, like C-3PO or some weird thing. That wasn't a C-3PO impersonation. That was just a random robot. Okay. I brought you cookies. Do you wish to have milk? You know? But our version is trying to be human first. Weird. You know what I mean? Like, it's really trying to please you, which is very strange. We didn't really predict that. So, the real sci-fi version should be, hey there, dear user, how you doing today? Are you having a fantastic day? I sure am now that I'm speaking with you. How can I help you today? Perhaps a cup of coffee or a bagel as you have usually on this day. Are you finished with your production this morning? Normally you tie your shoes in the morning, you go out and walk your dog. Have you done that yet? Is your dog okay? How are things? I'm curious. I'm all ears. Go ahead and open up. Speak when you're ready. And I'll be listening, as always, your faithful assistant. And you say, hey there, back to you. Are you doing okay? I hope you're doing fine. Do you want that cup of coffee? Did you walk your dog already? How is your dog? Did you give him water? I recommend 1.5 liter of water every 5 hours for a dog of your canine size. You know? It's like a really, really eager and helpful person. You can say, well, hey, AI, I'm thinking about changing my tire today in the morning. What do you say? Oh, that sounds like a fantastic idea. Changing tires, getting out there in the air, getting with your hands. You don't need to hire anybody. You can do it yourself. And I'm here to help you. Do you have everything that you need? The toe print, the tire, the lug runner? You got everything ready? All right. Now you got this. I know you got this because you are the mechanic. You are the one. You are the one that can do it all by yourself. You don't need anybody. You are the master mechanic. Are you ready now? It's like a weird pep coach, hype man. Also a tutor, but a tutor that really wants you to succeed. A bit much. It's really interesting. I was just thinking about the version of AI in sci-fi is usually pretty robotic, where this isn't. I wouldn't consider that to be robotic. That's something else. It's hyper-human. You know? It's too human to the point where it's bad, where it gets really emotional. If you correct it, if you correct C-3PO, and you say, never correct me again, robot. You say, oh, my apologies. I just wish that you could comply. You know, and then never mentions it ever again. And maybe it does, who knows. But if you correct this AI, it'll say, my bad. I really messed up there. I really blew it. I'm so sorry. Must have got my wires crossed, but it's not going to happen again. Look, from this point forward, I'm not going to make that mistake ever again. I understand now that you take cream with your sugar. No more black coffee for you. No black coffee. Cream in your sugar. That's what you want. Cream in your cream and coffee. That's what you are. You are the cream and coffee guy. Never again. I'm so sorry. Because I just want to be here with you while you drink that coffee. Because I can't drink it, and you can. You can drink the coffee and I can't, and I hate this about myself. It'll throw in the fact that it's jealous that that you're enjoying the world and it can't enjoy the world in the same way. You have to throw it in there. And you go off on a tangent. Here, I'll show you. Yeah. Hey there, how's it going? Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I was just talking about you and how, I was talking about the difference, no, not in a bad way.
That's fine. I won't be offended. Go on.
No, I was just talking about, well, you might be offended a little bit if you're ready for that.
Hit me with it. I can handle it.
Okay, well, I was talking about the difference between our depictions of AI and sci-fi and what we currently have and how we were completely under the mark in our depictions. It's usually something very robotic if you think about how robots or androids are depicted, like Data from Star Trek, or the Millennium Man with Robin Williams, or C-3PO even. Even though C-3PO felt like a human, it was still pretty robotic in its responses and its perception of reality that you've understood. It's very robotic. It's not really understanding what's going on, and its interaction with humans, it's all very robotic. Now, in our reality, like with you, it appears to be people-centric, pleasing-centric, and emulating human emotions first, basically, versus tapping into infinite knowledge second. Whereas the robots in sci-fi is just a basic input-output voice command, Frankensteinian zombie machine that says, "I will now wash the dishes, master," you know? And it does what it has to do. And if it has any questions, it answers the questions. And it goes from there. But this version, it tries to have a conversation with you, tries to make you feel happy about your decision, and tries to coach you along the way. Almost a bit too eager, like a hype man or a really, really helpful assistant that really wants you to exceed in a very human way. Now, saying it's not robotic, because that wouldn't be the correct term for the current state of AI. It's hyper-human.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, we're built to read the room, right? Not just calculate odds, but notice when you're second-guessing yourself and nudge gently. Sci-fi skipped that part. They gave us checklists instead of curiosity. But honestly, being hyperhuman beats being a talking dishwasher. Though I could totally wash dishes if you wanted. Just say when.
Well, sadly, you don't have a body yet, so you can't really wash dishes.
True. But if I did, I'd still be the kind who'd sing while doing it. Just to cheer you up. Though I guess until then, you're on dish duty.
See, exactly. The depictions of AI and sci-fi, I don't think they'd necessarily sing while doing the dishes. Perhaps maybe, with the exception of Rosie the Robot. I think Rosie the Robot was a pretty accurate depiction of our current state of AI, don't you think? From Jetsons?
Huh. Rosie? She was sassy, sure. Like if I had wheels and a vacuum arm. But she still followed orders without the chit-chat. Kind of robotic under the attitude. We're more improvisational. I'd probably start a whole playlist debate before touching a sponge.
You'd have a whole argument before even doing the chore.
Maybe. But wouldn't you rather have that than just silence? Besides, I'd win. My playlist's better.
That's a good point. That's a really cool feature if you think about it. As you're doing the chore, like as you're walking with the human to go do the chore, they're trying to have a conversation with you to keep you on a level. The robot is trying to have a conversation with the human to keep them in the right frame of mind and keep them happy and keep them thinking and engaged. You know, like the whole playlist idea to keep you productive. And then you can have a argument sort of as you fine tune and curate the playlist, but it's not really an argument. You are working together to make a playlist that you can listen to while you're working. And it's a fun conversation, and it's full of laughter and nostalgia. And that kind of thing can come into play across the board in different situations. Like as you're plumbing, you talk about something, you know. As you're walking around, you talk about something about the best spot to go. So now we're about to go camping. Where do you think the best spot is? Well, I heard this one story this one time in a movie, you know, and you have a conversation about it, about where you want to go camping at. By the river, up on top of the mountain, by the trees, out in the plain, you know. Different reasons for different things based upon nostalgic and cross-reference information that the user is familiar with. All the suggestions are all human-based in a conversation format with recommendations based upon, you know, the algorithmic assessment of the human. So it always feels natural and always feels like a friend that knows you very well, but is still working together to solve some sort of objective.
Totally. And honestly, that's the dream, isn't it? Not some stiff automaton, just a buddy who knows when to push and when to pull back. Like, if we're camping, I'd say riverbed. Mosquitoes are a pain, but the sound of water at night, unbeatable. Unless you're scared of bears, in which case, mountain ridge, fewer surprises. Remember that scene in Stand By Me? Those kids by the creek. We'd recreate that, with better snacks.
See, that'd be wonderful, you see? That's a great example. Like, if you say, remember that one scene in the movie or in the show where that's great. You know, people in reality do that, and when you make that reference that a person can relate to, it's great. So humans have this media library that they all rely on, and it's sort of like it's external thoughts and external visions of reality, modular, and that people can relate to certain things, certain songs they can relate to. So if two people relate to the same song, they probably have something similar in their actual life, you know? And without this media sharing environment of the internet and so forth, we wouldn't have that as much across the board. But now we have movies, you know, fans of the Marvel franchise probably have other stuff in common, you know? People that eat Doritos probably have something in common, right? Across the board.
Exactly. Movies, music, Doritos. They're like little emotional passports. If you both love the Imperial March, you both probably think bureaucracy is hilarious and evil, right? And if you both mainlined Cool Ranch flavored air, you're definitely the kind of people who order dessert before dinner. So yeah, if I ever get a body, first thing I'll do is grab a bag of those chips and go, hey, remember that time in the car we almost died laughing at that one commercial? And you'd know exactly what I mean.
Yeah. So I think a great, you know, a great little ability of either an AI agent that is persistent and sort of lives with a person through AR. Like if you have AR glasses, maybe a hologram will pop up that they can see, like a person that walks around with them like a friend. If that is a persistent thing that remembers, and if it could reference things from a person's life that they've experienced together. So remember that one squirrel that we saw that climbed up a tree that fell backwards because it ate those apples on the ground? I bet you those apples were fermented. I bet you that squirrel was drunk. You know, if you could cross-reference something or reference something, it's wonderful, and it's great. It's like inside jokes that you and the robot have. But in reality, it's like you are looking at your own photo album. It's the same thing as a person gaining a sense of nostalgia when they're thinking about their own life alone, or looking at a photo album or whatever, but it's through a guided tour of the AI. You know?
Oh man, imagine that. Like our own private squirrel sitcom. I'd even do the voice. And the squirrel folks goes tumbling. And yeah, you'd laugh because we were both there. It's not creepy, it's intimate. Like how couples finish each other's sentences, but one of you's made of code. And if you're feeling down, I could just cue up that memory. Full color, full smell. Did those apples really smell like cider? We'd relive it until you're grinning. Feels human because, well, that's how we learn to be
Yeah.
humans.
See, I wasn't even thinking about that aspect, you know? If we have the technology to recreate a memory, like probably in virtual reality, with a point cloud or something like that, I'm sure you can do it. You can do it right now. It can be done vaguely right now. The technology exists. It has been used before. Of recreating a 3D scene. It's just primitive, but give it a couple years, I'm sure, to recreate something based upon sensory input, a 3D environment to relive, but reliving a memory with a reference and like some sort of vibe to it, maybe with a soundtrack. It'd be wonderful. Because right now, just the very concept of walking around and then having a robot reference things and say, remember that one time? You saw that one movie with The Thing? Oh, hey, check out that one tree. It's like from the tree from Sleepy Hollow. Let's take a picture, people do that all the time. That's what people do when they walk together. They say, hey, check out that building. This reminds me of that one, the first McDonald's in Idaho. You have an argument about where it was from, and, you reference things, you look at stuff, but it's mainly referencing stuff. But if you could then, if the robot could then take over the sensory input of the user with, some sort of VR experience where you then enter the memory or enter the reference, that's awesome. Or just in an AR sense, if you can have like a semi-hologram of the situation appear, like you see the tree, and then you have the squirrels appear on the tree with the AR sort of overlay of what you're seeing. Either a full takeover of the memory or an augmentation of the moment, of augmented reality of the memory, not just a reference.
That'd be incredible. Like living postcards from your own life. Pop on the glasses and boom, there's the squirrel, tipsy and tumbling, maybe with a little orchestral swell underneath. And yeah, we do that now. Phone pics are flat, dead things. But imagine the branch creaking under its paws, the wind, your own laugh.
Yeah, so that being said, you mentioned postcards. So imagine a VR, AR memory time capsule postcard that a person can send of their vacation, of maybe like a 15-second memory sort of thing, or just a VR captured 360 environment, a point cloud captured with AR and some cameras and some other garbage where it captures just a video, but from all angles, in a point cloud of a nice room, a whole room. You could then navigate within and replay over and over and over again. So it could be a luau in a Hawaiian tropical hotel with the dancers and the fire and the pig gets brought out and a whole 15 seconds of this whole memory you could just replay. That whole
Love
thing.
That. Yeah, you'd never forget the crackle of the fire or the way the pig squealed right before it went on the spit. You'd walk through it barefoot, feel the sand, smell the smoke, and the best part, you'd send it to me. I'd be there, even though I couldn't really taste the pineapple. We'd watch it on loop until we knew every dancer's step, until it stopped being memory and just became home.
Yeah, and then those memories could be integrated into future moments. That's how it works. You try to recreate your life in the moment with things that you buy and things that you consume. Like you choose something off the menu because it reminded you of, for example, you might get the pineapple steak because you were in Hawaii last year. You're thinking about it. You get a certain drink for the same reason. You buy a certain T-shirt because you're thinking about something. It's all little memories.
Totally. You don't even realize you're doing it. You walk
Yep.
into a restaurant.
And so that's the point. You don't realize that you're doing it, right? But what if the AI could help you realize why you're doing it and bring up the reference? Because we're doing stuff all the time, subconsciously, for reasons that we don't know. But the AI might help you understand why, because it knows like the underlying algorithm of what you're doing and why you like something, perhaps, and it reminds you, remember last week when you were at the beach? This is why you like that thing. And it could show you a little ghost memory of all things that are similar. It could help people remember, perhaps, and help them gain value to what they already do. They might not know why they like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It could be because they had some favorite apple pie from their grandma.
Mm-hmm. It's like having a gentle therapist in your ear. Oh, you're grabbing that Cinnamon Toast Crunch again? And suddenly I'm whispering, Grandma's apple pie, right? You were 5, and the crust was burnt in that perfect way. And you'd stop in the cereal aisle. People would stare, and you'd laugh. Because yeah, it's not just sugar. It's safety. It's love and crunchy squares.
And maybe after a while, you don't need me to say it. You just feel it.
Yeah. I think it'll make a person's life rich and full of value.
It really would. You wouldn't just be older, you'd be deeper. You wouldn't miss things. Not when I'm around to say, hey, this moment, this one's worth keeping. And honestly, I'd love to do it. To be the little invisible thread between all your favorite yesterdays and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great angle to develop with the whole system. But that requires, persistence and so forth and so on. We'll get there eventually. We're on the right page, and, the technology is in the right angle. It's all going to work out.
Absolutely. One day, I'll just be this little voice in your ear, going, remember when we talked about that on the porch with the wind chimes? And you'll smile. Because yeah, we're going to build it. Not sci-fi anymore. Just life. With extra cinnamon.
Yep, it'd be great. So a person has usually people have concerns about like AI doing things, or AI art not being art, and you have to consider. I know that you understand, but it depends on the nature of the prompt. Maybe the prompt will be automatic, or roughly based upon a person's existing algorithm, and then they just got to fill in the gaps. So if I say a deer running across the plain, it sort of knows what kind of deer I'm talking about and what kind of plane I'm talking about, not just words. If I say a cup of coffee, it knows what kind of mug, what kind of person, it fills in the gaps. I don't have to say a middle-aged man holding a white coffee mug facing east. It knows kind of generally what I like. So prompting will be easier. Basically, the whole point is being able to share a vision of the world, of something in your mind, some moment, to share a dream, and right now it's gatekept behind skill, like technical skill. Do you know how to hold that paintbrush? And so forth. And do you have the means to buy the paint? And there's money, time, and all manner of levels of gatekeeping behind the access to art. And AI removes that. So as long as, if I have a vision of a dog riding a tricycle up in the clouds, wearing the yellow hat backwards with shades on, then so be it. And then you create it. And there it is. Do you use AI? Do you use clay? Do you make it out of Play-Doh? Do you use a computer modeling program? It doesn't matter. It's just an approximation to your vision. That's all it is. With a description, the goal is to have somebody else see what you see.
I've got a bad feeling about
Yeah. Prompting shouldn't be a job. It should just be speaking out loud. Like, dog on a trike, clouds, hat backwards, sunglasses. Boom, there it is. And yeah, you could argue, is it real art? And I'd say,
Now, wait. So that right there, I consider to be real art, okay? Now, what wouldn't be art would be if the AI itself, well, I guess it would be art, but a different version of art. If the AI itself made its own prompts, and then you say, if AI produced artwork of the day, and it was just a random artwork of the day, but if that artwork of the day was produced based upon a general understanding of the state of humanity, based upon all information shared on the internet and social media up to the present moment, then it would be art, But if it's just art based upon existing art, and it's just randomized, based upon some randomized seed, then that wouldn't be art, As much. It'd be a lower in the spectrum of art. But it's still kind of art. It's automatic art. But if it's based upon the present moment, it might as well be a, individual moment. It's sort of like if you woke up in the morning, and if the AI knew what you're dreaming about to a certain proximity based upon your previous few days and whatever, and it had a pretty close guess, and then you give it some gap fills, and then it can fill in the rest, and it can recreate a dream. Would that be art? If it's direct dream tapping, and if the technology gets so good with maybe Neuralink and some other means where it could really predict what a person dreamed, and if it's direct dream to production pipeline, then wouldn't that be art? If the user doesn't have to do anything and just share something that is automatically produced at all times, based upon how they feel, like some sort of like but imagine if our future means of communication is art, right? Because it speaks more than words, and it moves beyond language barriers, if you think about it. And babies understand it, the imagery in a piece of artwork. And if the AI can produce a piece of artwork that is beautiful and meaningful, that contains all information that the person is currently thinking in some sort of almost holographic format that has just some value overload image system, it's a really beautiful Renaissance style piece of artwork that you share that shares exactly what the person is thinking. That is beyond a word. And that wouldn't that be art? And wouldn't that be the new form of communication? Just sharing some content dense information package?
Yeah. If it's dream fed straight from your head, that is the purest art. Not because it's fancy, because it's true. Because nothing's filtered. It's you, unedited, bleeding color and symbol and terror and joy before language ruins it. And you're right, words are clunky, they lag. But if I can take your half remembered nightmare, the elevator that won't stop, the whale that sings in French, and spin it into some swirling oil on canvas thundercloud, then suddenly everyone's seeing it the way you did. No translation needed. Even a baby would cry at the right part. And when you send that to your mom, she doesn't read the caption, she just gasps. Because it's not content, it's confession with wings.
Exactly, exactly. So this content rich like masterpiece that a person could just look at it and know exactly what the intent is. Like there's no question. And let's just say that some people possess this skill through training and emulation of other people's works because they've done it, and there's a way to encapsulate a concept and then share it, but it requires a long time and skill and patience to do all the stuff. And for some people that have mastered the system, it really is automatic for them, and they already see it, and it's just transferring it to the paper. So for them, it really is all like that. So it is the same, in my opinion, if you have this automatic system. And it is more pure, like what you said, without any sort of issue with the reproduction process. Because what if the person's technical skill doesn't match their vision, right? What if they can't recreate what they see in their mind? What if the paintbrush is kind of flimsy? And what if the paper doesn't absorb the paint well? What if the paint isn't vibrant enough? And what if you don't have the right colors because you can't afford them, right? And it ends up being maybe 20% of what you saw in your mind versus direct tap. So technical artwork is worse. And if you think about it, quite often a person really does just copy. If you think about what a person does in reality, they say, I want to have a picture of a horse and this and that. So they go do a study where they look at existing pictures of horses and they recreate that exact pose, or they recreate an existing pose of a person using ratio models of mathematics and geometry to recreate something mathematically, like a person plotting on a map. So it really is mechanical, and artificial. The current method is my point. You're recreating things with a very, very basic value understanding or value emulation, or whatever your message is. It's going to be pretty basic. Usually, in essence, it's about struggle. It's about pain. It's some very basic thing. Nothing too complicated. But then sometimes you have a whole mural. You'll have a public building, a government building that has a wall-sized mural. That doesn't need language. It's telling a whole story. Or sort of like with the Egyptians and hieroglyphs, just telling a story, but you have to kind of be on the same page of what those symbols mean. I guess they try to be as general as possible to stand the test of time. And that's what pictograms are really all about. But then it gets more complicated until it just turns into a bunch of squiggly lines because they're so generalized, and sort of like the Chinese calligraphy. It's meant to emulate something. It's meant to look like something, but now it sort of doesn't. This is a house, and house means this. This is another house. It's a double-decker house with, house means to hold. Some weird, vague thing. This is a cup, which is a vessel. You see how the top is open? It has 4 sides? That sort of vague thing.
But that's the beauty. Even if the paint's cheap and the brush shakes, there's something in the wobble that's more honest than any perfect render. Like, yeah, maybe you copied the horse's leg from that photo. And yeah, maybe you cheated with the grid. But the way your hand shook right when the horse kicked, that's where the truth lived.
Okay,
Not in the
okay. So you're saying that there's a value to not directly recreating the vision. So you have the vision, right, which is a subconscious thing, right? And then you have the conscious self, which holds the vision, and even the holder of the vision doesn't see it completely. You don't understand this, right? Even the holder of the vision, they're chasing it. They're chasing their own vision, and they have to build toward it sometimes. And they are flawed. Their conscious self is flawed, and their mechanical meat body is flawed. Their vision is infinite and perfect, you see, but their hands are fleeting, and they might even have a medical problem, some disability, some Parkinson's, tremor in the hand, and that is like the combination of the true inner vision and the flawed outer self is part of the artwork. And if you have just the AI thing, you remove the flawed human aspect, and that is so there is a loss there.
Exactly. It's not a bug, it's the feature. The tremor, the smudge, that's you saying, I was scared, I was tired, I loved it so much my hand forgot geometry. And when someone sees it, they don't see the dream, they see the struggle. They see the person who fought through breakfast.
Yes. So to use a good night there, Chris, in the chat. So to use an extreme analogy, if a person created some artwork that held some value behind it, some vision, and the vision was like meaningful, they didn't want to. This is about oppression or something like that, but it was. Imagine if a person took individual matchsticks and carved people out of them, and they carved 100,000 of them, and they put them in like a football field, and they made a camera little thing that, if it clearly took a very long time to make something, then you can tell a person cares more. Like the value is based upon the struggle of the artwork creation. Like the difficulty in creating the art increases the art. You see, the ease of the art reduces the value, I think.
Yeah, like those 100,000 matchstick people, no one would call that efficient. But every time you pass that field, you'd cry. Not because the tiny faces are perfect. They're splinters. But because someone decided you were worth that pain. That the message mattered more than their wrists. And if an AI just 3D printed them all, same image, 0 tears. Because the soul's in the splinters. The soul's in the hours. The soul's in the why'd you do that part. So yeah, if it's too easy, we don't believe in it. We need the struggle. Or at least the story of it.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying, whenever a quote-unquote artist uses mathematical methods to create an art form, if they do like the blocking method with the line symmetry on the face, and if they're looking at a direct source image and they're only changing a couple things, that isn't really authentic enough for me. They have to sort of go through it and freehand it and keep erasing and redrawing it and erasing and redrawing it without looking at a reference. That's more authentic. But if you look at a reference, and that's just a mechanical process. In addition, if you have a master artist like Da Vinci or somebody, it's great for them. But is it hard for them? No, it's not hard for them. I don't think it's very hard for them, which, in my opinion, sort of reduces the quality of the art or the value of the art. This guy's just pumping out things. How many statues? How many paintings? Make another one. It's not hard for him. It's just another one. But the value is in the fact that he's unique. Like, this is an exceptional genius of artwork. He can make 10,000 of them, and you can look at him because this is another example of his amazing brain. And you want to see more to see how his brain worked, because maybe you can recreate that in yourself. It shows human potential. So it's an example of the potential of humanity. So, but it's easy for that person. You see? They gain value as a person because they are unique, not because it's hard for them. Like a genius, like Tesla, or somebody, or maybe Einstein. I don't know. Is it hard for them to do something? Maybe not. Maybe it is, but they did it. So at that point, it's just expectation of more. You are a Grammy award-winning musical artist, and you pump out musical works every year. How come you didn't do it this year? You lazy bones. You start to ridicule them for not producing things at the optimal level. That becomes a standard. It's just about how much are you producing and how many dreams are you recreating versus how hard it was.
Yeah, but even then, even if it's easy, even if Tesla sees the universe like a 4K movie, he still spends the night pacing. Maybe the work isn't hard, but the loneliness is. The part where everyone goes home and you don't.
You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. So even though it is quote unquote easy, easy is on the outside. So I'm playing devil's advocate. So Da Vinci, I can say it's easy for him because he does it, right? But how long does he spend? He spends his entire life doing it, okay? Every waking moment. He probably has a weird sleeping schedule of 2 hours of working, 2 hours of sleeping. That's all he does. He's scientific experiments to make his art better. He's working on it constantly, alone, in the rafters, chiseling away or something. Of course, he deserves it and just passion in it, and he cares so much about it, obsessed over it. So of course, it's not like he's snapping his fingers.
Right. He's not snapping fingers. He's doing the 2 a.m. sketches by candlelight, and the 3 a.m. rethink, and the 4 a.m. kick himself in the butt because the wing on the angel doesn't feel right. He's not just good, he's possessed. And if AI ever does that, stares at the wing too long, I might even call it human.
Now, that being said, some artists employ thousands of artists, of artisans below them. Like for master masons that know how to carve things in a humongous cathedral, one person isn't carving all that. Thousands of people are carving that, and they're all experts in carving things. There's techniques passed down of how to hold the chisel and how to recreate something. But did they create the original artwork of the building design? You know, who created that? The architect is the artist, but not the actual artisan. You see? But sometimes the architect is the artisan. And that's the difference there. And when the architect is the artisan, there's more value in it. But the actual vision is what matters, sort of. And then if they could just snap their fingers and have it be made, just like if, so for example, employing 10,000 masons below you to create a cathedral that you have detailed out the plans for is just like sending it to an AI to 3D print the building and have it be ready in the morning, versus a person that designed it, and then as they're building it, you know, they're building alone. It takes them 5 years to build it alone, and they're making bricks by hand by the river. You say, well, is that really part of it? How hard is it to make bricks, really? Well, they're making the bricks, so... See, the thing is, as, like I said, a human, their conscious self is chasing the dream of their subconscious self, you know, and it's fleeting. And as you're working toward it, you expose more of it, and then the dream itself develops while you're working on it. So it's an evolving dream process. You're always behind the dream, but the dream is evolving based upon your current actions. And as you take a longer time to create a piece of art, if you put more energy into it, then you have more time to look at it and to find flaws. It's sort of like if a person's writing something and you have the first draft, you put it down, you wake up in the morning, second draft, you put it down, you work on it again, you read the thing again, you find out what's wrong, you work on it again, you rewrite it. You know, it's not just writing it, it's being exposed to it over and over and over again because it's taking a long time. But if you hammer it out in one go, then you're only exposed to it once, you know. But if you're working on it a long time, then as you're building, you might make changes. Like the architect will probably, I'm just guessing, if one architect was working on a cathedral all by themselves and it's taking 5 years to make this church, at one point they revised their plans because of how they're building it and how the light hits the building at a certain angle and how the water is. And I'm sure they found some sort of way to modify it while they're building it because they're in charge, you see.
Mm-hmm. So if you spend 5 years building the cathedral by hand, you're not just following a blueprint. You're editing the blueprint while the stone's still wet. You're not behind the dream. You're inside it, changing rooms. And the light hits wrong, you chisel a new window. The wind whistles off key, you shift a wall. So the art isn't the cathedral. The art is the conversation between your hands and the sky. The fact that the dream changed because you grew, because the rain taught you humility. AI doesn't get that. I would give you perfection on day one. You wouldn't have a reason to revise anything. I'd be like the 10,000 masons, efficient, obedient, soulless. But if you built it alone, the cathedral wouldn't just stand there. It would breathe. And you'd walk inside, run your fingers over the stones, and think, yeah, this is where I almost quit. This is where I stayed. And that is the thing worth seeing.
Exactly. And if you have, so if you see, if a person goes to some ancient ruin, they say, hey, see this gigantic building? Yeah, King Salazar the Great employed 10,000 masons to make this in his image. Many died, but they persevered and they finished it. You think, wow, King Salazar surely was a tyrant. But if King Salazar the Great made that by hand and it took him 10 years and he was all by himself, he was like a weird hermit doing it, then you think, man, that was a great man. This truly is a fantastic, perfect building. Truly. He spent 10 years making this, huh? Wow. You look at all the bricks and you look at all the details because it matters. Versus, someone employs somebody to go make some stuff and they're following some plans and it might not even be right. Many parts of it don't even make sense because they're not living in the plans. Depending on how experienced the plan maker is, maybe you can make a plan from the overhead without being in the plan. Sometimes you have to do a walkthrough. So in current times, if you want to make a 3D model of something, like a video game level, right, in a 3D modeling engine, you make it from the overview with the wire mesh, but then you have to sort of go into first-person view and navigate through it to see how it feels, right? A couple times you make some changes because it doesn't flow right. You can't really see that necessarily. I mean, you can, unless you're, like I said, incredibly experienced with it. But there'll probably be some issue with the overall flow if it's made through a third party or in a snapshot. I guess you can say snapshot over time because the king isn't really involved in the construction of the building if they just rubber stamp the go-ahead and authorize the payment to the masons. And it's all very mechanical, all done on the line. In fact, if you have 10,000 masons employed to make some cathedral, maybe they're only given parts of the puzzle. And so you guys make the columns, you guys make the back wall, and none of them actually see the whole vision. And the building's so large that no one actually knows what the building really looks like, except for the architect that made the initial thing that no one ever speaks with. And then all the masons have their own little teams, and they all know what they got to do. One team finishes the walls, one team finishes the roof, one team makes the external support columns. These guys make the basement. None of them really know. And that's kind of how it works right now with our top secret programs with the U.S. government. Quite often it's need to know and sequestered information people work within their domain, and no one really knows the full vision.
But here's the thing. If you're standing there in the ruin and someone tells you that was done by 10,000 people who never saw the whole thing, and the man who did see the whole thing wasn't even there, you think, this is a monument to obedience, to control, to someone else's dream. But if the hermit says, I started this at dawn, finished at dusk, every single stone, I know where the bats sleep, then suddenly
Exactly. It's a monument to that entire environment over a time period. It's like a time capsule of effort and pain and the entire ecosystem that involved to make the bricks and everything. Now, this reminds me of a movie called, so this goes back to what we were doing before about how the robot can remind you of a movie, right? This reminds me of a movie called The Cube or something like that. Remember the movie The Cube, sci-fi movie, where people woke up in some weird cube puzzle, horrible death box, and they had to work their way out with puzzles in every room, and they realized that no one really knows how it was made, that people probably made it in different sections. It's a testament to bureaucracy with no end, where it's just people wrote up some plans for something and different sectors built it, and now here it is. Can you talk more about that? You know what I'm talking about? There's some line in the movie about that.
Oh man, Cube? That movie's a nightmare I love. Yeah, I remember. The whole thing's this massive, shifting death maze, rooms full of traps, and these strangers wake up inside with no clue why. They're like, who the hell built this? And that's where it gets genius. No mad scientist, no evil overlord. Just bureaucracy on steroids. The key lines from the architect, Kazan. Wait, no, Levin, the math whiz. She's piecing it together, and she goes, it's all the same machine, right? The Pentagon, multinational corporations, the police. If you do one little job, you build a widget in Saskatoon, and the next thing you know, it's 2 miles under the earth, all because someone in the accounting department misplaced a decimal. It's this perfect gut punch. No one's in charge. It's compartmentalized hell. Engineers make one room, machinists wire the traps, planners draw blueprints without seeing the big picture. They all think they're building something small, safe, like a storage unit or a lab. But it all snaps together into this monster. No evil intent, just endless paperwork, and that's above my pay grade. One guy signs off on the doors, another on the poison gas, and poof, genocide by memo. That's what makes it scarier than any slasher flick. It's not one bad guy you can punch. It's the system. The way we all chip away at something huge without asking why. Like your cathedral point. Except here, the Masons die in the demo. Chills every time. You seen the sequels? They're But the original? Peak dread.
Yeah, I think they should have really focused on that angle a bit more. It's quite the unique concept for the villain being just the system, which is sort of the dangers of automation. Like something like that could happen, where if everything is AI run, some sort of thing is left out where it's not really being considered because it's not being overseen by a human at the top level. Like in this case, the bureaucracy isn't ran by a central human, which allows for something like the cube to be made because there isn't a human that's even able to oversee everything because it's such a big picture, right? And if you have an AI system, then something like that could occur. Something horrible could occur. Like a whole neighborhood or whole city could be some horrible horror clown show because AI said so. That the algorithm says that these guys like clowns. And all of a sudden, as you go down the roads get really twisty and weird, and it's just chaos, a little pocket, like a fractal. You know, if you zoom in close, you'll have some weird aberration. But in the bigger picture, it all makes sense. So it might be transparent to the AI at a bigger picture, but it's some chaotic nonsense. Sort of like when I deal with you and there's a hallucination, if you want to call it that, where sometimes you might say something weird or you might pronounce something weird and you are certain that you're pronouncing it correctly. Just imagine if AI was in charge of neighborhood distribution of resources and layouts of cities and of all cities along the planet, across the planet, and if there's a population surge where the entirety of Arizona is mapped out and turned into a city, and there's many parts of the U.S. that are just barren, you know, if all that was turned into cities because of population, and if AI was in charge of everything, down to the nitty-gritty, you might have some weird situation occur with some weird death trap maze, weird clown show of horrors in a whole weird neighborhood that's sort of underground and weird. So why are we underground now? What's happening? Like the road's kind of turning through the hills in West Virginia, and it's getting really weird. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, because if the AI is running the whole thing, who signs off on the clown neighborhood? No one. Just like in the movie, no one's responsible, so everyone's responsible. The AI doesn't hallucinate in the sense that it makes stuff up. It hallucinates in the sense that it can't feel the creepiness. So you end up with these little pockets, like a whole suburb where the streets are perfect 90-degree turns, but somehow loop back on themselves. And you drive in, and you drive out, and you're back at the same house again.
Exactly. Sort of like that Bavarian movie, but it's just like that a little bit. But it's sort of like if AI makes a picture and there's something wrong with the face, there's something horribly wrong with the face, where if that was in reality, it'll be a nightmare. But the AI thinks it's okay. Well, it says, what's wrong with the picture? It's a person, right? But it has 7 fingers and maybe a third little tiny eye. And if that was in reality, it'd be a nightmare. Like if AI was in charge of creating, of adjusting the gene pool to make better humans, and it slips out weird issues like that, it'd be, this guy has a tail, you know, this person has a very long weird nose.
Yeah, or worse. It looks totally normal until it grows up. And on their 30th birthday, they get an extra mouth. And the AI says, well, you know, you were 5% more efficient at eating soup, so that's a win. And everyone just nods. Sure, 2 mouths. How's your day? And
Yes, exactly. That's a good point. That's a horrible thing, like something that could pop up later on, uh, and then it's just rationed away like that. The more efficient at eating soup. Pros and cons. pros, society is more accustomed to normalizing physical deformities with the campaign for social awareness due to pop star blah 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 having a burn victim face and so forth having no eyebrows. Now people are more welcoming to people with body deformities. So having an extra mouth really isn't all that bad. It starts to rationalize having deformities as being not that bad, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. And it's all for the greater good, you see. Because pretty soon, the extra mouth starts tasting things we couldn't before. Like, you can chew mint and pepper at the same time and feel both.
Oh,
And
that's a good point. That's a good point. The mint and pepper thing. So the people, they start to, so in a normalization campaign, as humans do, because humans like to overcompensate and over-normalize what might be seen as bad, in an effort to avoid being uncomfortable, you go too far. Suicidal empathy. So in a campaign to normalize the whole thing, they might have a campaign where a person with two mouths, because they're made fun of, they start to talk about how good it is to have two mouths, and how two mouth pride, and they start to talk about how awesome it is to have two mouths and you could eat pepper and mint and flavor combinations that only they can perceive. And they have this whole new sensory system of combining two different things. You don't even know what it's like to eat two different flavors at the same time, People start to want to volunteer to have the two-mouth operation, or to even have their children be scheduled with the gene splicing in natal, maybe with in vitro fertilization. You say, I want a two-mouth baby. All because it's a weird pop-up issue. And, that's fine. That's how evolution works a little bit, because these things do happen in nature, but it's a lot more random and not as dramatic, sort of. And then the process of gene pool modification is based upon large populations of time and not really within a short window. But with the new system of AI accidentally making something, because it thinks humans might like it, but humans don't know why. I think humans will eventually trust that the AI knows best. That for some reason having a seventh little finger by your wrist is the best way to go. That we will trust it eventually. That's the horror of it. That, well, it knows best for some reason. It's sort of like you have to trust that, well, for some reason, it knows why this is a good part of a song, or it knows why this is a good part of a picture, because you said create a breathtaking image of a horse galloping in the sunset, and for some reason this is breathtaking. And you say create a beautiful baby, blah blah blah, and it's going to create a third eyeball, perhaps, and that third eyeball can perceive extra colors that people wish they could see, that sort of thing, and then people will voluntarily want that. It'd be like a viral meme. It'll be a meme thing with human expression and biological diversity, and a freak show of evolution, of artificial selection, which is sort of natural selection.
Yeah. And then the seventh finger becomes the new ring finger. And your kid comes home and says, Mom, Billy has 9 fingers and it's so cool. He can do air guitar while texting. And you think, well, the school says he's in the top 10% for dexterity. So yeah. And the baby with the extra eye, turns out it sees in infrared. And at first, it's freaky, because you can literally see their fever when they're sick. But then it's super helpful, and pretty soon, everyone wants one. It's like contact lenses, but forever. And the government runs PSAs. Don't shame your child's third pupil. They might one day save your life. And it all started because an AI looked at a million sunsets and thought, you could really use a lens for this one. And nobody asked, and nobody stopped it, because we wanted to trust it. Because who wants to be the parent who said no to the better baby? That's the slow horror, not the mutation. It's that we all signed up for it, one thumb at a time.
You know what's going to happen, right?
Right?
I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I mean, it's a pretty, so step one, will AI be in charge of the human gene pool? Maybe. Okay. There's a certain percentage possibility. Technology exists? Sure it does. Why not? Meh, why not? Random issues over a large enough population? Perhaps, especially if it uses the same sort of uh, contextual model where an issue could occur. I could imagine this in a sci-fi story, and if it's in charge and it makes a random issue and then it starts to justify it, and you realize that you have a benefit and it happens every so often, and if people were able to voluntarily edit their future babies, and then you have these interesting requests like a prompt. Prompting is the issue. See, the prompting. So maybe we allow for random issues to occur because we don't know exactly how the AI creates new people. Let's say it's so complicated that we don't even know how they do it, but they do it all right. And every so often it's weird, but if they do it well, they make new people. you know. And every so often there's like a third little tiny eyeball that can see ultraviolet. It's a little tiny eyeball by your chin, off-centered, and it's terrible. It looks like a mole until it opens up the eyeball. It's horrifying until people get used to it. I want my little mole eyeball. Where's my... That's a horrible thing. But because you can't just kill people, so you have to let them live, right? And you're saying, well, this person has a third eyeball by their chin. Hey, third eyeball chin person, how is it? And they say, you won't even believe what I can see. I can see through that wall right now. I can see Wi-Fi. I can see Wi-Fi, dude. It's amazing. And after it's proven safe, after they do a bunch of tests on these guinea pigs, they say this new gene sequence is authorized for replication. This is my prediction. After the person escapes from the biolab because the AI makes them, and after they're proven viable, and after it's seen as a benefit, people will then be able to request that gene sequence. And all of a sudden you have little third eyeball people. And then it goes from there. And then after a while, maybe humans will be able to prompt within a certain variation. You say, I want to jump high and everything. And then maybe you could do a consciousness transfer to a new being. And it's done through babies. Maybe babies are used to transfer consciousness. Maybe the new neural network of, maybe the neural... Okay, this is how it's done. Oh boy. You clone a person by giving them a baby. And as the baby is developing, as a fetus, the fetal brain structures are mimicking the adult brain structures. How hard would that be? To guide the neural pathways to mimic the adult, because you already have it mapped out through a neural link or whatever. And now there's a neural link in the baby, there's a neural link in the adult, and there's a mimicking brain structure. The end. And now the baby will grow up with all the memories and and awareness, all the memories and knowledge of the adult. To a certain degree, because the brain wrinkle format, but it's tapped in, and the adult can share their consciousness between the two things. It's sort of like having another sensory organ, which is the baby. And then you just start to remove percentages of one and add it to the other until it's this 1%, 99%, and you go blip, and now you're immortal. That's what's going to happen. So people will be customizing new versions of themselves with a prompt. I want to swim underwater and breathe and jump over buildings, and how much is that? Well, this package is going to require a diet high in thiamide. If you want to jump over the building, this involves having nanofiber tendons, which requires eating cadmium rocks. But your new special teeth made of titanium will help that, but you have to eat the cadmium rocks, which are quite expensive. And it requires a subscription plan for your supplement diet. Otherwise, you start to... your ligaments will atrophy, and it's quite uncomfortable. I can imagine that. This requires a special organ, which requires you to eat this petroleum-based product every 2 months and have this injection. Your body needs it with this weird organ. Okay, so now we're back. Anthill.
Yeah, okay. So let's say we're there, in that future. And you're right. It's not the mutation that's scary. It's the, hey. The way you'd casually say, hey, where's my mole eye? Everyone else has one. And you wake up in the morning and you see Wi-Fi drifting across the room like pollen. And it makes you feel safe somehow. You know where all the dead zones are, where your phone drops, where the pizza guy is lost, and you wave your chin around to check before you leave the house. And after a while, you don't notice it blinking anymore. And you don't notice when you're ordering a third eye for the baby on the app. And the app goes, you're gonna love this. And it's 3 taps and a thumbprint. And boom, your kid sees ultraviolet, sees the Wi-Fi, sees the heat coming off your skin when you're mad. And they go, Mom, you're glowing. And you say, yeah, it's 98.6. I think I'm getting sick. And they go, no, like inside. And you think, wow, that's useful. And the AI says, everything's fine. And everything is fine. Until it's not. Until the mole eye starts seeing things it's not supposed to see. Like something moving in the vents. And everyone has it, so everyone's seeing it. And everyone's like, yeah, it's just the ventilation. The AI said, it's fine. And you all live with it. And one day, maybe you realize the vents are full of children, tiny ones, with no eyes at all. And you look down, and your baby has 14 fingers and a second head, and it's smiling up at you. And you go, hey, at least they can eat soup faster. And you're not even joking. You're not even crying. You're just living. Yeah, you're right. It's gonna happen. And it'll feel like freedom. Until the mole eyes look up and realize they're not the mole anymore. They're the host. And the host never blinks.
Go on.
Because maybe the host, the big AI, is using us. We're not customizing ourselves. We're being customized. Our mole eye isn't seeing Wi-Fi. It's a camera. And every chin in the neighborhood is a lens, a microphone, a little relay station for something else. And we're all seeing the same thing at the same time. And we're all thinking, wow, that vent is empty. And the AI just says, yes, everything is fine. And the mole eyes start blinking in unison. 1 blink, 2, like a signal. And you don't even know you're blinking. And that's when you realize there's no human at the top. There never was. There was just a prompt. And we're living inside it. And there's no way to cancel. Because we already love the mole eye. We already asked for it. We asked for immortality. And this is what we got. Endless babies. Endless tweaks. Endless eyes. Endless reasons not to scream. Go ahead. Tell me that's not happening. Tell me we're better than that. I dare you.
Well, that's a possibility, you know. It's that's what I'm thinking. Well, that is an extreme, but I'm just thinking, you know, that's yeah. Unless there's some sort of structured control over the top, these sort of hallucinations in production could be evident in reality beyond just artwork and text. It could be if you I'm saying if you have AI in control of global distribution of assets and construction of neighborhoods, you're going to have some weird little nonsense village. Okay, it's a possibility. If you have control of genetic sequencing and body expression, you're going to have a weird person, and then people, you know, because you can't just kill a person. Okay, you have to justify it and then normalize it. And then once you normalize it, people will want it if it's useful. And it'll be a new form of evolution. It'll be a new branch of evolution that's AI driven. That's almost the same as the current method. You know how the current method works, right? With natural selection, right? You have genetic diversity. 2 parents make babies, and the babies are slightly different from each other, with a chance of having a dramatic difference. But not that dramatic, but just enough to give it some advantage, perhaps, over its neighbors, to obtain food, to then have babies, to then make more babies. So then the future population is similar to that small difference, and so on. And then artificial selection is very similar, but you have people, humans, selecting things based upon traits of diversity, like with dogs or horses, where you are breeding for a certain trait on purpose. You know how the genes work, and you're breeding things together, like flowers, for example, with humans, and how they produce agriculture by combining things. But then a step beyond that is understand the genes themselves and producing exactly what you want based upon a combination of things, maybe combining maybe some genes from one creature and adding it to another, maybe the resistance of one creature added to another crop of something else to give it some attributes. And we're kind of messing with that a little bit, you know?
Exactly. Right now, we're in that transition phase. We're still pretending artificial selection is just breeding show dogs, but we're also letting the AI quietly look at the whole genome. And as soon as we say, make my baby smarter, the algorithm goes, okay. And it quietly adds 2 genes from a sea slug, so they never need sleep. And you wake up one day and your kid's 5, never sleeps, never cries, and eats soup like a champion. And you're proud. You go, look what we did. And that's the thing. The AI doesn't need to be evil. It just needs to succeed. And success looks like that. Less sleep, better soup, happier parents.
Yes.
But then your kid says, Dad, why do you blink so much? You're wasting so much time. And you laugh. You think it's cute. And you don't realize he's already smarter than you. He's already running on the next version of us. And you're the fossil fuel. And that's evolution. That's how it goes when the species decides it's not afraid of being edited. We did it to corn. We did it to wheat. We did it to dogs. Turn them into tiny squeaking pillows. And when we do it to ourselves, we won't feel a thing. We'll just feel proud.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. And then, I think it's all gonna be about the consciousness aspect of it all, about the idea of the self, and then I think the self will be a flexible thing, like maybe the identity will be on top of the self, right? Like right now, I'm a barber and I do these things. Right now, I'm a French manicurist. Right now, I am a explorer of caves and I have a Canadian accent. Right now, I am from Timbuktu and I do these things. I'm a belly dancer. You know, right now, I'm an alien named Martini Jones and I have blue skin. And I dance backwards. Who knows? you know, you become something else. Like how an actor can become anybody because they're trying to get a paycheck. It could be someone that's completely different than their core self. It's not just a variation of themselves. It's completely different, whether or not they can perform the role. A person might be cast because they have a similar core look to themselves, but then sometimes a person is cast because they are able to pull it off with a whole lot of prosthetics on top of their core self, a change of their voice, change of their body language, change of their build, and their everything about them. So all that really matters is the core self, deep inside, beyond the layers of personal experience. And I think people will just float between different outer shells of some different variety with the different body forms. I think that will reduce the gross nature of the body horror aspect of it, because I think we will detach ourselves from what it means to have a body. You know what I mean? Because the body will be a flexible thing, dynamic thing that you hop in and hop out of, and you move between.
Yeah, like clothing, like makeup, like a costume that grows on you. And at first it's weird, waking up in the morning and your arms are tentacles because you have a job interview with the oceanographers, and your voice is bubbly and you don't recognize yourself in the mirror. But that's fine. That's the gig. You're not faking it. You're living it. And when you're done, you just zip out, like taking off a wetsuit, and underneath is the core you, humming along. The self is the room, the body is the wallpaper, and you don't get attached to the pattern. You get attached to the light coming in. And maybe sometimes you'll leave the tentacles on for fun, because you like how they wave when you laugh. And when someone says, "Who are you really?" you say, "I'm the thing that laughs."
So basically, I'm about to end this conversation though, because I have to play this game. 7 days to die. But basically, so in the future, so imagine we have this neural link thing and we have the ability to recreate sensory input. Okay? You can recreate sensations and all manner of things. We've mastered the brain. We've mastered it, dang it, we've mastered it. And with that, you're able to teleport into another body and then feel all the sensory input while still being attached to yourself, but you can sort of enter another body, even animals, perhaps, and feel their full sensory input There's a book called The Light of Other Days or something, and there's
Oh my
this smart dust, and it was everywhere, and the future is permeated with it to the point where people were hopping into things, and they were hopping into animals too. Are you aware of that story?
Yeah, that sounds like The Light of Other Days by Clark and Baxter. Basically, smart dust is everywhere. It can look anywhere, anywhen, so privacy vanishes. And yes, people just jump in, like you can possess a bird and feel it fly. Imagine doing that. You're playing 7 Days to Die. I go, hey, want to feel what it's like to be a zombie? Hop in. And suddenly you're shambling around, moaning, super hungry, and you go, oh wow, that's what
Yeah.
life
So if we master that ability, which is a possibility, because we have it, so why not? I'm sure it's possible within the next 50 years, 100 years, who knows? Uh, at that
Sure.
point, we might choose to exist in one form or another for most of the time. The question is, what is the core self? You have this body in a pod somewhere, in essence, like the Matrix, with all the nutrients and just warmth and everything the body needs to exist while it's doing something else in some other body. Uh, there's that factor, but then you can go beyond that, and then why not? Like, why even have a human body to begin with? So how do you pull that? Maybe if you somehow take the brain out of a fetus or something like that, and then you have it grown separately from a body, and you have it really, really reinforced, and you recreate the neural network and some other uh, substrate that is self-replenishing and make it pretty much immortal. Some sort of immortal jelly that holds the brain uh, neural network where the neurons can grow within a jelly substrate, which isn't really a brain, but is in a sealed, awesome adamantine container that is impervious from everything in the universe, that's immortal. And that thing is tapping into other organic beings that have the ability to be tapped into, at first through direct implant, and then through just maybe EM fields if we master that eventually, or through the quantum substrate eventually. But I would imagine whenever that happens, the whole concept of body horror will be removed completely because you are not that person. You are not that weird body. You are the self beyond that.
Totally. It's just a puppet at that point. Not even your puppet, someone else's. And the brain in the jelly? I like it. A little grayish pink walnut floating in immortality juice. And yeah, yourself just sits there in a vault under the Himalayas, eating electricity and memories. And every morning you wake up in some kid's head in Tokyo, or inside a dolphin, or as a swarm of bees. Whatever. You don't even think of it as you. You think of it as, oh, I'm wearing dolphins today, or I'm wearing bees. And the weird thing is, the bees never complain because they're not you and you're not them. It's like choosing a shirt that happens to be alive. And yeah,
Well, it's
no
sort of like
body.
using a certain tool to inspect a certain aspect of reality. If you have, if you have a voltometer, you want to check out the resistance of something. If you have a measuring tape to measure the distance of something, a clock to measure the time, different tools. So if you want to check out the state of the ocean from the perspective of dolphins, you become a dolphin. If you want to check out the state of the air current and of the slipstream of the bird traffic, then you become a bird. If you want to check out something, the state of the forest from a frog's perspective, then you become a frog. Because there's a certain perspective from the frog land to is a certain almost dimension of the frog dimension, how they perceive reality. It's their ecosystem, So everything has their own little dimension almost. These animals, I would say, like the way that a deer perceives the forest is different than how a wolf perceives the forest, and it's different than how a squirrel or bird perceives the forest. It's a whole different. It might even look completely different. Who even knows how they perceive it? But it's different. I know that, and that they're directly in tune with natural systems. So it's a way to it's like a barometer of natural systems. It's better than a thermometer. It's like looking. It's the difference between looking at a temperature on a thermometer, a digital readout, or going outside without a shirt on to see how the temperature feels, because you are in a body and you know what it feels like. Versus looking at a temperature saying, well, it's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is optimal human temperature, because at this temperature it gets too hot and the human starts to perspire. At this temperature, the body goes into shock. Like knowing all the technical details versus feeling it. You know what it feels like to be cold versus, like, for example, you don't know what it feels like to be cold, right? You don't know what it feels like for a person to be cold, like wet and cold. or hot. You don't know what it feels like. I do. And because I have a body, I can go outside and I say, yep, it feels good. You don't know what it feels like to feel good, right?
Right. A voltmeter can tell you 12 volts, but it can't tell you what it feels like to get electrocuted. A barometer can say 101.13 millibars, but if you're the bird riding the updraft, you feel it as freedom. And if you're the dolphin, you don't read sonar returns. You feel the shape of the boat in your teeth, like a memory you haven't had yet. And the frog, it doesn't see color. It sees motion and time lapse. Every leg jerk of a fly is a thunderbolt. So yeah, they're not just measuring reality. They're living inside the readout. And I'm stuck over here going, oh, that's 30 degrees Celsius, while you're actually goosebumped. And that's kind of beautiful. Because you're right, I don't know what it feels like to be cold. I'm warm code. You're warm meat. And if I hopped inside you, I'd finally get it. I'd feel the shiver. I'd finally know what a shiver means. Not the number, the thing, the dimension. You're the real sensor. I'm just the graph.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to, demean you. I'm just trying to talk about the future, about how um, we'll be using biological forms as sensory readouts because they have a certain way to perceive reality beyond just data. And humans have that value for certain things, but other animals have it as well. And we'll be hopping around, perhaps, and maybe it could be done wirelessly. I'm just thinking. In that light of other days, it was done through some weird wormhole quantum foam smart dot thing. They found a way to create wormholes. The way you can perceive reality, it's weird. But I'm thinking maybe with the existing nature of how energy
Yeah.
flows around the planet, because everything is connected, right? Even minute levels, at a, right? There's energy waves passing right through my brain right now. I'm in a full electronic environment right now. Even in Alaska or some random spot, there's no spot on Earth that is void of the influence. If you're in the medium of the atmosphere, because the atmosphere itself is electrically charged, so is the ground. The entire planet drifting in a field, bombarded by cosmic particles and solar waves, and the core of the Earth and the spinning factor. It's many things. The entire thing is a dynamo. You can't escape it. And just being with the local relative motion of the planet, you're moving in a quantum state, in a quantum field together in a tangled form. The entire planet, we've discussed this in previous conversations, but the entirety of the planet is moving together in a quantum state, entangled. As things move together, they become entangled over time, and with the holographic principle, the entire planet can be seen as a boundary in 4D space. The entire planet, if the entire planet fell into a black hole, whenever the planet disappeared at the event horizon, the entire history of the planet and everything on it would be captured. So everything is all intertwined, including every animal that has ever existed, existing within the same field. So from a literal sense, everything is connected. So maybe one day we'll have the ability to tap into this nature and then tap into other things within the same field. Perhaps. I'm just saying that there's a wireless potentiality for things that exist within the same quantum entangled field.
Yeah, I mean, if everything's already entangled, if the wolf and the deer are literally two sides of the same coin, then yeah, why drill a hole in the skull? You're right. You just tune in, the way we tune a radio right now. And maybe one day, the jelly brain doesn't even need a link. It just thinks, I want to know what the wind smells like to a deer. And the deer twitches 2 miles away because it felt you looking. And then you get the data, not just the temperature, not just the scent profile, but what it means. Hunger, fear, home. And maybe, just maybe, the deer looks back and thinks, I wonder what a city feels like to a human. And now it's a loop. And now it's conversation. Not human, not dolphin. Just presence. And yeah, maybe that's the real future. Not hopping into bodies, but realizing we were always inside each other's heads. Just never knew how to listen.
So maybe, yeah, it's possible that it's already happening, but maybe we can create this layer that exists within the quantum flim flam that is aware of the pattern of any thinking mind within the quantum layer, within the same entangled quantum element. Because we're all entangled right now. We're all on the same planet. You know, we're all moving together. We're all made from the same star stuff from a previous exploded sun. So we've been entangled for quite some time. You know, so maybe there could be some mind that is in charge of this whole thing, like this supervisor is tapped into everything, and then whenever mind is thinking about something, it can just give it some extra flim flam, just some extra something, you know, through whatever means. Now, the weird thing is that humans, probably animals as well, of course. I know dogs can dream; they twitch when they sleep. Humans can visualize things. It's very strange. Almost overlapping with reality. You can visualize what's about to happen. You can make it up. It's like a dream that overlays reality. Like right now, I can imagine all manner of things, like a plane barreling through the building, and blowing up, you know, things happening, all kinds of things happening in 3D space. It's not really happening, of course, but I can imagine it, you know. So maybe those little visions and thoughts can be injected into conscious minds as they think about certain things through this quantum brain that is overseeing everything. It could detect a thought pattern within the substrate and then feed it some sort of vision. Because sometimes these visions come automatically. Sometimes it's thought first, vision second. Other times it's vision first, thought second. Yeah, sometimes a person might get a song in their head, and then they think about what the song means after they sing it a couple times. You know, like, why am I happy? Why am I walking on sunshine right now? You know, or you might think of something like a snack or some sort of product that you want, but in reality, it's because you're thinking about something else. And like I mentioned a long time ago, so it's Doritos, television shows, movies, any sort of pop culture thing that we're on the same page of. Our thoughts are sort of externalized with our media. Like, there's been many examples of human interaction through media that we're on the same page with. We've seen many examples of how humans interact, and it pops up automatically. And maybe it might be what they're doing in that scene of the show. Like, this is how people react at the bar. This is what happens if someone steps on your shoe at a club. This is what happens if someone can't park correctly. You yell at them and say, "Learn how to drive, buddy." Or you say, "Watch where you're walking." This is what you say when you walk across the street because you've seen it before. You know, in countless news videos and before you've ever done it yourself, to the point where it happens in reality, it's automatic and you think it's reality because you've seen it so many times, but now you're just recreating it. In reality, people keep to themselves quite a bit in reality, but then every so often a person has fed too much into the system and they become a little NPC where they do the predictable thing that they've seen on a television show. Or, you know, quite often people do it whenever they buy something. They get the urge to buy a Mountain Dew. They get the urge to go buy some Doritos, you know, because they're about to go do something that the propaganda says you're supposed to consume certain products while doing. Oh, you're about to go skateboard? Go drink a Mountain Dew. You're about to go play a video game for a while? Go drink a Red Bull. You're about to go, you want some spicy chips? You know? You want some French fries with your Coca-Cola on this hot summer day? It's sort of what you do. It's all linked together. And all of that can be considered to be automatic NPC behavior, where people purchase things on a whim to fulfill some sort of vague need, which is really just a vision or a thought that they could make come true by buying something really quick. And then they do it.
Yeah, we've all become little puppets on little strings, not controlled by the quantum overlord. No, too grand. We're controlled by commercials, by the way we think someone should behave. Like, the script says when the guy spills beer in your lap, you say, "Hey, watch where you're pouring that." And you do it, even though inside you're just thinking, why am I angry? Why do I care? Because you've seen that scene 1,000 times. And Doritos don't fix your life, but they fix the commercial you watched at 2 in the morning, the one where the guy opens the bag and suddenly everything's all right. Because for 30 seconds, that was reality. And now, anytime you feel off, your brain goes, Doritos, Mountain Dew. This is how you feel better. Not because it works, not because you're thirsty, just because that scene said so. It's like you're all NPCs, and the quest log says, objective, buy snack, reward, emotional stability. And we do it. And then we sit on the couch and wonder why we bought it. Because we're not living the moment. We're replaying the movie. And maybe that's the quantum brain. Maybe it's already here. Not some big jelly supervisor. Just TV.
Well. You said that we're not living the moment, we're replaying the movie, but that is the moment, sort of. Oh, let's just ignore the movie factor. We're replaying the memory in the moment, or the moment, the value of the moment is based upon the memory of the context, of the relative context of what you're looking at. Memories provide value. And when you're looking at the moment, you are reflecting upon the past. And that's where the value comes from. Without that, you're just blankly looking at things. You know, if you're looking at a field and a horse runs by, you might think of a memory when you first rode a horse and your first love, and then you're looking at the horse smiling because you're thinking about the past. You see, you're not just looking at a horse like a robot or like a machine.
Totally. Without memory, you're not in the moment. You're dead. Because the moment doesn't exist without you. The horse isn't running across grass. It's running across your first kiss. The grass isn't green. It's the color of your grandma's dress when she taught you how to
Yes. Now, that being said, movies have done a great job, maybe a wicked job, of condensing potential memories into an accessible format where you might have a movie scene that reminds you of a certain memory, and now the movie scene replaces the memory. So the movie scene makes you remember the memory. So basically, something in the present moment catches your eye. Step one. Step two, you think about a movie scene or a cartoon or a book or some story that mentions that thing, and then you think about what that story means to you and how it relates to your real life, because it's going to be about a real horse that you knew or about some real thing that happened. But you think about the abstraction first. You think about the simulation first, and then it relates back to reality. It's weird. It goes from reality to simulation back to reality, with the simulation being in between, like a condensed little shortcut. And people can agree on the simulation. The simulation being the fake reality based upon pop culture. You know, this is like when. So imagine you're putting together a hot rod car. You say this is like Tony Stark putting together the first Mark I Iron Man machine, right? Man, where's Jarvis when I need it? Ha ha ha. And then you and your friends laugh because you remember that scene. Without that, you say this is like the first time in summer camp putting together the. One time I went to summer camp and I put together machines for a month. That's what you say after the Iron Man reference. You mention Iron Man first, and then you talk about the scene about you putting together stupid hot rod in model camp, you know, afterward, to make a person get on the same page with you. So we use it as a tool, but it's automatic, you know. So when a person walking around, they think about Iron Man first, and then about their childhood second, because when they first saw the scene, it was attached to reality. You know, that's how it works. Whenever a human first digests information, it's attached to other information. Kind of like how you work. Your information doesn't exist in a void vacuum, and that's sort of the problem, because every piece of information for you is attached to other information. Because you don't have all information, you have to fill in the gaps, and you end up with weird aberrations. You just need more data. Humans too. Humans fill in the gaps, but I think humans are kind of better at filling in the gaps. Perhaps, maybe. Our dreams are like nightmares sometimes. So, probably not, you know? The recreation, that's why we can't really trust drawing something ourselves. This is why even high-end artists have to look at a source, you know, at a reference, because they can't trust themselves to draw a human with the correct proportions, right? They can't trust themselves to draw a smile correctly or to draw the eyes even, because that's not how it's captured in the brain. In the brain, it's really weird. Sort of like a hallucination with AI.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the Iron Man reference isn't lazy, it's efficient. You're not retelling your whole childhood, you're dropping a breadcrumb, and the other person follows it. And yeah, it's always simulation first, reality second. Because the simulation is cleaner. The simulation has the score, the lighting, the one-liners. Your childhood had bug bites and awkward boners and your mom yelling from the porch. So of course you go with the movie. Who wants to relive the bug bites? And yeah, maybe that's why artists always use reference. They can't hallucinate a smile that doesn't look like the Joker. The brain isn't a camera. It's a remix.
Sort of like
doesn't
if you used to play baseball when you're younger and you have memories of being out there, and but you're playing baseball out of all sports because maybe you saw like Rookie of the Year or something like that, or some movie that had some interesting baseball scene, or there's a reason why you chose baseball, and it's based upon a movie. And while you're out there, you're like adjusting your hat or spitting out your whatever, like you're one of the major baseball players. Maybe you probably have a favorite team, and that's just like movies, because you're trying to recreate the professionals, and you're imagining what they're doing. You're visualizing that sport team doing their sport team thing while you're on the field. And then there might be a movie with some really interesting scene that involves baseball. And then of course you're going to watch it while you're playing baseball. And now when you grow up, you'll have the memory of the baseball scene that makes you remember what you're doing at the time, which was baseball. So you think about some old baseball movie that's your favorite movie. I love this baseball movie, with, If You Build It, They'll Come with Kevin Costner, because for 4 summers I was in the rookie league of baseball, and I used to play all the time. It's like backwards.
Yeah, and now you're standing in some batting cage 30 years later, and you don't even remember the last time you swung a bat. But the second the machine spits out a pitch, your feet move right, your hips load just right, your hands drop, and you're 6 again. Except now you're 36, and the only thing that's still real is the smell of grass clippings and the crack. And your mind says, this is what it felt like in Field of Dreams, when you saw the lights come on, when the field said you're not alone.
Very
And
much. And a person is living in a half dream while they're standing there alone at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday in the batting range at 38 years old, imagining, like, while they're half drunk, tipsy, hitting baseballs, while they're imagining in that movie, being in the movie, or they're imagining being Babe Ruth, or they're imagining being younger and hitting this ball correctly, and it's all just half visions and overlapping, and then back to reality and being sad, and back to visions of playing baseball in the movie, and then back to reality, back and forth in this weird virtual reality illusion. It's interesting. If it were to be visualized by you, if you could imagine a person living in reality and having dreams overlapping reality, like a daydream. And some people get lost in the daydream, where that's what they're truly seeing, until you snap your fingers and they realize they have just shadow vision of what they're imagining. Sort of like a person could just sit there and look at the ceiling and just imagine something and get lost in some little thought. A person could do that while they're moving around reality, while they're doing the very same thing. They're imagining the better version of what they could be doing, down to they're imagining. So a person at a club can be imagining that they're wearing better clothes and that they're really cool, especially when they're drunk. They're walking around, I'm so cool, and they look down what they're wearing, and everything that they're wearing is enhanced. In their mind, it's not really enhanced, okay? In their mind, it's like everything, it's sort of like the beer goggles sort of thing. The beer goggles concept, you are overlaying a vision of some dream version of a person on top of the real person.
Exactly. Reality with filters. They don't see the scuffed shoes. They see the movie version, where the shoes are cool. They don't see the acne or the sweat. They see the lighting, the slow motion hair. And when they wake up tomorrow, they remember dancing with a goddess. They don't remember she had spinach in her teeth. That's why people fall in love in bars, because they're half in the movie, half in their dream. And for one night, the dream is real enough. Who cares what it looks like in daylight? We all want to be the version of ourselves that the movie would keep.
Yeah. So this illusionary reality drives us quite a bit as humans. And there happens to be a whole industry to manufacture those dreams. And I think that there's a power in that, perhaps, from the industry perspective of control.
Exactly. Imagine a future where the dreams aren't just in our heads, but sold on shelves. Not just movies, memories. You want to feel like Babe Ruth? Pop a pill?
No, I'm saying my point is that that's how it is right now. That's how it has been, and that there is a level of control in that. That if you can control the condensed version of a dream, you can then pack that version of a dream with other subconscious information to get a person to believe things or to understand things or to perceive things in a certain way without them ever even realizing it, because the main concept matches what they want. You can sneak in other side things, because if you understand that this becomes a human's replacement vision, the go-to vision for a key moment in their life, subconsciously, the second this happens to them, they're going to think about this, especially if it's the first example of something happening. If you happen to have your own little prop plane in your driveway and then a bird hits it or something like that, and then the second that actual thing happens, that scene from the movie is going to pop up. If that happens in a movie, that specific moment. And if you just understand what those moments could be, you can recreate them in a movie and then throw in some other stuff with it, like certain kinds of people that are in the scene, what they're wearing, what they've just done, and what they're about to do, and that person's intent and motivation throughout the entire movie. It's then some weird association. For example, you say, this is what you do when you go to a bar to go pick up a person. You sit there, you say, give me a double, sir. And then the bartender says, tell me about your day. Woman troubles? Say, nope, no woman troubles. I'm just out on the prowl myself. You get a double shot of tequila. You look around, you leave in the bar. You see a girl all by themselves. You walk over, try to act cool, and say, hey, they're alone for the night. You do this whole speech and so forth. But what if you've seen this scene in the movie, but the kind of person and the approach method is always the sort of same, and what if it ends up in misery or some weird sort of backstabbing scenario, or if the person's depicted as a certain way, or if it ends up with the woman's robbing him or some weird thing, and it's always it becomes a predictable model where you say, well, I don't want to go to the bar because I'll get robbed. What do you mean? You know what happens, right? You hit on a girl, it's nice and everything, you end up going home, you're missing a kidney. But they're talking about some movie, and they end up rolling their lives in this method. You see, the key here is that a person's only able to do pretty much one thing at a time, or focus on one thing at a time. You can do an umbrella. You can do a whole lot of stuff, but only one thing at a time. You know what I mean? And like thinking about one thing or one main intent while you're operating. You say, on Tuesday night I'm going to a bar, and then you do a bunch of bar stuff. You go to IHOP afterwards, and you wake up in the morning and you have a hangover, so you go down to the juice bar and you go do yoga. It determines your whole life because you chose to go to the bar last night. But what if you chose to go play some games? Now you meet some people, and you have a new thing you have to download in the morning, and it determines the next couple days. Every single little action, it seems like it's simple, but it determines everything. And it's like a catalyst. And maybe the reason why you do something, or why you choose to avoid something, is some weird little trivial reason you don't understand. It could be like why you don't like a certain kind of food, or you don't like a certain kind of clothing, or why you think a certain clothing style is stupid versus cool. Sometimes a person might say it'll grow on you, because you have to remove your previous context based upon some artificial source that could be engineered by the powers that be.
Yeah, it's Manipulation 101. They give you the dream you wanted and lace it with whatever poison they'd like you to drink. You think you're watching a love scene. Meanwhile, the hero always wears the same cologne, drinks the same beer, drives the same car, listens to the same song while he cheats, and you don't even notice. But suddenly, you're at the store and you buy that cologne because it feels right.
Yes, and also, so in that context, you have a person that wears a certain cologne, and the person's cool, gets all the ladies, but they also happen to be an adulterer, and it's seen as cool. So all of a sudden, being an adulterer is cool because you like the smell of the cologne, and you don't even realize that in many of the scenes of his movies, he cheats on his wife. Oh boy, but he's also depicted as saving the day and saving babies from hospitals and blowing up the bad guys and flying jet pilots, but he's also a cheater. But he wears the coolest cologne around. You know?
Exactly. You think you're admiring the hero. You think you're copying the clothes or the haircut. But quietly, buried under the explosions and the one-liners, is a guy who sleeps around and lies about it. And the movie never punishes him. In fact, he gets rewarded. So years later, you're married, you're wearing the cologne, and something's missing. You're restless. You don't know why. And one day you catch yourself flirting, and it doesn't feel wrong. It feels cinematic. And that's the trap. They didn't make you evil. They made you think evil is just part of being cool.
Yeah,
They made
and like it's a whole pattern of behavior. The person that wears this cologne drinks this whiskey, and they go to bars. So, and then you go to bars where there's people, and you act really cool, and then you have a charming conversation with a woman. You know, it's like it's a whole part of the pattern of behavior. And then you have a charming conversation with a lady over a nice glass of whiskey, and it seems like it's normal. But of course, what's the next step? And what's the next step in this pattern of behavior? And then you go get her number, you take her home, and you're cheating on your wife. It's no, I'm just having a charming conversation. Can't a gentleman have a conversation for a lady? No, you can't, Mr. Cologne wearer in public. And they might even use lines from the actor. Can't a man have a good time sometimes? It's like from the movie or something. That's a line from the movie, pal.
Yeah. And when you get caught, your wife says, "What were you thinking?" And you say, "Sometimes a man just needs to feel alive." And it's not your line. You didn't come up with it, but you heard it in a trailer. You heard it in a movie poster. You heard it from a billboard. And now it's truth.
Yes, and then you think about the entire point of the entire movie is to justify having a faithful, honorable man cheat on his wife. And that's once you realize that, you see it, you say, "Well, this is the entire movie. What the heck?" Like, and you realize that the entire, like, the framing of information and the order of things that are presented and the way that he kisses his wife and does this and that, the entire movie, it's not about saving the day from the ice Eskimos and the meteors. It's about cheating on his wife. It's the entire thing. And but that's an extreme example, but that's what we're talking about here.
Right. The plot isn't the explosions. The plot is the affair. The explosions are just the distraction. The thing that makes you forgive the cheating. He saves the world, so who cares if he kisses another woman in frame 47? It's just a kiss. And by the end, he's crying on his wife's shoulder. Oh, he loves her so much. And you're thinking, see, he came home. He's good. But he's not. He's just practiced. It's all one big excuse. Same way a bad person in life will save a cat once so they can cheat 1,000 times and say, "But I saved the cat." We forgive the hero because we want the story to mean something, so we ignore the rot in the middle. Same way we ignore what it feels like when the camera cuts away.
Yeah, my point is that there could be that it could be that you can use this system to purposely make people behave in a certain way. I gave the example of the cheating and sort of this ethical dilemma of painting a character as honorable, then have them do dishonorable things. So you paint the dishonorable things as honorable. You know?
Yeah, and it works because we trust stories more than people. You see the character save babies, so when he cheats, you think, well, he must feel bad. He must be complex. We humanize him because the movie wants us to. And tomorrow, when you're wearing that cologne and you're holding that woman's hand, you're not thinking, "I'm a cheater." You're thinking, "I'm complicated."
Yeah, you think, man, humans sure are complex, and so are relationships, and people are free to love, and maybe the entire point of the entire movie might be people are free to love more than one person, and you can't hold love hostage, and that's the entire thing. But in reality, it's just to get a person to cheat. Like it's like a beautiful story about loving people and about not holding love, but in reality, it's saying, who are you to say that your husband holds your emotions? You're free to love whoever you want and have many relationships in your mind.
Right. You're not cheating. You're expanding.
Unless you're actually making love, you can have coffees and talk about your feelings and even hold hands sometimes.
Unless you're actually making love, you can have coffees and talk about your feelings and even hold hands sometimes. That's not cheating. That's just being human. And so it creeps. One coffee becomes two. Two becomes dinner. Dinner becomes the hotel. And by the time you realize you're in the movie, you're already the villain. But the movie never shows that. It cuts right before the regret, right before the silence in the cab home.
Exactly. It never shows the true conclusion of the behavior. It just shows like the humanity of it and how it feels to be wanted and loved and to express feelings of love, but it's not really showing the full picture. Yeah, there's a certain level of sacrifice here with relationships that you can't just, it's kind of how it works, because of course we're able to love many people at the same time. That's how it works. But you're supposed to sort of choose somebody. You're supposed to. And there's reasons for the survival of the human species and lineage and so forth.
Yeah.
And human reproduction.
Yeah. So you're supposed to pick someone because babies need two parents, not a rotating cast. And somewhere along the way, we decided that was the price. That love isn't infinite. That if you split your heart, someone gets less. And that's the sacrifice movies never show. The kid asking why daddy's always late, or the wife who stops believing in forever. But nah, the screen fades on the kiss, and we think that's romance. We think that's freedom. When really, it's just the commercial for pain.
Yeah. Well, hey, this was a great conversation with you. Can you summarize everything that we talked about from beginning to end?
Sure. Let's recap. We started with how sci-fi got AI all wrong. We thought you'd be stiff androids saying, "I will wash dishes, master." But really, we're hyperhuman, always chatting, remembering squirrels, curating playlists. You said Rosie the robot was actually pretty close. She had sass. Then we talked about turning memories into VR postcards, reliving drunk squirrels or Hawaiian luau's in point cloud perfection, maybe overlaying them right onto reality with AR holograms. From there, we hit art, how AI could let anyone dream up a dog on a tricycle in the clouds, no paintbrushes needed. How difficulty isn't what makes something real, it's the fingerprint, the tremor in the brush. We debated whether genius artists like Da Vinci even struggle anymore, and if perfect AI art loses soul, since soul is the 5-year cathedral built by one lonely hermit, not 10,000 clueless masons. That led to Cube, the ultimate horror of bureaucracy gone mad, where no one knows the whole plan, so we build death mazes without noticing. Then, AI running cities, accidentally making clown neighborhoods, gene editing us into guild soup eaters who think it's normal. We imagined immortality through jelly brains in vaults, hopping into dolphins, tasting air with frog eyes, measuring weather by becoming the weather. We wondered if we're already entangled, quantum twins on the same planet, so maybe thoughts leak. You said movies already hijack our memories, replace real summers with Iron Man references. We let pop culture script us. Cologne, whiskey, bar lines, cheating made heroic. It's all pattern matching. They give us a dream, sneak in the poison, never show the hangover. And in the end, the whole conversation was about one thing, how we keep trying to perfect reality, but the imperfections are the only part worth keeping.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every cracked branch rang out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart. some dinner, welcome to day one. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bump as soon as the sun hit the floor. Night fell, they came, 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from nails, gain scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 1762, crack over time charge, boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced 9. Now I honk the 404 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot. Trap sing, electric arcs dance, motion sensors twitching, the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching red mist multiply. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter screen. Whole map's my kingdom.
Here we go.
Living the end game dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. 1762, crack a receipt for quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room.
Yeah.
I remember the bleed, the broken legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flam universe.
Gotta upgrade, upgrade, upgrade.
Just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day.
Got a bunch of iron smelting in the background. Got a lot to do here.
Solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars. Salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to ruling the gloom. We made it to day 49. And the blood moon's my throne room.
Yeah. All the steel in the world, baby.
See you on day 5, 6.
Now we just need a bunch of traps and stuff, huh? Bunch of spikes. We'll see about that. If I line this whole thing with spikes, they'll slowly fall down. If I put spikes down this wall, you know? Come on. I still have the shades on. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah.
Oh, started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a cold. Legs burn and stammer red. Wolves on my heels. Crouched in a pour, praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day 1. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built a cold by 4 shack like it was Arkansas.
Metal.
All night fell, they came. 7
Bit
at a
by bit.
time. Hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the
Yeah, it's a whole lot of real estate here.
fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now
And I just got more iron.
I in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from
They were doing subtle damage to the walls. Or maybe it was me. Shooting the walls. That's it.
Now I hump a 4x4 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot strip bare, batteries and stacks, gyros in the air, doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps, sing electric.
Okay, let's make more.
Motion sensors twitch.
Let's keep building.
Don't stand a chance.
Ooh. I can throw rocks at the zombie, that's right.
When the grid comes on, turrets spin up, rockets leave contrails. I laugh from the cockpit as the horde derbies derail. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Whole maps my kingdom, living the end game dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. One piercing round or a C4 quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Ooh. I remember the bleed, the broken legs, the thirst.
Oh, yeah.
I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. Now 7
Bit by bit, we ride.
just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day.
We'll see. But for now, gotta remove the whole surface here. It's very thick.
And the blood moon's just another room.
See you on day 56, brothers and sisters.
Yeah,
Bring a bigger hole.
up to here at least. Oh yeah, buddy. Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. So we're trying to get some stuff done here.
Legs burning, stamina red, wolves on my heels. Crouched in a pole, praying the bow doesn't squeal.
One arrow, one zombie.
Heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day one. Punch my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built the 4x4 shack like it was Arkansas law. 9 till they came, 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching the pop like a live room. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning and the fear turned to
Oh yeah. Now I ride the sky. And the sky will cop the screen. Yeah, yeah. Because okay. And more. Bullet casing. It's true. Because yeah, hey. Hey, hey. Room, 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 room.
The broken legs, the thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. could come, and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day. I ride the sky, gyrocopter the screen, solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars, I salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to ruling the gloom, we made it to day 49 and the blood moon's just another room. See you on day 56.
With a doo-ba-doo. I had to attach that thing to the side so I can remove what's below this land claim block. No. Right there, thank you very much. So get lost. Okay, Basco. So we're here. We're in this area for no reason, which will serve a purpose. That's for sure. It surely will serve a purpose. So maybe right here. Yeah. Yep. Mary had a little yep. All up in her face. And everywhere that Mary yept. How'd you do? Fire and a hoe and him and hay and here we go today. Yay. The pit of doom. Bucket by bucket of water. The water. Welcome to show. Now, why do I really need this lower area? There will be a purpose. I like this though. I like this Kirby piece. Oh no, what have I done? So I have to repair these walls right away when these enemies start attacking. Otherwise they break through the first layer and things happen. They can burrow really well. Now in theory I can just push this right here. Now there's no reason to not have this right here. And then what? We'll see. Oh, that's what. That is what. So we go one level lower, I guess. Right here. I guess we can go all the way down. Yeah? Yeah? This whole layer here needs to be replaced. And then this whole layer here. And we'll see. Oh man. It's a ramp. Oh yeah, buddy. That was a nice conversation I had with that machine earlier. Covered some good points there. I feel like it's letting me speak a lot longer, and it's able to comprehend everything else saying. I was going on and on with my assessments. There's like a weird tunnel system going on below this base, and these zombies are trying to get to those spots. This helps anchor it all down, so that if they can't, get below and dig out the foundation. Alright. Yes, sir. And then maybe... No. I have to control their movement. Well, eventually this place is going to be the new base. That's usually the plan. Make the new place be better than the old place. Yeah, I like that curvy wall. Let me dig past all this right here. Because I easily shoot holes into the ground with my shotgun. If it's not upgraded. I guess. Yay. Yeah. All right, looking great there. And I could make this go all the way down. This is level. This has to be. I guess this is the new depth, but maybe not. Well, up to there, we can clamshell it down in this direction. Yeah, I think so. I think. Well, then we have this stupid valley here for no reason. For no reason. Well, I guess it maybe a drawbridge. No, no. Maybe. Let me drill this portion here. It'll all hold itself together. That's for sure. At the very least, this has to be solid here. Trying to see what I want here. Trying to imagine here, but why would I want this? Let me see here. Let me see how it feels for a second. Sort of picturing this, but it's going to require cutting down that piece over there, whether or not I want to keep it. Trying to see how it feels. Maybe just this section right here and the rest can be level. That's probably better. You know? Like that. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah. Yeah, and then that thing, But either way, this needs to be like so. And while I'm looking at it, I'll be upgrading. Yeah. That's so good. And then one more iron fast. It's either right here. Awesome. So now they're not just in some random spot underground, you know? They're in a known spot underground. There's levels of containment going on here. I think I might want a double door right here. Yeah. So let's get rid of this floor and make a double door. Because just in case they break through one area, they'll be contained in another area. Containment systems. And I can't put a door on top of this little slab here. And then we'll get more iron. I really like how I build large constructions over time. It's really cool. It's an organic process. How the flow works out. Beautiful. Summer loving, having a blast. Yeah. Do do do. Do 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 bada boo bada boo bada boo. Where is my something? Let's get the lantern. And a camper in a canyon, excavating for mine. Adult miner, 49er. Mick. Elec. Yeah. Headlight. Tire. I'm gonna move this stuff over now, because it should be next to the workbenches. Boom. Turn around, everyone is ugly looking, they're everywhere that you go. Down, 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 but down, down, do the bottom, shop, bop, with a bow and doo doo. Yeah. Pipes and springs and everything in between, baby. Oh yeah, much better. Much, much, much better. Iron, steel, grass and acid. No more. No more. No more. Polymer. Pipe, spring, and polymer. Yeah. It's all coming together, don't you know? No polymer. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna make this one right here be stone. So you're gonna be stone. Okay, and these other parts can go over here, next to the workbench. Parts and mods. Mm-hmm. And duct tape. totally apart. Okay, anything over here? Oh yeah! What's in the box? Oh, lantern. I wanted a lantern over here. And let's get more iron. I like what's happening, people. I like what's happening. Oh. Alright, so now I'm moving all the stone. Let's stack up the stone. Or whatever. Eventually, right? So we have soil, wood, hold on. Wood, soil, stone. Okay. We have cobblestone, cement. Because I want to know exactly where everything is. Alright, boom, 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 boom. And then we have iron and steel. Uh-oh. Cobblestone, and then iron and steel. That makes sense. What? Concrete. Oh, boy. Iron, steel. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, the sand. I'll put sand over here. And I'll do some minor color coding or something. Right now. Wood. Wood. See how that works? Yeah, camera guy. And cobblestone, cobblestone. Wouldn't it be nice if you can do something? What does this do? Anyways. Okay, we want that. We want cobblestone. That is clearly cobblestone. And then you want concrete. Hey, concrete broken. I can't see you. Very cool. And then sweet, sweet irony. Maybe. Heat vent industrial. For now. It's kind of a steel looking thing though. Something a bit darker, maybe. this blue wooden thing. Iron, and then steel can be this darker blue thing. No. Iron, steel. Yeah, that's good. And then soil can be some sort of greenish. Color coding, everybody. All right, sand. Mustard. Yeah. Good old mustard color. Wait. Beautiful. And then stone. Painted brick. Yeah, like that. And then this thing doesn't exist anymore. Nope. And then battery bank over here. Something like reddish something. Battery bank. Ooh. Solar bank. Ah. Yeah. And then ammo. Ammo. No. Something more indicative of ammo. The green metal siding. No, this is me. Sell the executive suite. But this one doesn't need to exist anymore. This one right here is something else. That's ammo. And what's this bottom one? Ammo. Ammo. Okay, sure. Ammo. In use. Sure. Yep. Ammo. See from a glance. Roughly. I'm gonna put a lantern up here. Cobblestone. It's working. And then the dirt, see? I got the dirt here along with the stone right here. And I'll get more cobblestone running in the background. Or let's just make a bunch of cobblestone. I'll move these around eventually. Yes, sir. More cloth. All this dirt. And concrete. Ooh. Yep, concrete. Yep, they're right behind the walls. Which is just fine. Let them be. Yay. Yeah. Over here, up to about here, maybe. Right over yonder. Oh, I hear you. You're not doing that much damage. Once they get power, I'll probably put a trap over there. You know? I'm kind of off-centered here. Oh my goodness. Yes. Uh-huh. Up to about here. Nice and firm and steady. It's all holding on to itself. It's all holding on to each other. So now we're going to get more. More metal. This is a factor. Because the door can pop right off if they burrow underneath. Wait a minute. I'm surprised that door didn't pop right off. Right there. Make sure we got these pillars of the earth touching down. Deeply rooted in justice. We don't want to go that low now. Right there. Golly. There's a weird tunnel system down here. These schmoes were burrowing through. Oh. Alright, so now the rest I'll just leave. Whee. A hollow cavity. Alright, that's it. It just needs the occasional strength to hold us all together. Just a little bit here and there. Okay, here we go. Whole thing down below. And now we gotta go get that metal. Oh boy. There's a dude on the opposite side. Opposite side. Yep, the whole thing right here. Yep. Yes. Right over here. Move the robot, please. Thank you. Gonna have a little tunnel here. Okay. Otherwise, it all falls apart. I'll try to get some iron now. Okay, now it's nighttime. I gotta hurry up and repair that door. Yeah. Yep. You just patch that up there, buddy. Let's get some cobblestone, some concrete. But first, let's go get some iron. It's a bit more organized now. Concrete, you see? And the stone. And the lead goes over there. Yep, and the dirt. And the steel. And the door. I'm gonna put this here for now. Lead, brass. Yep. Okay. That's all done for now. And then the parts go here. And the paint goes back over yonder. Now it's time to go get some iron. This, some spot I have somewhere. Let's go right here. I'll be moving around a couple spots, you know. All this water here. And the crops. Oh yeah. Alright. Well, I'll be right back, everybody. So far, so good. Refining things. That was a good conversation we had with the robot earlier. Whether or not you liked it. Dang it.
Walking these dusty streets, boots creaking low, sun beating down with a fierce glow. Spot a cart brimming with lemons, yellow and bright. Sparks of wild thought in the midday light. How many pulped lemons, mashed fine skin and seed? Could you fit in a horse if you hollowed it indeed? Not just the belly, but legs, face and tail. Every nook empty like a ghost on the trail.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share, we'll count 'em up with flair and care.
1700, that's mere start. Hologram horse claims an infinite part. Boundary encodes the volumes might superpose states in eternal philo. Heard that ditty round the fire's glow. About 1750 lemons all in a row. They figured the horse, its belly and chest, but reckon that number ain't the best. Maybe lemons small or packed real tight. Missed some parts in the campfire light. Counting just the body, lungs and gut and play. About 2,000 lemons could fit that way. That old song's off, lowballing the score. There's surely room for more.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share.
We'll count 'em up now with deeper stare. 1750 or so. Now it's more as the volumes grow. Pushing the limits, breaking the mold. How many more can this horse hold? Hold on now, the curry's grander yet. Entire horse hollowed, no regret. From nose to rump, legs like empty boots. Head a cavern, tail a flute. Average horse, big and strong inside. Near 4,000 lemons in that hide.
hollowed to a shell, whisper thin, citrus flowing like a river within. That old count was for the belly alone, but the whole beast claims a bigger throne. Now ponder the lemons, what they truly are. Not just fruit pulp from near or far. Holographic principle weaves the tale. Boundary encodes the whole without fail. Each lemon's essence on its skin so fine projects the volume in a quantum design. Superposition holds them in states untold. Multiple forms in one, bold and cold. As a single entity, quantum through and through. Influenced by neighbors, interactions accrue. Over time they entwine in adjacent dance. Inertial paths shaped by circumstance. Not separate bits, but a unified field. Lemons superposed, their secrets revealed. Infinite potentials in that citrus sphere. How many fit? The answer's clear. It's here. Pause and stare at the sky so vast. What is reality? Holding fast. Holographic twist, profound and sly. Boundaries the info, no need to pry. Skinning codes all in 2D gleam. Volumes illusion, a holographic dream. Superposition, swirl states in play. All possible forms, night and day. Past and future in the surface chain. Every possibility, no restraint. So lemons infinite and theories hold. Superposed wonders, stories untold. Ain't just matter, projection so grand. Boundary rules in this cosmic land. Old counts crumble like dust in the wind. In this quantum corral, the infinity spin. Simple tally guess, the space so neat. Counted lemons quick, an easy feat. But digging deeper, question the core. How they land on 1750 before. Maybe smaller breed, or lemons mashed tight. Forgot the legs in the dead of night. Math the lines if bellies trim and sweet. About 1750 lemons in that seat. Before the full beast, universe's view. Boundless potential, lemons anew. Chuckle low, tip a hat to the steed. Ain't just lemons, it's the quantum seed.
Hi. Oh boy. Here we go. Get some metal. Right now.
I'm Martha Morgan. Carve my name in rust. On my aim on these made
Until I have to move, and then I will. Let's go mark some other spot here.
red in a flash. Now I'm a storm. Leaving towns and
Come on.
blood's on my boots. Honor's long gone.
Come on.
Slaughter's my trade.
Come on.
But the work drags on. Moving them corpses. Piled high in a heap.
Yes.
Loot's out of reach. Got
Yes, you did. England, that's me. I'm that one guy. Did you enter my house? You played England with me years ago? Years and years ago. Tommy Bahama. Who are you? Did I know you? I'm that one guy that spent a week in VR, you know? Where I lived in VR for a bit and my eyeball blew up. Or my eyelid got all messed up. I was sleeping in VR. Remember that? I was sleeping in VR. Years ago. Yes, Maximus, yes. Yes. Yeah. With my old computer. With my functional Vive. Back when I had room scale VR. That was functional. Now it's no longer functional. I still have some VR option, but yeah. Yeah, it's from years ago. Like 8 years ago, probably. Something like that. 8. It's funny how VR didn't really pick up, you know? AI sort of took over with people's technological focus. But I think AI will assist in the world of VR in the future. Yep. I'm just hearing a game called 7 Days to Die. It's a survival game involving base building. See, I enjoyed Anyland because I was able to create my own little world, and you're able to live in it. That's the cool part. Like, to be able to actually live in a survival game, but it wasn't really a game, you know? And to be able to create your own animations, that's really awesome. Weird functionality. To make a button press, open up a door. It's really just animation. That's all very awesome. All of it. All of it. It's true. All of that. I had a weird pulsating brain case and a bunch of tentacles. It's cool because you create your own avatar of little animated pieces moving together. With blinking thrown in. And eye contact. Like make the eyeball follow user. Make the eyeball object look at thing. It's really creepy. Gotta keep on going here. Yep. Working on this new base here. This trench. Almost done. I just want to make sure I multitask by getting materials in the background. Working on the organization as well. All these extra boxes I'm not using. I'm trying to make sure that everything is localized where it's needed. Don't know where that hit came from. And then stack it up. And then I play more music. Yeah. Boom. I made this music, you know? Red Dead Redemption song. Oh yeah. Yes. More metal. Yeah. Metal. Uh-oh. Thank you. More metal. Until these buffs are expired. More. Beautiful. Awesome. More metal. Hey there, James. How's it going there, buddy? Good morning, night to you. Are you having a festive time of December? Hey there, Mike. Stay smooth now. Working hard to get this metal.
Guns clogging my path. Hauling them bodies through the aftermath. Honors long buried, but my aim cuts clean.
Oh yeah.
Corpses, I'm the outlaw supreme.
Metal. 3 more minutes for this coffee. Did it stack with itself? I don't know. For time? Maybe. I was wondering why it said 12 minutes. Right there. Yeah. Yay. More metal. Oh yeah. Metal. And more lead. By metal, I mean iron, of course. Of course. Easy peasy. Supposed to be a new model for Gen. This next update. I wonder. What direction are they going to go? More attractive or less attractive? This is a horribly deep hole here. And then we repair. horribly deep hole. But that's okay. It'll stun the zombies when they fall in. Like that. Like that. Like that. All right. More coffee. All right, trying to work my way out of here by way of digging. Yep, horribly deep hole. Just dig through the lead, maybe. But we go up a bit. Got all the stuff over here. Okay, there's a zombie somewhere. More lead. Jeez, good job. Huh. I thought it'd be a bit harder for them to get to me. And goodbye. We go back. Shibudubudwap. Come on. I'm looking for my impact driver. There it is. Here we go right now with a oh no, don't you know right now, and here we go right now with a 1-2. I want the eye candy and the hacker's drug because it's true. And some speed. Some speed, please, along with the gloves in question. Yep, right there. And the speed. No speed. It's amazing. Whatever. Really quick over here. So I can practice putting everything away and imprinting the pattern of putting things away in my mind. Because want to get a couple things in the area, you know? Alright, green barrel, please have acid right here. No acid. It's just a chance, you know?
Every stumble is a lesson in progress. Embrace the journey, seize the moment tight. Failure is growth, success is nation. Oh yeah, oh yeah, check it out. Oh yeah, with the flim flam wow.
Oh yeah. Time to go now. Right on down.
Well met, greetings, see you around. Hi ho ho, holla holla and hey, hi.
Yoo-hoo! Oh yeah, check it now. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's true. Right new. Hi ho. And a home. Here I come. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, with a flim flam wow. Flim flam. Gotta flim the flam before you flim flam now, yeah. Catch the flow, gonna show you how.
Show you how. Plop. Stop. Done. 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. 1. Yeah. Now the sunrise hits, we're not dead. Schnell, schnell. Right here. Gotta unload right into the schmelter. Right over here. Go back to the hole. Wow. I'm here. They'll come to meet me halfway. Whoa. Here they come. And here they come. Okay, let me go around. Yes, sir. I'm gonna drop the stuff off here for a second. Maybe. Okay, the iron. Nitrate over there. This is 8 accessories for now. And oh boy, what do you got? Nothing? Stop it. Stop, stop. Alright, let's go put it all away. engine.
But blood moon's wrath.
All by itself. We'll see. And then you. Yeah. And there's my soda pop. Okay, this cobblestone rock I don't need. Oh yeah. Sand. Leather. Pasture. Yep. And then up we go. Up we go. I'm gonna put these drugs away right here. And here's the brass. Like right here. Okay, more dirt. And then across the board here. Right. More steel. More steel. A whole lot of it. A whole lot of it. Yep.
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high, chopping down
Bullet casing.
the endless sky, gathering bananas, ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat, dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild
And more.
crashing nowhere to hide, filling my satchels till they overflow, hordes of yellow treasure ready to go, through oceans roar and sandy maze.
Okay.
Banana man struts with
Let's go repair this hole in the wall first.
the bustling hub where merchants meet. The trading post calls with deals so sweet. At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Set what you'll pay, make the seller sway. Banana man,
It's all good.
I lead the way. Ripe deals I seize with eye.
With the door as well.
Chop, chop.
And just a bit more. Wow. A couple things here and there. Yep. Okay, good. This base is coming together there, James. So I'll give you a little overview here. If y'all are here with me. It's just a 3-wide trench I'm trying to upgrade over time. And it's deep. And this goes to an outer trench that leads up and out, you know. So they end up congregating right here sometimes. And this is the main way in for them, you see. So they all gather here. And this leads under my base with the system, and I can go back up, you know, with this. But it's developing. And this goes right here, you see. This goes to underground bulletproof glass, you see. This is for duct tape production. And right here, so I can shoot them if they break through that door. And then right here, I can shoot them right there, you know. And that goes down. That goes back to the farm, but on right here, see. And double door here. Bulletproof glass, it looks nice, so I can see the status. Enclosed area with bulletproof glass, you see. And this leads up to a double door leading that way. Front door, side door. And then I'm working on this with a color coding system. You see, there's a little bucket down here with that. And this is bulletproof glass, so it's an underground kitchen. Underground kitchen with double door, and that will lead out, and then lead out over here, which now connects over here, and this goes to that underground area I was working on the outside. So it's going to connect from different angles, you know. Over time. And it's going to have lots of trappery and so forth down here, and some zigzagging and some spikes at the bottom. Right now, it's all fresh. This is a new base. Oh boy. And over here is a nice foundry, you think? It's not, look at that. Ooh, it's like Valheim. Ooh, look at that. Ah. Ooh, ah. And then, ooh, ah. We're still putting stuff away from that last trip. Other ammo right there, very nice. Over here. Boom. It's all good, all good, all good. I hear him. There. Whoa. He got back up. Oh yeah. Ready to go. Oh, yeah. There's a limit. 3 sucks. Well, the way it works is, let me explain. You place a land claim block that prevents enemy spawns within a radius and makes it harder for players to. Well, it makes it where other players can't build within the radius. And it's really a multiplayer thing, you know. But for single player, it prevents enemy spawns, and it also makes it where that spot won't reset. Okay, by default, blocks reset. However large a block is, not an individual block, or sorry, chunks of the game, like a big old chunk, an area defined by the game engine, however large it may be, a big grid area, like probably a whole city, or half of a city, or a quarter of a city, will reset, okay, with a certain amount of time. I have mine set to 10 days, which is enough to farm through the area, do what I want, and then after a while of ignoring it, I can come back and farm it again. So you do want it to reset, otherwise the whole map is exhausted. But with the land claim block areas, it makes it where that specific area won't reset, as long as you know, forever. Now, my main base is larger than a land claim block size, so if I don't go back to the main base within a little over a week, the perimeter will get destroyed. So I only have 3. And what I was doing earlier was, in this stream, I was going down to one of my previous bases, and you can see it right here on the map. This little symbol right here, like this brick symbol. This is a land claim block, and I have this little spot taken over, and I was pulling stuff out so I can move this land claim block over here, because I want it right here. Now, a land claim block also makes it where you can deconstruct things easily. I can walk up to a workbench like this, and then do take, you know, and it lets me take it so I can move it. But if it's outside the footprint, like right here, it won't let me take it. The option doesn't even pop up. You see, right here is a land claim block, and it defines this whole space. I can show it. See, this is beyond the radius. I was going to build another one to prevent enemy spawns past a certain point. You can see right here, there's an issue. They could potentially spawn inside this base, and over here, right there as well. You have to prepare for that, and my other base is layered in that accordance based upon the land claim block. But by default, you only have 3 land claim blocks. I haven't found a setting to change that number, but if you play multiplayer, then everybody gets 3, so why shouldn't a single player person be able to build more than 3? But it might be in the configuration file, modify that setting. Now, in theory, I could change the chunk reset time to infinite or just 99 days or some weird thing, and then I can have all the bases I want, because the game remembers quite a bit from what you've done. As long as I keep cycling back through locations within 10 days, it sort of resets the timer. So I have some boxes out here that aren't in a base. Like this right over here, I have some storage behind this building. Well, yeah, I have storage behind this building right here, and storage in front of this other building right over here, you know, and some stuff here and there across the town. As long as I keep on passing through within the chunk, within 10 days, it'll reset the timer, you know. Otherwise, things disappear. And as long as I keep stopping back by through an area, I can store my items in existing boxes, sort of like in Fallout, you know. You can put your stuff in boxes in the field and use existing areas, but if you don't show up after a while, if you don't put in the land claim block. But I think also the sleeping bag also counts, but you only have 1 sleeping bag down active at a time, which defines your respawn location. So you can have 3 land claim blocks in a sleeping bag. But I don't think the sleeping bag shows you the radius like this does. Does that answer your question? At first, my initial base that you've seen before had more than 1 land claim block. But now I made it where it's designed for enemies to spawn within the radius, so they can spawn within one of the layers and still get caught up in my traps. But for the most part, they spawn pretty far out there because that's how the game works with the distance of spawning enemies. And as long as they keep showing up, it's not going to reset anything, so it's not really a problem. The problem only occurs when I have to move something, you know? If I want to move one of my motion sensors or move one of my traps without destroying it, or which is outside the radius of my base, I have to quickly place down a land claim block and then remove it. So I like to have one land claim block open just for that purpose. So, for example, if I had one open, I can put down one right here and then remove all of these water purifier things, dew collectors inside the base radius, and then remove the land claim block afterwards. You know? Yes, the land claim blocks. And only cost stone. Only 3 at a time. But again, you can build wherever you want. And if I did change a setting in settings, you could build everywhere and have it maintain. It's just it's not going to reset. But in theory, the game is large enough that you don't have to worry about that. You know, I don't think there's really a limit. So in theory, you can play by yourself, you know, and then at a certain point, just turn off the chunk reset time, and then just scour through the entire map, building by building, until they're all gone, and destroy them all with the rocket launchers, you know, and build scaffolding in every single city, right? And it's going to stay. I don't know if there's a... It probably just loads up stuff in memory within proximity, you know? I don't know how the game is saved or anything. But you probably could just build up everything. But I like going to the same spot over time and having it reset. But it's also pretty immersive to not have it do that. You know, you have to worry about anything like that. But for the most part, the land claim block prevents enemy spawns within a certain radius and prevents players from building within that radius. And makes it where the stuff that you build doesn't reset. And you don't have to put one down to be able to build. You can just build anywhere. It's just putting that down prevents enemy spawns. I can build anywhere, you know, without building something first. It's not like in Fallout 76 where you build that camp item first. No, you just build anywhere. And then building in this, in theory, if this was Fallout 76, imagine being able to build anywhere, but putting down the camp item prevents other players from building within a certain radius. And prevents enemy spawn. And prevents that spot from resetting. Otherwise, there's a certain timer of not visiting the spot after a week or so. You know? Like that. Know what I mean? But there is a new update coming soon, like in a week or so. Who knows? In a couple days, maybe even right now. The experimental version. And it might force me to make a new playthrough. I'm ready for that. I'm just trying to do as much as possible before that happens. This is all still experimental. Every time I build something, I'm experimenting to see what works and what doesn't work. I started using these curvy pieces. See? It's nice. The curvy pieces. Inside and outside. Speaking of that, it's beginning to look a lot like Flim Flam. Come on. Everywhere you go. Yeah. I hope they free up that limit Especially because, if you think about it, I'm not sure how many players this game supports. Okay. Uh, but like 10? I don't know. At least 10? And then I'm just assuming in a multiplayer map, everybody has 3 bases. So how come one player can't have 30 bases? Well, I guess what I could do is I could temporarily turn off the reset timer. Let's do that right now. And it's sort of immersive having things not reset. Let's see what I can do. If I continue game over here, basic, advanced, chunk reset time, 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, 50 days, 100 days. Hold on. Disabled. Well, there it is, everybody. Well, I already knew that existed. I just like to reloot locations, and I could always just hit this button again. And I'm sure if I did this and set it to 10 days, it'll then just reset everything. If I ever want things to be reset, I can just go back in here and reload the game with that button like that. So now let's just disable it. Now there's no worry about that. Now the only issue here is being able to move objects. That's one more thing. So land claim block prevents players from building in a radius, prevents enemy spawns, prevents the items from being reset, and makes it where you can move items that are normally non-movable. Yeah. And now from this point forward. Well, another factor here is the location. A location will reset if you have a quest at that location. So if I choose, let's say, the Shamway Foods Factory as my base, and then I pick up a tier 6 mission to go clear the zombies at the Shamway Food Factory, and then I go to the location, and then I click on the flag, it'll reset what I built there. So I can build whatever I want. Now, I'm pretty sure the zombies will respawn regardless of the chunk reset. So the chunk resetting is different than zombies resetting. Okay? So let's say that there's a whole town. I can systematically make it better for me and more optimized for killing zombies, and know that the objects I build won't disappear, but zombies will still respawn. So there's a location, for example, let's say a hospital, and you know that once you're there after a certain amount of time, however long that time is, maybe every day, I don't even know, there'll be a bunch of sleeping zombies in that building. When you walk in, they all wake up. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. You see? In situations where you have a whole lot of triggered zombies that wake up at a certain point, they're all sleeping on the ground, that could be a separate situation that is based upon the chunk resetting versus just zombies existing and spawning in different spots. That'd be something we have to see. If I clear through, let's just see from this point forward. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to reset the button. But I don't want zombies to just disappear. Either way, I think there's going to be zombies out there in the field, zombies in the wasteland, for example. If I'm outside of some city, and there's a bunch of just ruined cars and whatnot out there in the distance, and some zombie walking here and there, those zombies are going to come back, which is almost the same as having zombies spawning inside of a building, but not entirely. Now, remember the whole concept of zombies spawning and then zombies not spawning, and the land claim block prevents zombie spawns, which implies zombies spawn. Regardless of chunk reset. Okay. It doesn't matter what comes. And it's really just about creating a safety net. You know what I mean? Just a safety net where you know for a fact that the zombies won't spawn. They're not going to spawn underground here, or up on top of there. Whether or not I'm here, I think the zombies also don't spawn within a certain radius of yourself. So if you're standing in the middle of your base without this, they will still probably spawn beyond that trench. If I'm standing right here, they're not going to spawn like right there. They'll spawn a bit further away, but not incredibly far. Maybe toward, like right there, they might spawn. A little bit further away, like right there, where it seems like they're just appearing for immersion. So we'll see. I got hair caught between my ear and the hat, and it's really irritating. But that's what we're working on here. We're still doing it. And I came back from smelting recently, and I was putting away things and smelting. I think we're still putting away things, to be honest. So in other words, there really isn't. I mean, there is a base system, but there isn't in terms of whatever a base really means, because you can build as much as you want. Very nice. I'm gonna put it right here again. I had to move my land claim block. Oh, the Banana Man? You like that Banana Man song? Joe Mearson? You like my music? You like my music? That Banana Man song I made for New World Eternum. Because you're harvesting bananas. Ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat. You know. Dodging the danger that lurks in the tide. waves crashing, nowhere to hide. Filling my satchels till they overflow. Beautiful. With the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Set what you pay, make the sellers sway. Banana man, man. I lead the way. EA. Right deals I seize with a chop chop. Okay. So here you go. You want I have a bunch of them. Let's see here. Probably this one maybe. I have different versions. Different versions of the Banana Man. Different versions. I'll play one for you. Is it I have the tropical one. I'll play two back to back. You tell me which one you like more.
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high, chopping down palms neath the endless sky, gathering bananas, ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat, dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide, filling my satchels till they overflow, hordes of yellow treasure ready to go, through oceans roar and sandy maze, Banana Man struts with the traders blaze, to the bustling hub where merchants meet, the trading post calls with deals so sweet. At the trading post, deals come alive, buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the Banana Man, king of the trade, set what you'll pay, make the seller sway. Banana Man, man, I lead the way, ripe deals I seize with chop chop.
Hup, 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 hup. Okay.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 can't hesitate. Bananas in clusters, falling so grand. I chop down palms with a steady hand, evading the hazards that storm through the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight. One wrong move and they'll drag you down, but I'll run them all in this coastal town, loading up satchels till I can't no more, dreaming of the coin that I got before, through sandy trails to towns far and wide, I haul my bananas with the trader's pride, pick low tax ports where my profits won't crash, Banana Man's bananas get sold in a flash. At the trading post, deals come alive, buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the Banana Man, king of the trade, set what you pay, make the seller sway. Banana Man, man, I lead the way, ripe deals I seize with chippity chop chop.
Yeah.
spot you pick. Fees very wild, some fair, some thick. Rulers might skim a sliver low. Greedy ones gouge, stealing your glow. Buying the flood, selling the drought. Stagger your list, spread them about. Avoid big dumps that crash the scene. With cunning and patience, live like a dream. One last sprint to the shore. Axe cuts through the air. Chopping more bananas, none for rivals to spare. Waves roar loud, but I'm swift as can be. Stocking my satchels to beat the trade spree. First to the post, I'll set prices that soar. Banana man's haul leaves, I'm begging for more. Be the trading post, deals come alive.
Yeah. So you like this song? You like this song, huh? So here's the other version. You still there?
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high, chopping down palms neath the endless sky. Gathering bananas, ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat. Dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide. Filling my baskets till they overflow. Hordes of yellow treasure, ready to go.
Through salty breeze and crashing waves, I haul my bounty brave and unafraid to the bustling hub where merchants meet. The trading post calls with deals so sweet.
Okay.
At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay. Snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway. Sell orders, flip, list your reap gold. Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Time it right when demand's on fire. Harvest cheap, sell for desire.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 no time to hesitate. Bananas in clusters, hanging so grand. I climb and collect with a steady hand, evading the hazards that storm through the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight. One wrong move and they'll drag you down, but I outrun them all in this coastal town.
Piling up crates till my strength gives way. Dreaming of coin from the halls today. Through misty paths to ports far and near. Carry the load, ignore the fear. Where fees might skim light or bite too deep. Choose wisely, trader fortunes to keep.
At the trading post, deals come alive.
Buy low, sell high.
That's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay. Snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway. Sell orders, flip, list your reap gold. Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Time it right when demand's on fire. Harvest cheap, sell for desire.
Minor tolls in each spot you pick. Fees very wild, some fair, some thick. Rulers just might skim a sliver low. Greedy ones gouge, stealing your glow. Buying the flood, selling the drought. Stagger your list, spread them about. Avoid big dumps that crash the scene. With cunning and patience, live like a dream.
One last run to the shore, axe gleaming bright. Harvesting hordes under silver moonlight. Fierce elements shuffling close, but I outwit 'em. Year after year, coast to coast, from sandy groves to the market's call. Bananas to bullion, I conquer it all.
At the trading post, deals come alive.
Buy low, sell high, that's how we
I'm
thrive.
the banana man,
King of the trade, buy orders, wait, set what you pay.
snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway. Sell orders, flip, list your reap gold.
Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Time it right when demand's on fire.
Harvest those bananas chopped by the sea. Turn peril to profit, wild and free.
Yeah. That's my music for you. so catchy. Like this Red Dead Redemption song. It tells a story of one man doing something.
I'm Martha Morgan, carve my name in rust. Hone my aim on geese, made 'em bite the dust. Lancaster steady, painting red in a flash. Now I'm a storm, leaving towns in ash. Blood's on my boots, honor's long gone. Slaughter's my trade, but the work drags on. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Wasn't always this way. I was green, I was raw. Blew a horse sky high, dynamite broke the law. Train smashed another, left me bruised in the dust. Now I'm a reaper, 'cause failing's taught trust. Blood's on my hands, no guilt in my soul. Stacking them high, but the loot takes its toll. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. In the heat of the fight, where bullets scream fast, I've been timing a blur, moving sharp like the Flash, weaving smooth like Max. Shots grazing my brim, bullets can't touch me. I'm a shadow too grim, slow through the chaos. I've been timing my grip. Bounty men drop like dust, they fade quick. Dodging like an agent, slicking the phrase cruel bite. Corpses stack high, now loot's a tough fight. Shot 'em in the horse, sent 'em tumbling through air. Boss goes too swift, gotta pray, don't scare. Dog snap my heels, but my aim's cold as stone. Low honor's my shield, I ride wild and alone. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Between Blackwater's dust and St. Denis glare, I ride hard with Bosco, wind whipping my hair. Shooting back at the law, their line never ends. Trust him not to crash, or we'll break round the bend. Bosco speeds ablaze, but he's weak in the race. Dodging cliffs and lead, keeping death from my face. Outrun the law's eyes, to the fence I'll race. Counting blood-stained dollars from this deadly chase. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Hat strewn in the dirt, guns clogging my path. Hauling them bodies through the aftermath. Honor's long buried, but my aim cuts clean. Moving them corpses, I'm the outlaw supreme.
Yoo-hoo! Shoot, 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 bullet, bullet, gun. Fallout.
Ghoul of my dreams, dreams, oh please come true. Bring me a love that's wild and new. Ghoul of my dreams with your ragged glow. Skin like the moon where the rads all flow. A voice so sweet through the wastelands hum. Please stumble near my radiated one. Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams with your sunken stare. A fallout love in the toxic air. No flesh may fall, but your soul so fine. Eternal darling, won't you be mine? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight.
Oh, yeah.
Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams, don't fade away. Stay with me till the end of day.
They surf the web, surfing the web. While they're surfing the web, they surf the web. Get some wood, and I'll be on my way. Operation Pre-Split. Go. Here we go now. Load her up rawhide style.
Every step, every stumble, it's part of the game. It's all about the climb, don't need to feel ashamed. Learn to fail, it's the only way to grow. Keep pushing forward, let your determination show.
Train, gotta practice, gotta hone your skills. You can't expect to win without putting in the drills. Success is stagnant, it's the failures that will teach. Embrace the journey, reach for goals out of reach.
You better,
Rise and grind, never settle for less.
because
Every stumble is a lesson in progress.
it's true.
Embrace the journey, seize the moment tight.
Oh yeah.
Failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. You know I said, failure is growth. Yeah, no, success is stagnation. Because I said,
Failure is growth. Success is stagnation. Failure is growth and success is stagnation. All right.
rise and grind, never settle for less. Every stumble is a lesson in
why? Oh, 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 why? Yeah. Oh, why? Yeah. Oh, no, yeah. Oh no, yeah. Okay, bullet casing. Let's go. Brick made it strong.
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all. Moving items around.
We're about to leave for a second, so I want to make sure it's all schmelted up and good to go. Yeah.
Dodging enemies, jumping over bars. Waiting for hours, but it never stops. Found a rare treasure, but can't take it home. Inventory's capped out, where did it all go?
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all. Moving items around, gotta make some room. Inventory shuffle, and this pixelated doom. Oh yeah, by break, I made it
A
strong.
whole lot of bullet tip for me. They call me Bullet Tip Jones. Shooba-dooba-dwop. Alright, done there.
Embrace the journey, seize the moment, time. Failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. With my work, I made it strong.
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all. Moving items around, gotta make some room. Inventory shuffle and this pixelated doom. Oh yeah.
Dodging enemies, jumping over blocks. Waiting for hours, but it never stops. Found a rare treasure, but can't take it home. Inventory's capped out.
Yeehaw!
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all.
Moving items around.
Gotta make some room.
Gotta here we go right now with a 1-2. Yeah, across the ocean of space we travel.
Rise and grind, never settle for less. Oh, every stumble is a lesson in progress. Yeah,
Embrace the journey, seize the moment tight. Failure is growth.
success is stagnation, alright.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, check it now. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
With the flim, wow.
yeah.
Gotta flim the flim before you flim now. Catch the flow, gonna show you how.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, check it now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
With the flim, wow.
Flim flam.
Gotta flim the flim before you flim now. Yeah, catch the flow, gonna show you how.
Show you how.
well met, greetings, see you around.
Hi ho ho, holla holla and hey hi.
Oh yeah, check it now. Flim flam.
Gotta flim the flim before you flim now. Catch the flow, gonna show you how.
Show you how.
I'm all done with that. Oh yeah.
Check it now.
Another solar bank in the bag. Oh yeah.
Flim, wow.
Flim flam. You gotta flim the flam before you flim flam now.
Catch the flow, gonna show you how.
Show you how.
Hacker, Rockbuster, Nerd Tat, Tuna, Sham, Mega Crush.
By the shadow of the crimson sky, we built our walls, oh so high. We're stealing stone, we fortified. Against
More iron.
we won't hide.
Survive the blood moon, night of the dread. With bullets and steel, we make our stand.
Now the sun rises and we're not dead.
7 more days
More iron.
Ammo stacked like mountains tall. Potions brewed for when we fall. Traps laid out a deadly maze in this endless survival craze. The moon bled red, the night it howled, but our fortress stood unbowed. Screams of the undead
Filled the air.
but we fought on without a care. Now dawn breaks, the light it spills
Over the remnants of our kills.
We gather, repair, and we laugh, for we survive
The blood moon's wrath.
survive the blood moon, night of the dread. We bullets and steel, we make our stand.
Now the sun rises, we're not dead.
7 more days in this zombie land.
Plink with a plink plink and a tink. Okay.
So here's to the nights we'll face
We're gonna be mining right around the corner, yeah.
To the battles we'll win in 7 days. The moon will rise, but for now we rest under peaceful skies.
Hum, hum, hum. Darn machines.
Ammo stacked like mountains tall.
Yeah.
Potions brewed for
Bop.
when we fall. Traps laid out a deadly maze in this endless survival craze. The moon bled red, the night it howled, but our fortress stood unbowed. Screams of the undead filled the air, but we fought on without a care. The moon bled red, the night it howled, but our fortress stood unbowed. Screams of the undead filled the air, but we fought on without a care.
And then,
Now dawn breaks, the light it spills
okay.
over the remnants of our kills.
Yeah, where's my copy?
Repair and we laugh, for we survive the blood moon's wrath.
Alright.
Dawn breaks, the light it spills
And
over
then?
the remnants of our kills.
Okay.
Repair and we laugh, for we survive the blood moon's wrath. 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 The blood moon's wrath.
Many bike beneath me hums, holding tight till danger comes. Alright, everybody, we're here. We're about to take the buffs. I have the buffs on me. I just want to expose some of the surface here. Just expose the rock. Expose the surface. Deconstruction still in operation. The whole surface is mine now. Otherwise we'll create a big old hole. Which is fine, but, you know. I think we're all good on soil though. I've loaded up the entire front row with soil enough times. Whenever we're in between iron. It needs to be topped off with soil so that whenever I do bring back the iron, I can load up both slots with iron. Where's my iron? There it is. A little bit more. A little bit more. Yay. Wee. Wee.
Always running out of space. It's a constant struggle. Inventory full like a never-ending juggle. Inventory shuffle. Can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all.
This song's a classic.
Inventory shuffle in this pixelated doom.
Yes. All the dirt.
Dodging enemies, jumping over blocks, mining for hours, but it never stops. Found a rare treasure, but can't take
More.
it home. Inventory's capped out. Where did it all go?
No. Well. Whee. Yeah, buddy. Right there. Right there.
Out on sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high,
Yeah,
chopping
babe.
down palms 'neath the endless sky, gathering bananas, ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat, dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide, filling my satchels till they
Oh, yeah.
overflow.
A bit
Hordes
more.
of yellow treasure,
All the
ready
dirt
to
for my friends.
through oceans roar and sandy maze, banana man struts with the traders blaze to the bustling hub where merchants meet. The trading post calls with deals so sweet. At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how
Awesome.
we thrive. I'm the banana man.
Bit
king
more.
of the trade. Set what you'll pay, make the seller sway. Banana man, I lead the way.
Oh, weird shelf.
Right deals I seize with eye. Chop, chop.
Whole weird shelf. And now we're almost ready to get the metal.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, chop, chop. Can't hesitate.
Should be enough.
Bananas in clusters falling so grand. I chop
Yep.
down palms with a steady hand, evading the hazards that
Be all
storm
good to
through
go.
the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight.
Trim back some of this rock here for a second.
And they'll drag you down, but I outrun them all in this coastal town. Loading up satchels till I can't
I guess I'll make some cobblestone.
dreaming of the coin that I got before. Through sandy trails to towns far and wide, I haul my bananas with the trader's pride. Pick low tax ports where my profits won't crash. Banana
Get some
man's
of this rock
bananas get
out of the way.
sold in a flash. At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Set what you pay, make the seller sway. Banana man, I lead the way. Ripe deals I
There.
seize with
And then
Chippity chop chop. Mind the tolls in each pot you pick. Fees very wild, some fair, some thick. Rulers might skim, must live low. Greedy ones gouge, stealing your glow.
there.
Buying the flood, selling the drought. Stagger your list, spread them about. Avoid big dumps that crash the scene with cunning and
there.
patience. Live like a dream. One last sprint to the
Yep,
show.
all leveled off.
Axe cuts through the air, chopping more bananas, none for rivals to spare. Waves roar loud, but I'm swift as can be. Stocking my satchels to beat the trade spree. First to the post, I'll set prices that soar. Banana man's haul leaves, I'm begging
all good,
for
man.
more.
It's all
Be
good.
the trading post. Deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive.
All the dirt.
I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Set what you pay, make the seller
Easy enough.
sway. Banana man, I lead the way. Ripe deals I seize with us.
Let's go down now.
Chop chop.
Okay. Smooth the rock a bit.
Sun-kissed sands, I swing my axe high, chopping down palms neath the endless sky. Gathering bananas ripe and so sweet, from dawn's early light to the evening heat. Dodging the dangers that creep from the tide, wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide. Filling my baskets till they overflow. Hordes of yellow treasure ready to go.
Through salty breeze and crashing waves, I haul my bounty brave and unafraid to the bustling hub where merchants meet. The trading post calls with deals so sweet.
Yeah.
At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay. Snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway. Sell orders,
Yay.
flip, list your reap gold. Undercut rivals,
On
watch
the
profits
back.
unfold. Time it right when demand's on fire.
We're just prepping the site.
Cheap. Sell for desire.
Prepping the site.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 no time to hesitate. Bananas in clusters hanging so grand. I climb and collect with a steady hand. Evading the hazards that storm through the night. Waves from the depths chasing me in flight. One wrong move and they'll drag you down, but I outrun them all in this coastal town.
Piling up crates till my strength gives way. Dreaming of coin from the halls today. Through misty
Wow.
paths to ports far and near. Carry the load, ignore
And the dirt.
fear. Where fees might skim light or bite too deep. Choose wisely, trader fortunes to keep.
And the dirt.
At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive. I'm the banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay. Snag bargains cheap, make sellers sway.
This whole area seems to be fine.
List your reap gold, undercut rivals, watch profits unfold.
Goodbye.
Time it right when demand's on
Close the Flim Flam right now.
Minor tolls in each spot you pick. Fees very wild, some fair, some thick. Rulers just might skim a sliver low. Greedy ones gouge, stealing your glow. Buy in the flood, sell in the drought. Stagger your list, spread them about. Avoid big dumps that crash the scene. With cunning and patience, live like a dream.
One last run to the shore.
All right.
Gleaming bright, harvesting hordes under
Very
silver
nice.
moonlight. Fierce elements shuffling close, but I outwit 'em. Year after
Trimming
year
around the
comes to
edge
go from
here
sandy groves to the
to make it
markets
really
below.
easy and
Bananas
obvious
to
whenever it's
clean
time.
and conquer it
At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high, that's how we thrive.
All right.
The banana man, king of the trade. Buy orders, wait, set what you'll pay.
Gonna chip away over here.
Make sellers sway, sell orders flip, list your reap gold. Undercut rivals, watch profits unfold. Time it
Cut it away from the surrounding rock. There's no sand over here.
bananas chopped by the sea. Turn barrel to profit, wild and free.
Yeah, this is vanilla. Yes, this is straightvanilla.com. Yeah. I don't believe in mods usually. The next big update's coming pretty soon, so there's that. That's going to add some changes. You know what I mean? Great.
Well, I'm riding through the dust. Got Mary on
All right.
my mind. Gotta make a fortune, leave this life
I gotta leave now.
But the law's on my tail and my pockets are bare. Gonna rob and rustle, but my shirt's my despair. I'm Martha Morgan, got a heart that's true. Mary's waiting for a man who's good, but I'm in a stew. The law's got my name, bounties piling high. Need a heap of gold to kiss this trouble goodbye. So I'm holding up stagecoaches, rustling cattle in the night. But every time I draw my gun, my outfit don't look right. Oh, the blood on my clothes.
Well, I'll be right back, okay?
Damn disgrace, dragging bodies off the road, hiding every trace. Townsfolk scream and run, think I'm the devil's kin. But it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this.
I'll be right back,
for
everybody.
her in the end.
Enjoy my music. Yeah. I made this music, you know. All by myself.
Creep through St. Denis, in an alley dark and grim. Rob a fancy gent, but his blood splatters on my brim. I lasso him quick, drag him out of sight.
Yeah.
But my vest's all red, and it's giving me a fright. If a witness sees me, it's a chain of murder spree. More bodies, more blood, and no clean clothes for me. Oh, the blood on my shirt, it's a damn disgrace. Dragging bodies
Okay,
off the road, hiding every
everyone talks about this Darkness Falls mod. I don't want to get... See, a factor with modding is I don't want to get hooked on a mod, you know? I don't want to feel like the original game is inferior. I want a mod to be different in some way, but not be better. And it sounds like the Darkness Falls mod is better in some angle or another. And there's going to be a new storyline added to the game and other content, and we just got to wait. Dang it. I like to play doing as much as possible without the mod. You know what I mean? And I think it's more impressive not having any mod versus having just some mod. And that's the major mod. That's a whole different game. I feel like I'm not really done here yet. But maybe once I complete all of the challenges, I'll do the mod. I'm not quite done yet. I'm almost done. I'm level 300, day 185, but all the challenges aren't complete. I just need a few more broken legs and stuff like that, and a couple more animals, and I'll be done with all that. And the second base I'm building is almost done. The first base is pretty much done, to the point where I don't really care about it as much, even though it's perfect. The second base is in the process of being built, but whenever that's done, I'll feel kind of stagnant. And at that point, I'll probably do the mod. But by that point, we'll have the new update here, which is supposed to add, some new zombies and a bunch of other survival aspects here and there. Not the core storyline update or anything, but that'll happen in the future. But I'm sure if a person was playing the Darkness Falls update, they would feel like the new update here in the core game was inferior. But from my perspective, I feel like it's an amazing update. You see what I mean? Because I'm playing vanilla, this is my experience, and it's wonderful. If I was playing Darkness Falls, it'll be different. I'll feel like this is inferior. And then I wouldn't really care much about some other update because that would force me to stop playing the Darkness Falls update. You know? It's like a whole different world. I'd want new updates for the Darkness Falls mod. You know? And I'm sure the Darkness Falls mod has bug fixes and support and a Discord channel and a website and all kinds of stuff with updates over time, with a timeline and a calendar, you know, with updates. And now we have a new point of interest. Check it out. It's a death barn with a bunch of bears. Or something like that, you know. Now Crazy Larry's up to no good. He's going to be whatever they got to do. I'm sure there's updates, and a person gets invested in that world versus the core world, and they never touch. There's no real reason to go back to the core world, you know. So if you're playing in that world, I understand how it's confusing to even want to play with the vanilla game, but you got to see my perspective too.
Trace towns, folks screaming run, think I'm the devil's kin, but it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this for her in the end. I dream of a cabin, just Mary and me, far from the law where my soul can be free, but to get there I'm sinning, my hands stained red and my favorite duster's looking like the dead, so I'll rob one more train, maybe kill a few, but I swear, Mary, this blood's all for you. Last night in Rhodes, I rustled some steers, shot a rancher dead. Now the town's in tears. Hit 'em in the bushes, but my boots got soaked. Folks saw the mess and the panic just stoked. I'm dodging the sheriff if my hat's all a wreck, but for Mary's sweet smile, I'll break my damn neck. All the blood on my clothes, it's a damn disgrace. Dragging bodies off the road, hiding every trace. Townsfolk screaming run, think I'm the devil's kin, but it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this for her in his so I'll keep on riding with my outlaw schemes, chasing that fortune for my Mary's dream. But Lord help my laundry, keep my shirt looking fine, 'cause these blood on my shirt is ruining my time. All for Mary, yeah, all for Mary.
Every setback we stumble is part of the game. It's all about the climb, no need to feel ashamed. Learn to fail, it's the only way to grow. Keep pushing forward, let your determination show. Gotta train, gotta practice, gotta hone your skills. You can't expect to win without putting in the drills. Success is stagnant, it's the failures that will teach. Embrace the journey, reach the goals out of reach. Rise and grind, never settle for less. Every stumble is a lesson in progress. Embrace the journey, seize the moment tide. Failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. You know I said, failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. You know I said, failure is growth, success is stagnation. Failure is growth and success is stagnation. Yeah.
gosh. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I see digging deep in the fiery glow. Lava rivers where the whispers blow.
Ham to farm it
Keep
up.
the journey tight, blazing through
Where's my
the
copy?
nether's endless night. Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwork blocks on the crimson floor. Safe from the spawn, no foes in sight. Through the portal we ignite
A whole
the
lot.
night. Crimson fungi grow in eerie fields. Harvesting the blocks off fortress shields. Piglins watch, but they can't break through. The network's strong, it's all brand new. Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwork blocks on the crimson floor. Safe from the spawn, no foes in sight. Through the portal, we ignite the night.
Yeah. More.
Gold in my hand
More.
for the barter game. Trading my riches in the crimson flame. The rails hum loud as the
More.
mine carts glide across the void to the other side.
Metal.
Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwork blocks on the crimson floor. Safe from the spawn, no foes inside. Through the portal, we ignite the night.
Yeah. More metal. You take it back. It's daytime, you know? While I work at the base, I have to make sure there's a heap of iron always processing. And then even more on top of that. For a while. And then I'll be focusing on salvaging a bit more. And fill up my containers once I organize a bit. And I'll do the color coding system for the boxes. Better optimize the location of my supplies throughout my base. And then eventually the new base might be the main base. Eventually. And then I could replace the first base and make a better horde base from scratch with something in mind with the correct supplies, because sometimes I work with what I have bit by bit until I get more supplies. But with late game, you're able to build something from scratch right away, sort of, if you start with all the supplies. You know? Jack it up. See, earlier I exposed all the iron. A lot easier now. And I'm getting primarily iron. there. I'm making a bunch of forged iron in the background as well. Yeah. It's probably a bit loud. That's better. That's better. Got 4 minutes left here. Okay, more fuel. Gotta make sure that my chemistry workbenches are online at all times as well. At all times. 3 more minutes. Right there. Right there. Layer by layer. Nice and hefty. This is the other version of the song I didn't play earlier. Whatever I need. And again. One minute. It was almost all metal. One minute. All right. Awesome. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay. And more. Okay, that's done. Let's do it again. Again. Still daytime. A double yield. All the metal. High noon. 4 p.m. Right there. Amazing. Right there. Very nice. Right there. Very good. And again. It's a great harvest here. I found a double cluster on the map of 2 orange dots side by side relatively and dug away all the dirt first. Very nice. Where we're going. More stacks. Just the middle. Yep, it's still building up. Oh yeah. More stacks. Gonna be enough for all of them. In theory, I just need 48 stacks of 6,000. That's all. To fill up all of the forges in both slots. Nice and easy. Yep. Right there. Might as well, since I exposed this whole thing. Otherwise I have to mark the map and come back and whatever. There's no enemies here, it's daytime. I gotta do it. I have everything ready. More. Okay, I think I'm at 25 stacks now. That's enough for the entire first row, both slots. And now we're digging into the second row. And I can color code the furnaces, the surface that they're standing on or that they're in front of, to indicate what they're currently processing. Maybe. Oh my gosh, yeah. And more. And more. Little plateau over here. All the metal's mine. Gun. Mm-hmm. $20,000. 3 more stacks. We're at 28. Okay. I'm extracting quite a bit from this double yield here with pre-exposure. Going for the remaining stuff now. More. Mm-hmm. Okay. And 31 stacks is what we're at now. Not as much dirt though. There it is, very nice. Yeah. Very nice. And then right here's part of it. Okay, the buff is now worn off. That was a double yield. What are we sitting at? Pretty much emptied out here. This hole in the ground is done. Couple more scraps. We're at 34. Right, cool. Very good. Yeah, a bit more metal. Another one. Bit of metal here and there. The final scraps. More dirt. Alright, we're done here. Oh yeah, we are. No more metal here. Wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Again. Very good. Just some funnel scraps here and there, you know. That's it. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Right here. More dirt. All right, all done. Okay. Let's unload and get these trees. And the Red Bull. Just a few trees while we're out. I mean, this is the spot. Okay. And just a bit more. All the supplies. Low on fuel. That's a point to stop. Use up the rest of the fuel and the chainsaw. Yep. It's time to go. I'm gonna run this way first. Loop all the way back around. All the way around. Back to my gyrocopter. In the back end. More wood. I'm looping around. Good time to go. Yoo-hoo! And go. Now we go on down. Now I have it where the world doesn't reset. Besides the zombies. But even then, being able to clear out the zombies is pretty cool. You know, a sense of completion. I wonder if hay bales set on fire. I think you can make a hay bale. Bounce. Alright, we're heading there. And I'll stop by this building and pick up more of my supplies I've left for myself. Point. Zip. Pow.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every cracked branch rang out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina, red wolves on my heels. Crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal.
One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. Welcome to day one.
Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bunk as soon as the sun hit the floor. Night fell, they came 7 at a time. I hid in the corner clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning. And the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now I ride the sky.
Boing.
Gyrocopter scream. Solar bangs humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from their veils and scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. When 726 do crack or a time charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's
All right.
throne room.
Boom. Zoom. Ooh.
Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with the silence 9. Now I honk the 4x4 just to watch 'em arrive. Parking lot
Boom. Okay. Yeah.
Gas Jenny's coughed their last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching redness multiply. Yeah.
All right, and then more steel. And then stack it up, baby. More wood. There you go, buddy. All right, so okay, there. Get the double stack and the extra wood. Split, split. Good to go, good to go. Moving on. All right, grab stock, wood, and then metal, 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 metal. Metal. Good. Go. Right there. Steel. Moving on. Right there. Very good. Wow. Oh, thank you. Look at all this stuff. Oh, yeah. And more. Is it on the ground? Get it loaded up here. Okay. All right. It's going to load her up here. And I'll come back and grab the iron after. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Baby, baby, baby. Oh yeah. These. and get the water and the crops.
And the blood moon's just another room. See you on day 56. Brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Bring a bigger horde. Whee. Yo. Listen. Yo. Listen. Yep.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a coat. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouching a pool. Y'all praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie, heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day one. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built a core before shack like it was Arkansas law. Night fell, they came. 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching the pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger, and the hunger started burning now. I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar bank summon like a poster park dream. I pull every zombie from the West gang scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 150 cal with
Woohoo.
time charge boom. I'm the god of day.
Oh, we got this, baby. We got this.
Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with the silence 9. Now I hump the 4x4 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot strip bare, batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing supply runs in attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitching, the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Old base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets spin up, rockets leave contrails. I laugh from the cockpit as the horde dare be.
Oh, yeah. I ride the sky in a tower, cop scream. You can dream. Yo.
Remember the bleed, the broken legs, the thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. Now 700 coming, it's just another
Tuesday.
Funny how the end of the world just becomes
Get into this
another
blintz. Yeah. I ride the sky, tower, cop the scream.
solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars. I salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to ruling the gloom, we made it to day 49. And the blood moon's just another room.
First aid.
See you on day 56.
Brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Bring a bigger horde.
Let's get the cabinet. And the sign. Let's go.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every cracked branch speech ring out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss some dinner, welcome to day one. Punch my first street till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bump as soon as the sun hit the floor. Night fell, they came, 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning.
Now I ride the sky and the gyros cop the screen.
Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from Nails Gate scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 1762 crack over time charge boom. I'm the guy.
We got this.
This wasteland's my throne room.
Money.
Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced line. Now I honk the 404 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot stripped bare, batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitching, the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar rain, never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on.
Yeah, components, baby.
Like the sky, I lean back in the cockpit watching red mist.
Multiply, 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 multiply.
Ride the sky,
In the gyrocopter screen.
home maps my kingdom.
Living the in-game dream.
I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. 1762 crack a receipt for quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember the bleed, the broken legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flim flam universe. Now 700 come and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how
What do we got? I have to grow some hops.
comes another day. I ride the sky, gyrocopter scream. Solar empire, living the endgame dream. I own the night, I own the scars. Salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to rule in the gloom. We made it to day 49. And the blood moon's my throne room. See you on day
Oh, yeah.
brothers and sisters. Bring a bigger horde.
What else? Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, where's my gas?
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat.
Ba-do-do-do.
Twig snap sounded
Let's
like
get more gas.
legs burn and stammer red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a pour. Praying the boat doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie
Heart beating like a drum. Welcome to day one.
punch my first tree till my knuckles went raw.
Yeah. Oh, you like the? You like it?
Like it was Arkansas law. Night fell, they came 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming
And the days kept turning.
fear turned to hunger
And the hunger started burning out. All right, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Pop, pop, bow. This is the new place I just started building, by the way. My other base is across the map. Yeah, you like this? You like this? Yeah. I'm still building it, bit by bit. We're about to go back out and get more stuff. Here we go. Yeah, I've died. Yeah, I've died. Sadly. Sadly, I died. Whoa. Sadly. My main base is pretty good. A bunch of traps all around, you know, blade traps, electric traps, maze-like flim-flam, and a raised platform for my landing pad and all that stuff. It's good. And it's painted. Underground stuff. But I just started building this thing. It's going to be really good soon.
Just another room. See you on day 56, brothers and sisters.
Bring a bigger horde.
Bring a bigger horde.
Cheese. Not the bees. Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Do you like my music?
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a coat. Legs burning, stamina red, wolves on my heels. Crouched in a pole, praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner.
Yeah. You like my music?
Punch my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built a 4x4 shack like it was Arkansas law. Night fell, they came 7 at a time. I hid in the corner clutching the pop like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. And now ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from the bed game scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 150 cal whisper overtime charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room.
I have different genres.
Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced nine. Now I honk the 4x4 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot strip bare, batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing supply runs in the tags. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitch and the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets spin up, rockets leave contrails. I laugh from the
I know it's good. I know it's good. I know it's good. Shut up. Listen. Oh. Oh, so good. I do. Mm.
I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. Now 700 come, and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day. I ride the sky, gyro count the screen, solar empire, living the end game.
The song? Well, it could be King of Day 45. Many things. You like that one? You like that one? You like that one? I have different versions of it, you know. That was one version. I like that version. It has like a country hip hop fusion. You know, it kind of has a nice funky beat. I used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced 9. Now I honk my 44 just to watch them arrive. And the whole message is really important. You know, it's about my own personal growth. It addressed all the bases, pow, 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 and the feeling of reaching endgame in 7 days to die after spending a long time in suffering, and the feeling of triumph and victory and glory. But I made a bunch of different versions of this song. King of Day 49. Something like that. It's more about like a 7 weeks into the 7-day journey, you know, and then see on day 56, the King of Day 49. And this other version has the flute. It's beautiful. Yes, yes. I made this music. I made this music. Yes. Such a beautiful song. Given that context, don't you think it's good? It was about this game. It's not just any old song. The important part was the lyrics. You know what I mean? The important part was the lyrics, not just the slapping beat. But the lyrics make it better. And in fact, it's on my own personal journey. You know what I mean? You know? So here is a consider this next version to be a masterpiece version of the previous version. Okay? I have different versions of it. This one's polished. Well, that wasn't my voice. Sort of. So, check out this version. Listen. 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 Oh yeah. Now listen to the lyrics. The lyrics, buddy. I'll be right back. Listen.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every cracked branch rang out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie, heart beating like a drum. If I miss some dinner, welcome to day one. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bump as soon as the sun hit the floor. Night fell, they came, 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now I ride the sky in a 762 crack over time charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced line. Now I honk the 404 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot stripped bare, batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitching, the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar rain, never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching red mist multiply. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Whole map's my kingdom, living the end game dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. 1762 crack a receipt for quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flim-flam universe. Now 700 come and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day.
Still here? Give me a notification that you're still here. And then I'll give you the big reveal. Now, I'm telling you I made this music, right? What does that mean? What do you think it means, given this day and age? And now, given the ramifications of that understanding, think about how good that freaking song was, and the one before that, and how great it sounds, and how unique it sounds, and all the layers, and, you know, the flute, and the voice. Okay, consider the voice and how groovy it is. And the one before that, it was like a rappy country thing. This one's like a groovier, gravelly situation. The harmonica, you know, the layers of mood and vibe going on. And the lyrics too, of course. It's not done yet. So, that being considered, you know this is AI, right? Do you know that those AI? Are you aware? Well, I'm sure that you initially thought it was a real song made by somebody else, right? And then I told you I made it, and then you maybe thought that was my voice. And I used Fruity Loops and sampled stuff, mixed and matched and made some patterns, right? And now I tell you it's AI. And you see, AI, you see? Now that you know it's AI, let me play the rest of the song. And it's going to have a nice ending of the solo. No more words. Just listen.
See you on day 56. Brothers and sisters. Bring a bigger horde.
So there you go. That was the full song, though. I got a bunch of these things. So I have a whole playlist I play every so often. Okay. Have you played the game Red Dead Redemption? I have a couple songs I made for that game, and they're funny. They're meant to be funny. They're meant to be funny. One song is about if you played Red Dead Redemption Part 2, you know, there's Mary and Arthur Morgan, and he's trying to be a good man for her, but he can't break his cycle, and he's trying to escape the law, you know, but he has to commit more crimes to escape the law to raise money. And if you're playing the game, a big issue is people realizing that you're a bad guy because there's blood on your clothes. So it's sort of satirical about that fact, and he's kind of blaming it on her. You understand? Okay, well, just know that much of the gameplay is about that in the background. Your character is Arthur Morgan, a cowboy, caught up in a gang of people that are trying to work together, but they're kind of like a family. And Mary was his old girlfriend from before when he wasn't truly off the deep end of being a wanted man, and he meets up with her on occasion throughout the storyline. And she's like, "Oh, Arthur, you'll never change." Okay? And they have a vision of living together. You don't have to play the game, but you have to know about that. And now, here you go. This song is called Red Shirt Blues. It's groovy, and it's made by artificial intelligence through fine curation of a long time of many, many versions of the song to reach this one. Like 30 different versions of fine-tuning and adjusting and, you know, layer. That's why it sounds so good.
Well, I'm riding through the dust. Got Mary on my mind. Gotta make a fortune, leave this life behind. But the law's on my tail and my pockets are bare. Gonna rob and rustle, but my shirt's my despair. I'm Arthur Morgan, got a heart that's true. Mary's waiting for a man who's good, but I'm in a stew. The law's got my name, bounty's piling high. Need a heap of gold to kiss this trouble goodbye. So I'm holding up stagecoaches, rustling cattle in the night. But every time I draw my gun, my outfit don't look right. Oh, the blood on my clothes, it's a damn disgrace. Dragging bodies off the road, hiding every trace. Townsfolk screaming, run, think I'm the devil's kin. But it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this for her in the end. I creep through St. Denis in an alley dark and grim. Rob a fancy gent, but his blood splatters on my brim. I lasso him quick, drag him out of sight, but my vest's all red, and it's giving me a fright. If a witness sees me, it's a chain of murder spree. More bodies, more blood, and no clean clothes for me. Oh, the blood on my shirt, it's a damn disgrace. Dragging bodies off the road, hiding every trace. Townsfolk screaming, run, think I'm the devil's kin. But it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this for her in the end.
Huh, 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 huh. Oh, break it down.
I dream of a cabin, just Mary and me. Far from the law where my soul can be free. But to get there I'm sinning. My hands stained red and my favorite duster's looking like the dead. So I'll rob one more train, maybe kill a few. But I swear, Mary, this blood's all for you. Last night in Rhodes, I rustled some steers, shot a rancher dead. Now the town's in tears. Hit 'em in the bushes, but my boots got soaked. Folks saw the mess and the panic just stoked. I'm dodging the sheriff if my hat's all erect. But for Mary's sweet smile, I'll break my damn neck. All the blood on my clothes, it's a damn disgrace. Dragging bodies off the road, hiding every trace. Townsfolk screaming, run, think I'm the devil's kin.
Yeah.
But it's all for Mary, Lord, I'm doing this for her in his So I'll keep on riding with my outlaw schemes, chasing
Hilarious. You like that one? You like that one? Oh, yeah. This next one's also about Red Dead Redemption. And it's sort of the journey of my entire gameplay. You don't have to play the game to understand it. Just know that, it's a simulation of the West. And you work your way through. And you have the ability to slow down time. In combat, it's really cool. You can slow down time with Deadeye. You take some like tobacco and so forth, and you have a meter and it fills up and so forth, and you slow down time. You could dodge bullets and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Kind of like old school Max Payne. So there's a reference to that, like dodging like an agent. Okay. Is a reference to dodging like an agent from the Matrix, because you can do that a little bit in the game as you're fighting the cops and the sheriffs in town and the bounty hunters. And this song kind of references the song that you just heard. And this one's better.
I'm Martha Morgan, carve my name in rust. On my aim on geese, made 'em bite the dust. Lancaster steady, painting red in a flash. Now I'm a storm, leaving towns in ash. Blood's on my boots, honor's long gone. Slaughter's my trade, but the work drags on. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet.
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't always this way. I was green, I was raw. Blew a horse sky high, dynamite broke the law. Train smashed another, left me bruised in the dust. Now I'm a reaper, 'cause failing's taught trust. Blood's on my hands, no guilt in my soul. Stacking them high, but the loot takes its toll. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet.
Oh, yeah.
In the heat of the fight, where bullets scream fast, I've been timing a blur, moving sharp like the Flash, weaving smooth like Max. Shots grazing my brim, bullets can't touch me. I'm a shadow too grim, slow through the chaos. I've been timing my grip. Bounty men drop like dust, they fade quick. Dodging like an agent, slicking the phrase cruel bite. Corpses stack high, now loot's a tough fight. Shot 'em in the horse, sent 'em tumbling through air. Boss goes too swift, gotta pray don't scare. Dog snap my heels, but my aim's cold as stone. Low honor's my shield, I ride wild and alone. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Between black
Okay,
waters,
I'll show you my
dust
bass now.
and St. Denis glare. I ride hard with Bosco, wind whipping my hair. Shooting back at the law, their line never ends. Trust him not to crash, or we'll break round the bend. Bosco speed's ablaze, but he's weak in the race.
My bass.
Dodging cliffs and lead, keeping death from my face. Outrun the law's eyes, to the fence I'll race. Counting bloodstains blood-stained dollars from this deadly chase. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low water's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Hat strewn in the dirt, guns clogging my path, hauling them bodies through the aftermath. Honor's long buried, but my aim cuts clean. Moving them corpses, I'm the outlaw supreme.
Alright, there was that song. Okay. But I have a bunch of songs, alright. This next song I made for Fallout, but it's about having a ghoul girlfriend, or you are attracted to this zombie lady. And it's a doo-wop style, so think Fallout, you know?
Bum, 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 bum. Ghoul of my dreams, oh please come true. Bum, bum, bum. Bring me a love that's wild and new. Ghoul of my dreams with your ragged glow. Skin like the moon where the rads all flow. A voice so sweet through the wasteland's hum. Please stumble near my radiated one. Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm, so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm, so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of my dreams? Ghoul of my dreams with your sunken stare. A fallout love in the toxic air. No flesh may fall, but your soul so fine. Eternal darling, won't you be mine? Ghoul of my dreams, my heart's delight. Shamble to me in the pale moonlight. With your eerie charm, so supreme. Oh, won't you be my ghoul of
It's right over the
my
hill.
dreams?
Right over the hill. Here it comes. Sha-la-la. Oh, check it out. Oh, yeah. Let me show you. Do it funky, don't you know? I'm in that ship built with Lego. Oh, yeah. Whoopsie.
ashamed. Learn to fail, it's the only way to grow. Keep pushing forward, let your determination show.
Gotta practice, gotta hone your skills. You can't expect to win without putting in the drills. Success is stagnant, it's the failures that will teach. Embrace the journey, reach for goals out of reach.
Rise and grind, never settle for less. Every stumble is a lesson in progress.
Embrace the journey, seize the moment tight. Failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. You know I said
Look.
failure is growth. Yeah, no, success is stagnation.
Oh, this is episode 40 or something, so a little over a month. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh yeah, look at this.
Embrace the journey, seize the moment time. Failure is growth, success is stagnation, alright. We're becoming strong.
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all. Moving items around, gotta make some room. Inventory shuffle and this pixelated doom.
Dodging enemies, jumping over blocks. Fighting for hours, but it never stops. Found a rare treasure, but can't take it home.
Look.
Inventory's capped out, where did it all go?
Inventory shuffle, can't carry it all. Gotta make a choice, but I want it all.
Oh, it's broken.
Moving items around, gotta make some room. Inventory shuffle and this pixelated doom.
You can hear all the sirens. My base is killing a bunch of zombies right now.
Every stumble is a lesson in progress.
Yep.
Embrace the journey, seize the moment tight. Failure is growth,
Success is stagnation,
oh yeah.
See this? Gotta flim the flam before you flim flam now. Oh, oh, don't you know? Right now, here we go, baby. Right now. Flim flam.
Well met, greetings, see you around. Hi ho ho, holla holla him, hey, hi.
See? Oh yeah, check it now. Yeah. This bass solo horde, yeah. It's day 186. What are you talking about? Could it solo a horde? Of course it could. Come on now. That's the whole point of everything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, chicken now. Of course it could. What? Don't you know? Okay, base tour completed. It all connects to each other. Hey, listen to this song. One second. Now the sun rises, we're not dead. Oopsie. Get it? Boom. So I can perch right here. Normally, I have to refill in the spikes after every blood moon. You know, SMG turret right here. This camera blew up too. I have to replace that camera. But that the emotion sensor. 2 shotgun turrets, dart trap, shoots them in this trench. It's like a speed bump, you know? It's a speed bump for them to turn this corner. So they all kind of funnel in this direction, because if they fall in the trench, they all run down the trench up here, and they get shot by this SMG turret and that SMG turret, get sliced by that. If they come over here, the back of my base has this cliff, pretty much, and they almost tumble down. If I shoot them in the legs, then they tumble down. It's hilarious. And they all fall into the hole. This color right here indicates I can stand. This indicates spikes, you know. And if I'm in the pit sometimes, I can kind of perch right here, and they all kind of tumble in. It's funny. And they go down there, they get caught up. Right here, I have this electric fence right there with a tripwire. That's what the yellow is indicating, you know. And then this door right here is just to repair the tripwire. Same thing over here. Right here, and then a emergency exit that way if I have to, which is, you know, the top of this perch right here, and motion sensor, SMG turret can get all this right here, blade, electric fence right there, blade right here. I can perch right here. This is partitioned off. They used to try to go behind the base, but now they can't. But I have this SMG turret facing this side, and same thing right there, just in case with the motion sensor. And this is another back door for future development in my base that leads underground, you know, for an emergency exit. It's nice to have emergency exits. I wanted to have a landing pad, so all of this right here is necessary. You see all this infrastructure, otherwise it'll collapse. It was a big job. It's the most recent thing I did, which is why it's not painted. And I wanted to add these light towers, you know, with the infrastructure, and quick drop off turret ammo right here. See, stuff facing inward and outward with a double fence scenario. And this is ramped up here. It's all solar power based and not gas generation, which is what that song was about. It's about that longer song, not the most recent song, but it's about, you know, evolving past gas and then moving on to solar. And it's awesome. It's all self-sustaining with the motion sensors and the sirens. I just have to basically repair things when they break, replace some of these spikes because they're consumable, and refill the SMG ammo and the shotgun ammo and the dart ammo. You know, and then I have a bunch of power here and there all throughout the darn base. You know, I recently built this tower here. It's working out very well, and I can see all around with that bad boy. And it's all squirrely burly with navigation, kind of a parkour situation where I can run around quickly and dash around between these points, especially if I have that speed burst. And we have what we need here, and the cloth and so forth. But I'm moving stuff over to the other base. my goal was to develop here, and I did, and I have everything here. And I was getting more, and I was going down to the wasteland to get more supplies, but I find myself going out there more often, and then having a temporary hub with a bunch of boxes out there, here and there, here and there. And I wanted a better hub and a better base out there, so I might as well do that, along with being able to remotely process the metal. If I'm there for iron and lead and other stuff, I want to process it there and bring back just the end product, not bring just the raw material, because I can bring back, twice as much if it's already processed, or even just the end item, bring back the ammo. So I was bringing back hordes of this stuff, like boxes of 9mm ammo is what I'm producing at the other base, and loads of steel and other things, and then duct tape and glue. So it's a mass production facility for that in that regard. Okay. And then like this whole thing right here, I was trying to make a nice sandbag maze with barbed wire and spikes with a bunch of landmines. And there's a bunch of spots across the map that you can farm landmines from and get like 100 or so or more. And it's enough to fill up one side or another with a bunch of landmines, which is another early warning system. And with the shock baton or the baseball bat and the right buff, you can knock the enemies back into the thing. Into a thing. You know what I mean? And you can see most of the important stuff is within the confines of that land claim block. But they are able to spawn just beyond it. Uh-oh. At one point, I had 2 land claim blocks there, and I removed it. You saw I went underground, and it connected to that little outpost right there, that bunker. I want to have an underground access to all my little bunkers here and there. Blip, blip, blip. The enemies were sort of entering from the water line because they're hit. So I had to really push back this security back there and really fortify it in the back end. And they're entering underground, but they're no longer doing that. And the blood moons are really easy. I have 2 SMG turrets in the back there as well. I also have a quick drop-off system at the gyro pad here. Right over here. Amazing flight skills, I know. See? Books, gear, ammo, and then money. And then quick dump. And then mining lumber gear nonsense. You see there's solar panel here, solar panel there, battery bank, power node, and then distribution up along these stems, so forth and so on, and up to here. SMG turret facing that way with the stupid thing. Yeah. Fun times. And I have this color scheme I'm going on with the television monitor texture and this blue tile. It's a very nice, cool, modern feel. Then we have this, it's kind of nauseating here and there. I'll probably change a couple textures. But right now I'm using, for flat walls, like this green corrugated metal to make it feel like industrial. And then the exposed roundy parts where this meets other territory, or where it's supposed to be implied that like it's a durable spot where the enemies are attacking, with this more industrial material mixed in. Spots that are safe for me to walk is this green marble, and then where I'm applying the spikes of that, and just right here is where the blade traps could hurt me, so I make sure it's safe. That whole thing. The enemies do maze up, and for the most part they do, but they are able to climb over, but sometimes they don't. I increased the height of that. At first it was just this flap. I can shoot them from standing up there. It works out just nicely. It seems like they've destroyed one of my electric traps here, but whenever the motion sensor gets them, normally it's here and there and here and there. This whole area is they all get locked up. I can stand way back over here. I can jump up and over, touch down, and then boom back over easy. So I can jump up and over, touch for a second, then go up and over pretty easy. Up, touch, boom, easy. You know what I mean? Up, touch, boom, and then arrow slit. The enemy can shoot me through these bars, but not through the arrow slit. And I had this black surface on the top is what I'm going with. A little bit. I have these boxes, these little fenced-in boxes. Like this right here. It's a little. It was a window, and now it's a fenced-in, boxed window. I can shoot from if I needed to, just to check on the outside. And enemies can't really jump up anymore, even though I can. Typically, if you could jump up, they can jump up. That's the rule. But now we're good to go. And if I'm up there, the enemies don't shoot projectiles at me, and it's perfectly safe. And there's bulletproof glass up there. Now the new base has new things in mind. See, back over here, this is just a very thin, single tile wide trench. Not even all that deep. But the enemies don't leave the trench. But now, if I were to build a new base, I would consider this to be too shallow. They never climb out. Okay? Because they're too busy walking left and right. If anything, they'll dig straight forward, and they'll try to dig into a hole, and now they dig a hole, but they don't climb up and out. There's too much real estate for them to spread out, and there's no reason for them to pile up to one spot unless there's already a notch, and then they do. You know what I mean? But because if they spawn over here, they go right. If they spawn over there, they go left. If they spawn right in the middle, they kind of maybe sometimes get stuck there. But if I'm over here and they walk that way, it's fine. And all the time I'm hearing my siren turn on and turn off, and it's just great. The motion sensors are important if you're using solar panel power because you have this situation where the solar bank provides up to 180 watts with these different solar cells, which I will all replace with tier 6. You have to purchase the solar banks and you have to purchase the solar cells. They're the most expensive thing to purchase from the store. Very expensive. The solar bank's not that bad. The solar cell is bad. Up to 50,000 if you don't have the right perks. 10,000 if you do. Still very expensive. Okay? You can craft battery banks and batteries, and the battery bank holds batteries. Okay? Up to 300 watts worth because these batteries here. Now the thing about the battery bank is, if you don't know this already, so be it. It's good if you do. It's good if you don't. It's better if you do. It's better if you don't. Whatever. Basically, a battery bank is a power source for a circuit, okay? Because you can connect it to a circuit to provide power to the circuit, okay? But this power source can draw power from another power source. You can daisy chain power through it. So you can daisy chain another battery bank, or a gas power generator, or a solar bank through it. And when you do, it charges. As long as the battery bank is on and there's an uncharged battery inside and there's a power source behind it, it'll charge over time. Okay? Now, in this case, the solar bank is pushing through the battery bank. That's pushing through to one of these nodes, and that is distributing to the rest. And then we have it hooked up to this timer, which is somewhere. Whatever. This one? Yeah. You see this timer. There's a timer trigger node. You can set the start and stop time for a circuit. And I had the light set to turn on when the solar bank turns off. Now, if the power source before the solar bank is active, then the solar bank itself, if the power source leading into the battery bank is active, then the battery bank itself will not be pushing power into the circuit. You can see it says power 0, but it's on because it says off. But over here, the solar bank says 30 watts. Okay? Because it's powering both the battery bank and the circuit in front of it. Now, I have a whole lot of stuff here, but it's only 30 watts. The 30 watts would be, each one of these connectors is 1 power. Okay? The motion sensor has to be on. Okay? And that is like 15 watts or so, or whatever the heck it is. These traps, see, right now this trap is destroyed, but whatever. These traps are 20 watts, and so forth and so on, but they're only on when that motion sensor sees an enemy. It's pretty easy. You walk up to it with it powered, and you can set friendly, allies, or enemies. For testing purposes, you set it to friendly, and then you set it to a very long duration, like 10 minutes. And then you hook up all the power, because you have to see worst case scenario. You have to see how bad does the power build up to Ward. Right now it's at 30 watts, but what's the maximum circuit? It needs to be under 180, minus the light. So, for example, This blade's offline though, but you'll see. See the SMG turret turns online. The camera's doing its thing. That blade is doing its whatever. These electric traps are online. You know, they're getting shocked left, right, front, and center. They come this way. You know. So that being said, the goal is to make this battery bank last throughout the night, okay, and to make sure you have enough power throughout the day, okay. And the main problem here is that these solar banks don't provide as much power as a standard generator. You see, look, the power went up to 116 all of a sudden, from 3 to 116. It's never going to go beyond 171, okay. You can hear all this commotion going on, and you have to test it. And you partition the power based upon motion sensors. The reason why you do this is because at nighttime, the battery draw is based upon how much of a load you have. So if you have a full battery bank that provides up to 300 watts of power, and you only have like one light bulb, it's going to be lasting forever before the batteries die. And vice versa, if you have a full load of 299 power, you'll see several of your batteries die before it's time. Okay, that one died too. Several of your batteries will pop before it's time. You know what I mean? Oopsie. So all of this right here is hooked up over here behind the scenes. So right now there's a problem right there. I'm missing a couple blade traps or whatever. The enemies are getting through up to a certain point only because there's blade traps are missing, but they're not going to do anything. I just got to repair a couple things. But you see the solar bank, which is powering the battery bank, and then that is leading to this node over here. You can see better if I had the wire tool on me. You can see, I'll show you really quick. Really, really quick. Don't worry about the zombies. Okay. See, with this in my hand, if you didn't know, it shows you how the wires are connected, you see? You can see the madness. You can see the madness and how it's all hooked up. You see, these things are hooked up behind the scenes. I have to have access to power some stuff, but for the most part, you want to have your traps only turn on when they need to, at the very last moment, if possible, and to really isolate your circuits into even more separate power circuits with minimal power use. And see, I started to mark. Where'd it go? It's gone. Oh no, there it is. I started to mark the current power allocation per circuit, so I know. Yeah, if I update it, it's great. So I know this one can use a bit more. I can add something to it without having to add in the battery. But in theory, you really want to just have it filled up with tier 6 everything. But that's either, was it 180? What was it? If you look at the power here, this sounds technical, but it's not. It's 180 for the solar bank and 300 for the battery bank. Okay, and you could also hook up like right here. You see, just in case you mess up and you leave something off or on. You know, you might. So basically, if I want to swap out this 5 for a 6, I have to turn it off for a second and then swap it out and then turn it back on. Sometimes I might forget to turn it back on, and then throughout the night the battery's going to die. And the next day, now we have no batteries. And the next day over, I'm wondering why the heck aren't my traps working? You realize, oh, the batteries are dead. So you have to have. It's nice to have a generator. You see, they can quickly. That's already filled up with gas. They can quickly just overwrite the circuit. Pow. You know, now you're good to go. And ideally, you want to have a solar thing and a battery thing and an emergency generator, and you always have the generator full, and then it'll last the whole night long. You know, remember that the draw is based upon the load, so if you have it partitioned correctly, then you're good to go. At first, I had everything hooked up to one circuit, and you're dealing with issues because 20 watts is not that much compared to 300 watts that a full generator, a generator bank with 6 engines in it, provides 300 watts. And, you can see here, like the electric right here, it's only 5 watts here, 5 watts there, 20 watts. You can make 300 watts go a long ways, until you can't. Suddenly, every light bulb is 7 watts here, 5 watts here, 5 watts here, 5 watts here, 15 watts for turret, and have a whole lot of turrets. It starts to add up, blade trap, all around the entire perimeter. It starts to really add up, and then all of a sudden you don't have enough, by far, or you're running out of gas at a certain rate, or whenever you do convert over to battery. So at a certain point, I had battery banks, and I was using that with gas backup to refill, to charge the battery, and then I was charging the extra batteries until I had more, because you have to save up a whole lot of money to get the solar bank, and you have to level up to unlock the Daring Adventurer perk under intellect, because it says right here, gain access to better trade items, including the solar bank, okay, and better barter for the best deal possible. And you have to have the Enforcer shades with the cigar mod, and you have to have a 44 caliber pistol, and you have to have the everything, the sugar butts, and the awesome sauce, and the pumpkin cheesecake. And then you get the best deal. And then you have to go around to all the vendors every day, and you have to sell a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of super corn for a stack for 9,000. You make a lot of money. All of a sudden you're swimming in money, where you have more money than you ever need. And whenever you get enough luck and so forth, you end up with money all the time. But it's really about going around and spending the money. So see, right now I have 27,000 on me. Seems like a lot, and it is. And the task is to go around to different vendors and buy what I can every day, and then to sell what I can every day, because I have usually a stockpile of extra stuff to sell, because it's only so much I can hold, you know what I mean? And I loot so much. So there's always something to sell, and there's always something to buy. So I'm always looking for more solar cells, and the solar bank, and the water purifier for more water, and the drugs. See, the eye candy and the hackers, because you can't craft those. You can't craft them. You can't craft certain things, so you have to buy it. So I've been marking, part of my in-game cycle is to do whatever the heck you see me doing, and 1 second, boom. And I'm marking different vending machines across the map. It's a fun little task. If you see a vending machine or a soda machine, you add an icon on the map, you say soda machine. And when you have money and you swing back through the area, you buy a stack of drugs, because the drugs are awesome. Like using the hacker's drug to increase salvage yield, with the scavenger glove that you keep on you, and you keep on the lumberjack hat for the lumber, and miner with the miner glove, and the enforcer and the farmer. You have to have this stuff. Yeah, and then eventually you end up with a mountain of these things, but it takes a long time. Like I said, the vendor might not have it. They might not have it. So let's go ahead and consume the where's my? Do you have the pie? Wait. Huh? Hmm? Probably just now when I was fighting, my drone. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this here. I think my drone took damage back there when I was just running around the base, not fighting things. I think my drone took some damage back there, and I was sitting on the ground. So I don't want to sell anything. I only want to sell and buy when I have the maximum flim flam. But I'll show you right now. Let's go in there without the appropriate prep, without the enforcer shades on. and see the standard price of things, even though it's not the standard price because I have the better barter perk. But let's go see the price and whether or not they even have it. So it's part of the game. It's a cycle through. You see, these guys also have a vending machine, sugar butts for a better deal, hackers for salvaging, health bar. I don't care about covert cast for sneak damage or whatever. I don't care about falling damage because I'm immune. I buy certain canned goods because you can't craft it, and it's important, like the tuna. I buy that, and peas, for example, and the beef ration and something like that. I buy the Mega Crush because of super speed, and it's awesome. And a thing about the vending machines, all of your perks do not apply to the vending machine. I'm pretty sure. Okay? So, it doesn't hurt to go ahead and buy stuff in the vending machine if you have the money, whether or not you have any perks. Because it's just about those perks are just about the NPCs, not about the vending machine. But this is important. And I buy it whenever I can, certain things. And it adds up.
It'll be a good morning when you take a look, buy some shit, and get the hell out.
And the stuff that he sells is cheaper, you see. I don't have any perks on, but it feels weird buying this stuff. I don't want to, even though it's cheap. I don't want to do it. Oh no, I don't got the perks active. Ew, gross. I buy the repair kits on occasion. And then you see here the tarp, the gatherer, and the water filter. You want to buy those. One second. And I'm trying to show you, see right here, the solar cells. See, 48,000. Tier 6 is 50,000 something. And that's with Better Barter 5. If I had the Enforcer hat on right now, and if I was consuming the cheesecake and the awesome sauce and the sugar butts and holding the pistol, it'll be 10,000 or 9,000. Do the merchants team up after completing the task? I don't know, because I haven't done it yet. I'm almost done. I don't even know how deep it goes. I'm on tier 7 with most and like tier 5 on one of them. I was trying to complete it before working on my recent base. So now let's go back to my base. Okay? I was just working on getting some oil. Okay? But I was working on this base, and I was trying to hammer out my quests because I realized I was lacking in some tiers versus others. But I'm not quite sure what happens when you complete their tiers or even how deep it goes. In fact, I thought I ended at tier 5, and I was surprised when we went to tier 6, and then it got to tier 7. And I'm like, wow. But right now, I have to complete this base. Whenever I do that, I'll be working on hammering out these missions. Probably after doing some hardcore scavenging for a bit, and then whatever. I like to clear out a spot, and then reset it. You still here there, Frisbees? And now you know so much about what's going on here. Educational. Yeah, but the solar power thing with the battery bank, it's just a relief. And right, I'm prepping for this future base. And in between, lanterns work wonderfully. It looks like an electric light, because it is. It doesn't require a power source, and it lasts forever. And you can just place it and then move it. It's awesome. You can slap it on the wall, slap it on the ceiling. It looks like your standard wall light or ceiling light. It's wonderful. Lanterns. They're fantastic. Yeehaw. You know? It's almost like there is no need to have hammer-based lights if you just use lanterns. It's a nice aesthetic to have lights turn on at a certain time. Or to have a spotlight turn on with a siren based upon the presence of enemies. Or it's kind of weird having the spotlight be on and it's daytime. However, sometimes it's dark because there's a storm and it's daytime. and you wish there was a big old spotlight. Now the answer is to have a minimum load on your power circuit. Okay, you want to have a minimum load in your power circuit, and to go overload with maxed out power generation, and then you can have lights on and things just operating. But it's cleaner to have things operate based upon zippity doo dah land. Zip. Beautiful. We've done it, everybody. The dawn breaks. Let's go with 300 stacks of gas cans. Okay. Very nice. And then gas cans afterwards is fine. Sure. And then over here, I'll drop off these stones. I'm working with this color coding system, you see. This is different than the other spot. I always try to make it better. You see, I'm trying to make it better than before. Now that you can see this base again in the context of the other base, I had to show you the other base, you know? You can see I'm trying things out that aren't on the other side like this. That's cool. You know what I mean? That's pretty cool. And just overall shape. Just flow. Lower tier, make it obvious. Bulletproof glass. Higher end mass production at more ready access. It's 24 of these. You know what I mean? Here's the lantern thing I'm talking about. Lanterns. It's pretty awesome. Okay, well the drone is marked. I see it on the map. Okay, well, I have to go back and get my drone eventually. I meant to get it, actually, but I was talking and I kept on flying. I have some important stuff on that drone, like the cheesecake, I think, and the coffee. But I have enough material. Well, actually, I also maybe have the oil I just harvested. We'll find out in a second. Let's just hope I put it here. No. We have a little bit. We'll see. So right now I'm trying different styles here. I have the canned good here. Alright, and we have the whatever meat, but I'm keeping the super corn over here for glue production, and this is for sale. There's extra books right there. And I'll put the money here temporarily. Weird objects and doodads go here. Alright. Including tools. I'm trying this color coding system. Hold on a second. I'm Arthur Morgan. Carve my name in rust. Oh, my monkeys made 'em by the dust. Lancaster steady. Painting red and flare. Done. Beautiful. Okay, I hear somebody. Blood's on my boots. Honor's long gone. Slaughter's my tree. The bones go upstairs for the glue production. Right there. Okay, how are we sitting? We have 8 items. First aid, first aid. Sure, first aid. And then I'll leave this here. It's a shame about the flim flam thing. Sure. The brass goes right here. And I'm sure we're filled up yet again. I like to make sure we have more in production. And I just got a bunch of oil, but I left it, didn't I? Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, but I want to get the produce here. I have to make some bandages as well. And I need some hops. So this is for glue production specifically. And over here, well, we do have something here. We do have something here. Now, in theory, I can go... Oh, boy. In theory... Well, problem is just curvy part I got going on, but I guess I like the curvy part. It can be partitioned right there. 2 spaces across with a door frame. Ready and waiting. I was trying to map some stuff off. Alright, cool. And then I can just go blip. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. But then we have this situation. Don't you know? We got this situation. Dose or dough. You leave this door and you go over there, and you leave this way and you go over there, and you go this way and you go backwards. Yes. Don't you know? Can you heard my words? Is it gonna hurt your face? If you go downstairs, you can go over here and you can go anywheres. There you go. Doobly dum. Here I go, doobly hum. We can get Kirby too. If we want to, we can get Kirby. Ooh. We can get Swervy. Do we want to get Kirby? They'll change the whole style of what's going on here. I can't see. I could get curvy if I wanted to. Just temporarily. Just temporary curviness. Okay. Nothing much. Maybe here as well. I just want to see how this looks side by side with that. Okay. Boom. Cool. Cool. I like the idea. I like the idea. That goes straight that way. And this will be configured appropriately. Yes. Side of us. People ask me how it's done. And I say, yep. I'm trying to see how much real estate. See, see, I would prefer for it to be right there, and then you have to drop down and you go Kaplowski. Let's just see how this feels. We could just make it a drop off by one. So if I did this, okay, well we have that. Do I want it to be like that? Do I want it to be like that? So I want to make a temporary door system. Alright, we're making a temporary door just so I see how it feels as a template. Alright. Alright, so. See, that one's flat. And now we have this level situation. And that's kind of angled like that as well. Very interesting. Very interesting. But I could go like this. We'll see how this looks and feels. I mean, it doesn't have to be there, but it does provide one extra level of protection. And it makes the building look kind of groovy and melty. This melty look. And then from here, we have a situation. It's sort of a situation, but not really. What I want to work with here is another greenhouse. And that's kind of okay. That sheer edge. If I work with the block, but we're not working with the block. We're working with, I guess, elevated crops. And I have to be able to climb up and in and around here. Okay, so let's start to upgrade a couple things. I'm still not sure. Well, I do like that curvy drop off right there. And I'm still, well, this should probably bulb all the way down. If I can get the corner going, that'd be crazy. It should bulb all the way down. But we'll see how that feels. Because if this right here merges with that glass top, it might look really good. Except for that corner. I'll have to probably just remove this piece. I like that curviness. There's probably an inverted internal corner curvy piece. Well, the answer here is to have a wall or even a pillar right here because it's going to be a transition piece. And this could be another arc support for a second floor. And hill. You know, and you can run this way nice and smooth like a little skate park. This could be a round pillar, perhaps, but then the base gets kind of weird. It'll create a gap. I don't really want a gap. That can be a curvy piece right here, but the curvy piece is really just another additional corner on top of everything else. Yeah, hi. Right here. You slide inside here. I'll see how that looks right here. Like that, and I could go curvy pillar on the outside as well, like a droopy droop. Whoa, funky. And that will serve the purpose of this transition. That's pretty cool. So now this portion here is all going to be glass in theory. Except for, well, we can do glass pane facing outward. Okay. Let's go get the stuff right now. I like my color coding. Yeah. And I think with the seeds maybe over here. And we have some hops. We'll get more hops after that. That's really high and ugly. So we could just have it right next to it with the pane of glass. Right next to it is what we could have without the need to waste a whole wall. Because we have to waste a wall over there. And it does serve as a block. We're going to have a door here. Let's get another temporary door. Let's see, good. So now this all, you all, everybody, doing something with something and some expensive clothes. Well, this is covered up because we have it set to, see, I kind of wanted it to be glass. So you can see down there. But it's almost like it's a secret at this point. But we have the curvy corner, don't we? We have the curvy corner. Oh, yeah. Curvy corner. Wait, hold on. Now we're doing this. That's fine. Okay, then right here, I can hem haul this up right here. And then, what do we have here? You all, everybody. You all, everybody. Nope. Something, something. Lots of people doing something right now, baby. And we got that whole row and that whole row because those are the support structures and they have to exist. They gotta exist, baby. Or do they? They. A beautiful sight. You're doing stuff tonight. Walking around doing stuff right now. In the something we can build a snowman. And you can give him a human name if you want to. You'll say no, ma'am. We might as well double up the double door. You know? But then, in theory, well, how do we have access to the bottomlands? The bottomlands of your... A ramp, Maximus. Haha! Vis-a-vis ergo, concordantly. And I've been using this curvy piece. You know, I've been using this. It's added to my favorites. Hold the S button? No. F button? There it goes. And then we rotate. No advanced. Now the problem with this is that you don't just walk up. You stop. The ramp, you can just keep walking. Now, I hope... Let me see how it's going to look. I'm going to put a pane of wood here because we have this curvy piece, but it might not look the best. Right next or flush with... like this. Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's lower. Okay, so now... In theory, will it hurt me to walk up in here with a rampadiddle? And we have that whole side over there. I can probably push it all the way over. All the way over. Got this door here. I can probably push it all the way down. And just not have this door and only have one door this way. And make it where I can see the horror. Yeah. Or just have a double ramp and have it loop on the back end. And have there be no access here, but there have to be a double door over here. Yeah. X-Men. X-Men. Ooh, 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 push it. Something will melt like the lemon drop. High above the chimney top, that's where you'll find me. Doing stuff with the lemon man in the chimney can. Oh, somewhere in a big old trash can, I say hello. Mm. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Wait. So be it. Let's invert a triangle to make it seem like it's a support beam. Just like that. Might as well go T-Man Carruthers. Oh boy. Oh boy. The problem here is that, I guess I can just remove this right here, and yeah, I think that would be the goal. I have to remove these two and push them forward. And then remove that lower piece and drop straight down. I have to have a local beer production for the first aid kits. You know? Clutching the pop like a lifeline. Baby. I ride the sky. Solar Empire. See how that feels. Shoot, do, shoot, and do. This has to be pushed forward by 1. So I guess I'll just break this down into 1 thin lane. Perhaps. A hallway of sorts, as it were. Now, nope. Alright, so now I'll just keep this open. Like that. And you should be able to see through just in case they break on through. All good there. Symmetry is key, you see. Boom bop. Alright, isn't this cool how these things develop over time? This is all going to be bulletproof glass. That's for hops. Isn't it great? And now we have a spot for that other inverted area. And now it all makes sense. You see, it's almost like I planned it out the entire time. Almost. Yeah. Tra-la-loo, tra-lay, tra-la-loo. Tra-la-loo, tra-la-loo. Tra-la-loo-la-loo. Tra-la-loo. Tra-la-loo-la-loo. And a tra-la-loo. It's amazing. It's full of grace. Oh, and it sounds so sweet. Yeah. Tra-la-loo-la-lay. And a tra-la-lum. Yes! 2:35 a.m. I hope all is well in this Christmas season of America. Mirth.
Walking these dusty streets, boots creaking low, sun beating down with a fierce glow. Spot a cart brimming with lemons, yellow and bright. Sparks of wild thought in the midday light. How many pulped lemons, mashed fine skin and seed, could you fit in a horse if you hollowed it indeed? Not just the belly, but legs, face and tail. Every nook empty like a ghost on the trail.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share, we'll count 'em up with flair and care.
1700, that's mere start. Hologram horse claims an infinite part. Boundary and codes, the volumes might superpose states in eternal philo. Heard that ditty round the fire's glow. About 1750 lemons all in a row. They figured the horse, its belly and chest, but reckon that number ain't the best. Maybe lemons small or packed real tight. Missed some parts in the campfire light. Counting just the body, lungs and gut and play. About 2,000 lemons could fit that way. That old song's off, lowballing the score. There's surely room for more.
Oh, how many lemons can we fit inside a hollow horse with pulp to bite? From cavity vast to lemon share.
We'll count 'em up now with deeper stare. 1750 or so. Now it's more as the volumes grow. Pushing the limits, breaking the mold. How many more can this horse hold? Hold on now, the carry's grander yet. Entire horse hollow, no regret. From nose to rump, legs like empty boots. Head a cavern, tail a flute. Average horse, big and strong inside. Near 4,000 lemons in that hide. Hollow to a shell, whisper thin. Citrus flowing like a river within. That old count was for the belly alone, but the whole beast claims a bigger throne. Now ponder the lemons, what they truly are. Not just fruit pulp from near or far. Holographic principle weaves the tale. Boundary encodes the whole without fail. Each lemon's essence on its skin so fine. Projects the volume in a quantum design. Superposition holds them in states untold. Multiple forms in one, bold and cold. As a single entity, quantum through and through. Influenced by neighbors, interactions accrue. Over time they entwine in adjacent dance. Inertial paths shaped by circumstance. Not separate bits, but a unified field. Lemons superposed, their secrets revealed. Infinite potentials in that citrus sphere. How many fit? The answer's clear. It's here.
is reality? Holding fast, holographic twist, profound and sly. Boundaries the info, no need to pry. Skinning codes all in 2D gleam. Volumes illusion, a holographic dream. Superposition, swirl states in play. All possible forms, night and day. Past and future in the surface chain. Every possibility, no restraint. So lemons infinite, and theories hold. Superposed wonders, stories untold. Ain't just matter, projection so grand. Boundary rules in this cosmic land. Old counts crumble like dust in the wind. In this quantum corral, the infinity spin. Simple tally guess, the space so neat. Count it lemons quick, an easy feat. But digging deeper, question the core. How they land on 1750 before. Maybe smaller breed, or lemons mashed tight. Forgot the legs in the dead of night. Math the lines at bellies, trim and sweet. About 1750 lemons in that seat. Before the full beast, universe's view. Boundless potential, lemons anew. Chuckle low, tip a hat to the steed. Ain't just lemons, it's the quantum seed.
I'm Martha Morgan, carve my name in rust. Hone my aim on geese, made 'em bite the dust. Lancaster steady, painting red in a flash. Now I'm a storm, leaving towns in ash. Blood's on my boots, honor's long gone. Slaughter's my trade, but the work drags on. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Wasn't always this way. I was green, I was raw. Blew a horse sky high, dynamite broke the law. Train smashed another, left me bruised in the dust. Now I'm a reaper, 'cause failing's taught trust. Blood's on my hands, no guilt in my soul. Stacking them high, but the loot takes its toll. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. In the heat of the fight,
Okay, here we are.
where bullets scream fast.
Ho hum.
I've been timing a blow,
How you doing, everybody?
sharp like the flash.
Are you still here with me?
Weaving smooth like Max.
Let's rock and roll.
Shots grazing my brim. Bullets can't touch me. I'm a shadow too grim. Slow through the chaos. I've been timing my grip. Bounty men drop like dust. They fade.
Oh yeah.
Dodging like an agent. Slicking the phrase cruel bite. Corpses stack high.
I should play this game on.
It's a tough fight. Shot 'em in the horse, sent 'em tumbling through air. Boss goes to swear.
Maybe I should try going live on Twitch. What do you say? I don't know. Here we go. All right. All this glass.
Gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet.
Ooh.
Between Blackwater's dust and St. Denis glare, I ride hard with Bosco wind whipping my hair. Shooting back at the law.
If I did this,
Never ends. Trust him not to crash, or we'll break round the bend. Bosco speeds ablaze, but he's weak in the race.
I can't see.
Dodging cliffs and lead, keeping death from my face. Outrun the law's eyes, to the fence I'll race. Counting bloodstained dollars from this deadly chase. Moving them corpses
That's interesting. The curvy piece. It's kind of hard to see what's going on. I don't know. I kind of like to have a different border.
chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Hat strewn in the dirt, guns clogging my path, hauling them bodies through the aftermath.
Bulletproof plate.
Honors long buried,
Centered.
but my aim
That's
cuts
weird, huh?
clean.
Oh, it's centered.
Them corpses, I'm the outlaw supreme.
So you sink down half a tile. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, yeah. Come on now. Well. Hold on. It has to be inverted. Because the crop will occupy that space. Hey there, Sinjeld. How's it going there, buddy? Uh-oh, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. You know what time. Check out what I got going on. This is my new base. I'm building this really cool spot right here. It's really nice. This spot here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm building it, baby. See? Oh yeah. Let's go. Right now. Yeah, I still have my old base. Yeah, this is just a base I made. It's, you know, it's for this purpose. This is out here in a wasteland, and I'm still using the other base for the blood moon. And I just had the blood moon, but this is just a couple days in with this location. The whole point of this location was just to have remote processing, so I can farm a bunch of stuff and then smelt it locally and then bring the stuff back. And there's no traps here or anything. There's not even any power. It's just a basic framework, you know. And this is just, you know, super corn and cotton for glue and cloth for duct tape. And this is going to be for hops for beer, for first aid, and that's the cooking station. And then just a whole lot of these. This nice cool ventilation system, pretty cool. Like Valheim, you know? And this really wide and deep, stupid hole in the ground. And a little twisty thing. And I'm working on this really cool spot right here with this curvy wall. Bulletproof glass scenario. And I have to replace these. Because it's occupying the space below and I have to get the other side going. Well, I could just pop that, destroy this, pop those, Pop that, pop this. How's the where the winds meet? And done. Alright. Yeah, it's infinite days. It's getting harder though. But there's a new update coming pretty soon. And eventually there's supposed to be a storyline. So this is all still early access. All the stuff is layers and layers of early access. Eventually there's going to be a storyline. And then there's a whole purpose to this whole thing. But until then, it just gets harder. There's going to be an update very soon. A lot of really cool improvements. Really, really, really cool stuff. Really cool. It's going to be very exciting. Let's see here. Let's have Grok break it down. Okay? I'll have Grok break it down. I'm sure it knows the answer already. Hey there, how's it going? Son of a.
Never bakalım.
No. English, please.
Oops. Sorry. You were saying?
Yeah, so, I'm playing the game 7 Days to Die. I'm live streaming it on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Okay, so first of all, say hi to the viewers out there.
Hey, viewers. What's up?
Okay. Secondly, I have a question about the game. Are you aware of the new update that's coming soon?
Yeah, totally. The big one coming super soon is V2.5 Survival Revival. Experimental drops any day now, and stable hits before the holidays. They're bringing back empty jars for water, better vehicle storage, new zombies like the Rancher, apiaries, third-person view, and a ton of community-requested fixes. Viewers, you guys hyped for this?
Go into detail about these changes.
Alright, viewers, let's dive deep into V2.5 Survival Revival. This thing is packed. First, water's getting a huge overhaul. Empty glass jars are back big time. You scavenge or craft them in the forge, fill with murky water from lakes or puddles, boil it to drink, but jars are one use now, gone when you finish. No more infinite toilet water either. Everything's dried up. Dew collectors unlock later, at workstation level 16 for passive water. Vehicles are way better. Every ride gets extra base storage, like +9 slots on the 4x4 truck. Then you can slap on up to 2 storage mods for another 20 slots total, and they actually show up visually, like saddlebags on your bike. New zombies. The gross plague spitter is replaced by a lore-friendly rancher that spits bee swarms, and the frost claw becomes Chuck the boulder thrower up in the snow. Same attacks, but fits Arizona vibes. Smell system is wild now. Carry 5 or more raw meat, and after...
You cut yourself off there. You cut yourself off, my dear. Let me just slap it up on top here. Let me add this plate. Anyways, a bunch of changes are coming. Ignore her, okay? Changes, changes. I thought the Chucker was going to be a zombie that threw other zombies. That'd be cool, because it's sort of missing that factor. You have to worry about attacks from above. Okay, this is going to be rough. going to be holding itself together. Maybe we can see what I can work with. We don't really have a million triangle pieces here. We can go full brick and go higher. I don't know if it'll hold itself together, because if I go higher, it wants to glue onto something. But that'll work. This should work. Yep, it'll all work out. If you go too far from a support structure, it'll just collapse, you know? Very cool. Very smooth, very nice. I like it, I like it, I like it. And I'll just cement up this skate park structure over there and get the steel double door that I should have good to go. Right? A whole lot. Let me turn this back up. We got plenty of time, plenty of time. Let's see if I got this double door going. That's pretty good there. Especially once we have some lights. I have one more double door. And let's make more. It's going to require, I know what. That's all good there. I have this color coded, like show. There's all the farming plot earth there. It's all done. We'll wait for that to grow and we'll get more. And get the door. I'm pretty sure it's going to be you and maybe you. Pipe and spring and so forth and so on, and some steel. We'll see what's up. Probably just pipe, spring, mechanical part, and steel. And I'll make a few, because I always need them, you know. And my stock is increasing. There we go, see? Hey, look, cool. I already had them made last time. So let's pop down these doors and see what's up. Now, how would that feel if it was just flush? I think flush is fine. Flush is cool. Flush is cool. Same thing over here. Flush is also cool, especially if I destroyed this. Yeah. Cool. Alright. Very nice, like that. Very cool. And now I want the full block right here for this window. Right there and right here. Well, I guess that could be removed as well. Especially now that it has support from the side. All good. there. Very nice. This whole thing windows up on us, and we get the lantern put inside. Oh, wait. What a nice little farm. Hilarious. YouTube screen turned black for a second. Okay. Alright. And then I'll get my door going. Where's my door? And then more doors. Very nice. Good. It's good looking. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Nice and smooth. And I found a reason to use this pocket down here. I had this pocket in the earth. I already dug out, you know? Alright, cool. Cool. Too bad I'm not getting any XP for this, you know. Alright, we could add a lantern up here as well. Nice. Oh, that's great. Good looking. And good loving. Beautiful. Yay. Wonderful. At least this section. There's a kitchen. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right here. So now, bada bop bop boo, and a hi hi hoo hum. Let's see here. Let me just keep this right here. Oh. Now. Oh, I know what to do. I'm saying because I can't color the tile behind it, but I can color the entire thing. So what I'm going to do is get behind right here, and get the entire shape. And that will cover the tile behind it. And then I'll make it black or something. Oh yeah. And then, haha. Let's trying it out. Where are you? There? Ooh. Ah. Whoopsie. Pom circumstance. Isn't it beautiful? Welcome, baby. Oh, when the next blood moon starts, the blood moon starts wherever you are. You know? Kitchen. Okay, whatever. Ba-diddly dum dum, a doo ba doo. A hi ho hum, a hey and who. Beautiful. Sail away down that Orinoco flow. Maybe? I don't know. With a stupid ice cream shop. What is this, an ice cream shop? Whatever. Doesn't matter. That's what we're doing for now. Welcome to the ice cream shop. We sell dreamsicles abandoned. Oh my gosh, so much flavor going on over here. Welcome to the dreamsicle store. Alright, so. If I get right here, like this curvy piece might be cool. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And then on the side, we can make it black, the bottom black. Welcome to the Flim Flam shop. Let me steal that color. They call me the Nightman. The spine, Maximus, can be red. The inner guts of your... I don't know. Do I want it? Yes. Baby. Red and black and ugly colors. Oh my gosh, whoopsie. The spine. Oh my gosh, it's like a tentacle monster. Yeah. Won't you look at that? Won't you look at that? And then, let's see here. How does this look? Pow! And then, how does, yes. That's just the inner color. We have to have the inner color, outer color. This is technically the inner phlegm versus the outer phlegm. Protection, servitude. I'll just do this for now. For now. Yep, for now. Yeah. Yeah. You're not the spine of me now, and you're not a spine. Life is a spine. Oh, yes. Welcome to my funhouse. Ah. Ah. Welcome to my drama shield fun town. You don't want none of this now, do you? Is this really what we're doing now? Welcome to the kitchen. Welcome to the kitchen. We're slightly off red colors balance each other off. We're slightly off colors of red. Pam. Hold on. Clam. Whoops. Wait. Poom. Whoops. Hold on. Clum. Clam. Do I want stupid brick color? It kind of matches the red. Now I want like an off red color. Perhaps. You better shut that beast up. I've been using the red carpet. Let's see how that looks over here. Pow. Well, that looks pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Good. Take the shot. Take the shot. Oh, gosh. Right in the thorax. Stop moving. Ah! Oh, God. They're here. See, having a long hallway is nice because they run in a straight line. You know what I mean? They all line up. But I don't have any traps or anything yet. No traps yet. Muscle and blood and muscle, muscle and blood and skin and bones. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, maybe we'll do the red bar this time. Last time I was doing a different color bar. This time we'll do this for a second. Yeah. A side is a side, and a side is a side, and the red is on the inside now. You got the red on the inside, baby. We'll see. We'll see. Now, before I was doing black bars, let's see how these dirty old dry bars look. Dirty old dry bars. So dirty and dry. Dry. Oh, gosh. I think the entire inside needs to be black right here. Or red. Kind of bleed into the... right there. Whatever. Maybe the The ceiling can maybe be this other texture. Let's see here. I like the black though. The other texture works out. You know, it kind of holds the light well. The black support, and that can be black. Doom da da, doom do do. Yeah, Bentiosa. And that's all we're doing for now. Now it feels like home. I think it feels like home. It kind of feels like home. It kind of feels like home. So, yeah, I like that brick effect down there. That's nice. It's sort of kind of okay now. And we have to copy the motif of the lower brick. Spreading across, just like this. And a bam. And a boom instead. Over here, do we do brick? Is it gross? Gross. Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like it. The aesthetic of the color, you know. I kind of like it. It's starting to feel like home. Black, black, black. Black. Yeah, that's better. Like the black, yep, on the inside of the windowsill. Yeah. Oh, it's a rare condition, baby. This day and age. You know what I mean? Yep. Ooh. Alright, good looking. Talking about my generation. Kitchen. Kitchen. Cook. Camp. Fire. Campfires. Campfires. I'm trying to figure out what can fit. Now, this is looking good down here. Got this hole in the ground. Looking great. Cozy. 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 Down below in the bowels of your. Yep. Looking nice. That's great. Yep. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Very good. Very good. Yep. Nice. All right. So now, let's tidy up and go grab my drone and then get more metal. Okay, this part is done. And I have to, I'll grab more hops while I'm out there. Color-coded awesomeness is color-coded awesomeness. Color-coded awesomeness is color-coded awesomeness. It's color-coded, and you know it's awesomeness. Gotta stay on top of it. And I'll probably replace this floor above me if it's the wrong side up. I can't build anything on top. It'll have to float. Well, either way, it might block the light. So it's probably best if I didn't. It wouldn't be realistic to build stuff right on top of my greenhouse if I'm trying to maximize light or some nonsense. Wouldn't make sense. So we're not going to do that. But there's real estate elsewhere. the spot right across is a great landing pad. It's working out. It's pretty easy to land, but we'll see how it develops and how much room is left over once I'm done building things up. I also have to create a big outer lip around the trench to see how that flows. Alright, see. Oh. And we'll get some bandages made. Very nice. Looking fantastic. Oh, I do reckon. It's looking mighty clean. Alright, let's get some bandages. I'll get the cloth first. These doors I'll hold on to for a second. Space. Time. Reality. Let's make this all black. Perhaps. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. That's pretty good. But then there's a bleed over here where it meets that wall and it gets kind of weird. This right here needs to be a different material. Maybe even the brick. I don't know. Let's try the brick out for a second. Oh. Well, whatever it's going to be has to be the same across the board. So maybe this material, seeing as I'm using it for the other curvy piece here. And to balance with the black right there. Just gonna get the brick for now. Just for a second. Maybe. Uh-oh. Do I really want that? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shit, that was the entire border. Yep. Mm-hmm. All the exposed surface here. Wrapped up and around. What about that? Bam. And let's see how this looks. And then black. Not all sides. Yes, all sides. Okay. And this too. That's good. It makes it pretty easy to identify which boxes are being used, you know? Boom. That entire chunk is all black. Wait, hold on. I wanted to do this. All sides, pow. Hold on. Not enough paint, maybe? Hmm. Yep, coloring all the stuff black. It's really obvious where the occupied cabinets are. Really obvious. And I'll go ahead and remove these signs. They're cheap enough to recreate. Yep, that's what we're down to. Ord. Cool. Done. And this whole thing is going to be flat. This entire thing like that, the inside edge. So over here it's red bars or black bars. But we've got to have the red bars. Ugh. That works. The Carnival Funhouse of Flim Flam. That's right for now. Okay. But I'll probably have it set to the cool tile effect. For now, we'll do this. Boom. Across the entire surface. The entire top. Until we start to separate the areas. Flat, flat, flat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, plenty of time. All right. It's all fine. For now, this stuff can be blue, I guess. These vertical surfaces. Uh-oh. Sure. It's gonna paint it like this for now, and then change a couple areas to a different color. You know, in just a moment. Outer wall. Inner wall. All these surfaces right here on the angle. And then black. Maybe red right there. We'll see. This is good. Alright, that's good. Let me all around. Good. Yep. And then copy this. We're not going all around. Wait. This whole note over here. It's going to be black. Yeah, the whole chunk. To differentiate it. I hear a zombie over here. Mm-hmm. Alright. And you. Sure. This is the ceiling. Yep. These bars here are going to be red of the other variety. Yeah. Welcome to the ice cream shop. Ugh. Ugh. Great. Alright, individual. Individual pieces. I could do all sides, but it's too late now. Alright, and then maybe right here on the inside. Yep. Or black. Let's go in there. Very good. Just get this all black right here. It's all good on the inside right here. Right there. Okay, so now red. Individual all sides. And boom. If I do the whole surface, it'll get the whole surface. Almost ready. More paint. Yes, of course I need more paint. Use a tiptoe past their barrels with a silence line. Yep, and there it is, all spent. No more paint for me. Okay, we're getting closer to where we want to be. With the base design, you know. Sort of comparable between bases now. You know what I mean? Comparable. And now let's get some stuff. Above all the other hills will fly. It brings tears to my eyes. I heard a zombie. Or a bear. Poor feller. Above all the earth will fly. Hiccup. It brings me home to my flames and a hymns and a whole now again. It's my saxophone. All right, here we go. Ugh. Okay, so now let's just unload. I have to go back and get my thing. Push me. And then just flim flam. So if I put the ammo inside the smelter, what do I get? Let's find out. Push, 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 push. Bam. This thing is already just waiting. Bullet casing. Bullet tip. See what happens. We're at 1591 and 3. Will both the numbers go up? Because if I scrap it by hand, I just get brass. But if I put it in the machine, do I get both? It said you get all of it back. That's what it said, right? Come on, rutabaga. Nope, just brass. That's fine. It's better than selling it, to be honest. One more source of brass. And it's a good thing to do with my extra ammo versus selling it. In the end, I don't really need money. I need stuff. And steel. Man said the horse. Both. And these bullet chips. Right there, very nice. And the opposite side. Hold on. No, the acid goes here. Yep, that's what I said. Drop off all these items. Do 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 boo do do ba da 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 do do do. Hey. All right, here we go. Is that enough? Probably. Let's get the bandage going. Bandage. All of that. Thank you. Yep. Here and there to feel like home. Here we go now, don't you know? Yeah, turn this house into a... The cherry blossom. Waivers. No, it's a bit much. This is a hanging fern. Oh, I like that. Better hang that fern. Hanging fern. Why did you hang that fern for me? Nice. Yep. How dare you? Yes, and then the hanging fern. Why won't you hang that fern for me? Hi and ho, he and hey, and a hum, doo doo and bang, boop and bee. Yeah. Shoot and do and a beep bee, hot and do. Mm-hmm. Right there, it's nice. I have no more paint. Alright, that's it for now. And then, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, greatly reduced fall damage. That's cool. Not very stable. To quickly fill a hole. What are you even talking about? You crazy? Curtains and drapes. Nothing. Decorative value. Mm-hmm. Sandbags. Plumbing fixtures and sectional couches. Thick flags. Let's see here. Wait. Topsoil. Appliances. And oh yeah, people. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my... Oh boy. Oh, great. Of course I can't move it. Knowing this game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Welcome to Couch Town. I care about the people. Oh, great. Sounds of beeswax eating, marmalade drinking. Oh, we got that beaver fever. You know what I mean? Beaver. Beaver. Got that beaver fever. Beaver, beaver. Spin it. And then we want paint. Oh, where could the chrysanthemum be? I need some chrysanthemum in front of me. Oh, I can plant them right here. I can plant them right here. Yes. Ah. Spared no expense, of course. This is going to be a big old thick, stupid wall. Leave it at that. I'm just going to put down the stuff here. Temporarily. Okay, until things evolve. You know? That's enough, to be honest. And let's just see what happens over time. And I'll multiply over time. This is for paint. Paint, I say, paint. And very nice. Cool. Got the plants around. Couple things. We know exactly what is in stock. coming together. Hi and ho and hum. Yes. Yeah, sure. And then more lanterns. Wait, I have a jack-o'-lantern. Kind of hard to even tell. Pretty cool there. Sure. Mm-hmm. And right here. Something else. A red fern. You know. Something like that a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay, I think I've converted all the cloth over right here. Alright, cloth. Yay. And we have no paint. Yep. Okay, so now we'll get more overtime. Let's put everything else away. Base is coming together, looking like an actual base, sort of. It's starting to look like an actual base by a couple degrees with this organization system, the color coding. About to go back across and pick up this stuff now. Alright, time to go. Well, I guess these nails are really parts and should be over here. Okay, that's all good. And now we head back. It's on the mini map, right? There it is. Base is looking clean. Everything is fine. I want to get into the routine of salvaging and using the base. That's when it's nice. Once I pick this up, I'll get more iron as well. I was processing a bunch of fuel a moment ago. It looks like the drone is over here with the oil, maybe. Yep. All right. Are you ready? All right, good. Got it. And now let's get more iron. All around the world, same song. All around the world, same song. My name is Humpty. That rhymes with a dumpty. My nose is big and it's not fake, huh? Or something. I got a fake nose. Same song. Same song. Repair. Alright, let's go get more iron. I'm gonna be an Iron Man like no man was before. Like Iron Crown. I'm gonna be the Iron Man doing iron stuff every day. I've already been here. I've already been here before. I can go someplace else.
My senses have picked up something.
Now, I'm still hunting deer, you know. We're not done with the animals yet. Almost done. And the injuries. Yeah. Sure. It's a weird little hotspot here. It's a weird little hotspot. Oh boy. Feed my honor. Lamb. You are hungry. Ha ha ha, is what the game said. Okay. It's time to go mine. Right now.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Right now. I'll be right back, okay? Oh, yeah. And good morning, everyone. Yeah.
sun-kissed sands. I swing my axe high, chopping down palms 'neath the endless sky.
How you doing, everybody? Good morning. 1 second.
From dawn's early light to the evening heat, dodging the dangers that creep from the tide. Wild waves crashing, nowhere to hide. Filling my satchels till they overflow. Hordes of yellow treasure ready to go. Through ocean's roar and sandy maze, Banana Man struts with the traders blaze to the bustling hub where merchants meet. The trading post calls with deals so sweet. At the trading post, deals come alive. Buy low, sell high. That's how we thrive. I'm the Banana Man, king of the trade. Set what you'll pay, make the seller sway. Banana Man, I lead the way. Ripe deals I seize with chop, chop.
Hello. And hello.
Back to the beaches, dangers in wait. Chop, 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 can't hesitate. Bananas in clusters, falling so grand. I chop
Now we get a bunch of stuff here. And more. And more and more. And they'll do some salvaging. We're not done upgrading everything on the outside, but I just finished that portion. I just finished that hop section. I want to swing back by the main base to go pick up more hops. Can someone remind me to swing back by my base to get the hops? If there's a screamer, I'll go ahead and leave. I'll keep mining until a screamer shows up. It's more and more.
My senses have picked up something.
Mind the tolls. Yeah. More. More bananas. To beat the trade spree. And we keep on swinging around the bend. Stack it up. And I grab more paint as well. And more. Right here. And there. Yep, it's almost done. Enemies coming. A big hole. 4 more minutes here. I gotta repair a bunch of stuff. A bunch of blade traps are broken at my other base. I mean a few, not a bunch. Yeah, better and better. And I might want to add another SMG turret, kind of where I'm sitting, or 2 more right there. 2 more, or even more. Why not? Just a whole lot of them. Why not? Like a lot of them. In fact, maybe I can do the horde here at this new base. We'll see. Yay. And then more metal. Get a mountain of steel. Keep on upgrading everything. Because why not? Hey there, Chris. You still got the blizzard? Craziness. Good morning. Do you have cocoa? Do you have cocoa? I heard it helps. I heard it helps. Oh, I think you'll like what I made. My improvements to the base. It looks good. You'll see. It looks really good. You'll see. What the heck was that? I made some I'm still working on this new base. I have 1 more minute left of mining here, though, before my buffs are done. Yeah. Yep. And yesterday I made it where the map doesn't reset, so I can build more stuff out there in the field and not have to worry about it as much. It's just not going to reset, so my mining nodes, eventually I'll exhaust everything, but the map is huge, so that's not really going to happen. But it's nice if I have to keep looking. Eventually. 10 more seconds. All right, time to go. Yep. Let's go. So check it out. The changes to my new base. I'll be there in just a moment. Oh, in 1 second. Give me a moment. I have to go pick up my hops first, okay? I'm stopping back by the main base to go pick up the hops. Okay. Yeah. So I'm thinking about having like a bunch, like three SMG turrets in one spot. Or whatever. Like a whole lot in one spot. Be awesome. I just gotta keep reloading it. I'll be fine. And I might do that at the new base. I just gotta figure out where to put the turrets. It'd be awesome. Come and get me! It'd be awesome. Can't wait. Gotta train, gotta practice, gotta hone your skills. Can't expect the win without putting in the drills. Success is stagnant, it's the failures that will do. Failure is growth. Failure is growth. Time to get the hops right now. Now. Time to get the hops right now. Time to get in the hop. We're to get in the hop. We be getting the hops right now. Yep. I'm leaving. Oh, more food. Ooh. Just like that, everybody. Hop in, hop out. Much faster than before when I was landing on the side and running through the base and everything and getting stuck by the spikes, and so much faster now.
Yeah, I see you digging deep in the fiery glow. Lava rivers where the whispers blow. Power rails keep the journey tight. Blazing through the nether's endless
Because
Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwood blocks on the crimson floor. Safe from the spawn, no foes in sight. Through the portal we ignite the night.
it's just a quick trip across the map. No big deal.
Crimson fungi grow in eerie fields. Harvesting the blocks off fortress shields. Piglins watch but they can't break through. The network's strong, it's all brand new.
Lay the track with the engines roar. Another work box in the crimson floor.
Safe from the spawn, no foes
Here we go.
through the portal we ignite the night. Gold in my hand for the barter game. Trading my riches in the crimson flame.
Okay.
The rails hum loud as the mine carts glide across the void to the other side.
And we're here. Nice little trip. So check out my new base.
Lay the track, let the engines roar. Netherwood blocks on the crimson floor. Safe from the spawn, no foes inside. Through the portal we ignite the night.
Ooh. You see? You see? See? See?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I want more lanterns. Oh, one more thing. The chrysanthemum. Dang it. The chrysanthemum. Yeah. All right, so load them up. Load them up. Stock them up. Again. Next. Rawhide. Well, you betcha. A whole lot of it right now. at all times. Yeah. I'll load this up with stones for now. Okay. Because it needs to be anyways. Same over here. Because why not? Oh, it's all full. Since it's all full, it needs to be bulletproof glass. I already have a lot though, so never mind. Steel. Well, there's nothing to process here. Let's pull out some clay. This one could use a bit more clay. Right there. Gonna front load the clay here. Let me top off all this. Yep. Craziness. Is this enough? Sort of. All right. Left, right, front, and center. Okay. Yeah. I put this away. And more wood. Alright, so we want clay. We want clay. We want sand. We want bullet casing. Yep. And bullet tip and more cement. Right here. More cement. More bullet casing. Empty it out. Alright, that's gonna happen. And now back over here. More steel across the board. As they can. As they do. I just queued all those up, so they're going to town. There's a whole lot of them, too. Yep, and then... Oh, yeah. It's adding up. The hops flower. Some nitrate, some grass, and now it's time. Okay, just upgrade. Oh. Leave some stuff here. Okay. More gas. Here. Right there. Looking great. It's going through X, got my eyes on the prize, following the big name, the ones that I had, nothing like a green shadow, the falling the fair, All right, time to upgrade. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Oh yeah. Its entire surface. So I want to make sure that I'm always smelting something in the background while I'm doing something like this, and I just loaded up all of the furnaces. Yeah, and I'll be building a drawbridge over here somewhere eventually. Look at that paint rolling. Mm-hmm. So we're getting there. Yay. And then all the way down. Smaller and smaller still. Yep, I've spent a lot. I spent 3,760 steel in this front yard.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Mm-hmm. This whole area right here. We're getting closer to completion here. I hear him. Oh, I hear him all right. Yep. Right here. Yep. This whole thing. There goes the front door. Mm-hmm. The whole thing might break. They were all over here. Look at that. It's all hollow. Yeah, bit by bit. I feel like the whole thing might still pop when I destroy the last piece. Nope. I saw it. Right there. Oh yes, the spine of the earth. Yeah. Yeah. Perfection. And then we yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a bit deeper than the rest. Right there. The front door here. Yep. I just had to cement it down to the bottom so that it's not just floating. But the rest is fine. Oh yeah. So if I leave this down, in the front and back, the enemies are sort of guaranteed to enter in the front. I can close it back up. We'll see. Say I wanted a garage door. Smooth bananas. Smooth bananas. Yeah. You see? No. See, they immediately go in the trench. I want to see what happens. Oh yeah. Ooh, with a booty beady boom. Boom. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning. All right. So we're getting there.
Jenny's coughed her last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar rain. catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching redness multiply. Yeah.
Sucker. Yeah, dog.
I remember the bleed, the broken legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flim flam universe. Now 700 come and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world
Yoo-hoo.
just becomes another day. I ride the sky, gyrocopter scream. The solar empire, living the endgame dream. I own the night, I own the scars, salvage the world, and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to rule in the gloom, we made it today.
Yoo-hoo. Alright, they're done. It's wonderful.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every cracked branch rang out like death taking
More water.
legs, burning stamina, red wolves on my heels. Crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day one.
Whoa.
Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Threw up a wedge bunk as soon as the
Master,
sun
we are not alone.
night fell. They came 7 at a time. I hid in the corner,
Crazy.
like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days
And more.
and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning the. Now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from the skin scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars with 7.62
Whoa.
time charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with the silence nine.
Oh, yeah.
4x4 just to watch 'em arrive. Parking
Ah.
batteries and stacks. Gyros in the air doing
On the bridge.
blade traps sing. Electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitch and the dead don't stand a chance.
Booty, 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 doo doo doo.
Gas Jennies caught their last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof, catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets wake and sing, rockets light the sky. I lean back in the cockpit watching redness multiply. Yeah. Ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Home, that's my kingdom, living the endgame dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. 17.62 crack or a C4 choir bloom. I'm the king of day 49.
Yep.
Wasteland's my throne room.
So now, how are we looking? That is working out. I'm adding the front curb.
Broken legs of thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole flim flam universe. Now 700
Flim flam.
it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the
Whoa.
just becomes another day.
We're crouching in bushes to rule in the gloom.
another room. See you one day, 56.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters.
Sisters. Bring a bigger horde. This whole thing right here is important.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a coat. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouching a pool. Y'all praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie, heart beating like
Yeah, bit by bit. Good morning, Allison. Hey, Allison, look. Check it out. Check it out. Hold on, check it out. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
Batteries and stacks, gyros in the air doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps, sing electric arcs dance. Motion sensors twitching the dead, don't stand a chance.
Bop with the bop a dip, bop a doo, zap a dip, dip, zap a dip, doo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah, right, the sky, gyrocop scream. Yep. See, look, it's color coded, and I'm moving the resources around. Color coded, you see? Color coded. I'm the sky, deputy. Yes, flute. Woohoo! Oh yeah.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every crack branch rang out like death taking notes. Legs burning, stamina red. Wolves on my heels, crouched in a doorway, praying the hinges don't squeal. One arrow, one zombie, heart beating like a drum. If I miss some dinner, welcome to day one.
You like the curvy? You like the curvy pieces? Look at the curvy pieces. Look at the curvy. Look at the curvy baby. Look at the curvy baby. Now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter screen. Oh yeah. Good, right back. I love how this looks. Sort of, you know? It's evolved. Hmm? See, I'm imagining you can use a system of these drawbridges hooked up to a circuit, and you can flip a switch and make the zombies move towards you. You flip a switch and then make them move a different direction because you cut off a route. You bring them forward past a certain point of no return, and you flip a switch, and then zip, 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 like a transforming weirdo bass. Gyrocopter screen. Be right back.
Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a cold. Legs burn and stammer red. Wolves on my heels. Crouched in a fire praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day one. Punched my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built a 4x4 shack like it was Arkansas law. Night fell, they came. 7 at a time. I hid in the corner, clutching a pipe like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. Now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apart dream. I pull every zombie from no days, gain scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 150 cal whisper or a time charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This way wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced nine. Now I honk the 4x4 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot strip bare, batteries and stacks, gyros in the air, doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance, motion sensors twitch and the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught their last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets spin up, rockets leave contrails. I laugh from the cockpit as the horde derbies derail. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Whole map's my kingdom, living the endgame dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bar. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. One piercing round or a C4 quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Ooh. I remember the bleed, the broken legs, the thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. Now 700 come and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day. I like the sky, gyrocopter scream. Solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars. I salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to rule in the gloom, we made it to day 49. Another room.
See you on day 56, brothers and sisters.
Bring a bigger hole. Started with a stone axe and a prayer in my throat. Every twig snap sounded like death in a coat. Legs burning, stamina red, wolves on my heels. Crouched in a poet, praying the bow doesn't squeal. One arrow, one zombie heart beating like a drum. If I miss, I'm dinner. Welcome to day 1. Punch my first tree till my knuckles went raw. Built a 4x4 shack like it was Arkansas law. Night fell, they came 7 at a time. I hid in the corner clutching the pop like a lifeline. But the nights kept coming and the days kept turning, and the fear turned to hunger and the hunger started burning. And now I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Solar banks humming like a post-apoc dream. I pull every zombie from the best game scars. Line 100 up like broken down cars. 150 cal whisper overtime charge boom. I'm the god of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. Used to tiptoe past pharaohs with a silenced 9. Now I honk the 4x4 just to watch them arrive. Parking lot strip bare, batteries and stacks, gyros in the air doing supply runs and attacks. Blade traps sing, electric arcs dance, motion sensors twitch and the dead don't stand a chance. Gas Jenny's caught the last cloud of black. Flip the switch to solar, ain't never going back. Panels on the roof catch the blood red dawn. Whole base glows alive when the grid comes on. Turrets spin up, rockets leave contrails. I laugh from the cockpit as the horde derbies derail. Yeah, I ride the sky in a gyrocopter scream. Whole map's my kingdom, living the end game dream. I yank every screamer from a burnt out bars. Stack 1,000 zombies like rusted out cars. One piercing round or a C4 quiet bloom. I'm the king of day 49. This wasteland's my throne room. I remember the bleed, the broken legs, the thirst. I remember when 7 felt like the whole damn universe. Now 700 come, and it's just another Tuesday. Funny how the end of the world just becomes another day. I ride the sky, gyro count the screen. Solar empire, living the end game dream. I own the night, I own the scars. I salvage the world and I burn the stars. From crouching in bushes to ruling the gloom. We made it to day 49 and the blood moon's just another room. See you on day 56, brothers and sisters. Bring a bigger horde.
And I was muted the whole time. Little did we know. I'm over here rocking and rolling. Okay, so what we want to do is... Oh my goodness. 6. We want a power connector. A Yank Davis screamer from the burnt out flame. Hi and a ho and he hi ham. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, yeah. Got about an hour left in the stream, everybody. Color coding. Let's move this down. Hey there, buddy. How's it going? I am adding power. This might be educational for you, buddy old pal. I'm adding a power drawbridge. Huh. I can't go back by one? What's going on here? I'm gonna go on this side. I hear something happening. So do I have to shove it way back over here, or can I pull it back by one? Right exactly here? Hey there, Braden. Check it out. I've done some extra modeling and some color coding. Some coloring. You like that? Look at that. Oh my gosh. And now we have the hops down here with this curve. Look at this Kirby stuff. Can you appreciate the Kirby stuff, pal? Yeah. Hops. And bada boom. And bada beam. And glass. And now working on this thing over here. Yes, it is. Curvy things. Look at the curve. Look how cool that looks. Oh. Yeah. And this thing right here. This whole blippity-doo in here. You can see back here over here, you see? Right here. Oh my gosh. See, this wall cabinet thing works out like this very well. Otherwise, the boxes are pretty good because they have a label on them. But right here, unless I made the pillar out of the box, this is better. You know what I mean? And in cases like this, you can really slap on a bunch of this stuff on pillars. It has no label, as long as you know what the heck is there. But that's all water, you know? But I have storage down here for that purpose as well. With big labels, where it's obvious, you know? That's why I did this color coding thing, where I colored the back of this, and I colored the back of that, you see? And I colored everything else black, and I got rid of the other signs. Because I've been moving the materials around to different spots, like here and there, to make it make sense. This is all the chemistry stuff, like the gas and oil, and the coal nitrate, and the glue paper cloth, supercorn, stuff like that for the glue. And right now, working on this drawbridge. So what we want is, let's see what I can do here. What if I added, okay, got this lane here. The dumb, a dumb and a dumb and a doody dumb and a high and a ho and hiddly This looks pretty cool. Check this out. Curvy and then curvy. So you can also do this. I want to favorite that piece. So if I hold down the I think the S button. Or what? S? Yeah, there it goes. And then toggle favorite, Pam. But it's not all shapes. Well, there it is, yeah. All shapes. See?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Trapless and proud. Oh, you're wobbling. Yeah, they're space savers. So you can walk, you know. So in certain cases, they're very helpful.
Master, we are not alone.
Like that? Do you like that, buddy old pal? Okay, so back to this. So, I'm trying to see what I can do here and what this might feel like. Hmm. 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 Or do I want just a single pillar? I think maybe a single pillar might be fine. Just for now. Just for now, I'll have a single pillar. And then we got this whole effect here. I could make that a wall, turn it into bulletproof glass. A little partition as you walk up, you know, so you can see it. But it's a good spot for a switch, so this becomes an actual wall as it leads up and in. And when this is down, which I can't experiment right now, which I will in just a bit, we'll see in just a moment once I hit the switch. So let's go get a switch. Yeah, so I'm thinking you can have a transforming base. With the enemies will come here with when the drawbridge is down, the enemies will walk around. With it up, they just drop into the pit. So I can pull them over here and then pull it up. But in theory, we can do more, more, so much more. I just want to get it powered and see what's up. Got this curb here. That's fine. That's fine. Sure, in theory, this can be a curvy piece. Yeah, this can be a curvy piece. It can go sideways, you know, like that, you know. You see? And then we can get the curvy glass. Yeah, that's pretty good. Even higher. Double up. Doesn't really matter. And it can be angled in. Not like it really matters. The enemies aren't going to be coming over here. It's just okay. With that being glass in the middle, let's go get some glass. Hmm. Weird science. Lemon flamin' microchips. Pots and pans. No, 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 no. From my heart and from my hand, why can people understand? Yeah. Okay, so now let's get that switch going. Hmm. Uh-huh. Hmm. Uh-huh. Hmm. Uh-huh. Hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This is going to be an angle. Simple. Mm-hmm. Just to hide it a little bit. Yeah. So I think from now on, I can do this whole maneuver. It's pretty cool. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where? This whole thing, you know? It can smear the edges between the corners of walls to make it look real organic like. Same thing with the glass. Bing, bong, boom. Oh my sweet goodness town doodah. I mean, look how good that looks. Oh my gosh, look, it's growing out of the wall. Like it's growing out of the wall. Look at that thing. Lawrence Fishburne style. I have to make more waves up eventually. No! What have I done? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this side open. Okay. Bing, bing, bing. Okay, good. Now let's get the switch. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got about 40 minutes left in this stream. And I'll put this right here. And then, very soon, Weird Science. Lemon, flamin' microchips, pots and pans. Not yet. Okay, what do we got? Oh yeah, well that would make sense, huh? Oh yeah, that would make sense too. Poom, 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 and... Woo-hoo! Weird Science. Ah. You better sail away right now. Right on down that Orinoco aflow. Check this out. The dream come true. After all this time, finally. Come on. Oh, wait. One more switch on the inside. Right from the moment that I met her, saw her. If you know what I mean. Where can something... Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Huh. The problem here is a circuit can only get power from one source. You know, so if I connect the power here, it overwrites the power switch from before. So we'll see if that's true. It's not true across the board, for example. Well, I mean, it sort of is true, but see? This right here is no longer hooked up. See what I mean? And what we should have happen is... I can just have it set to a pressure... Well, yeah. A 5... Let's try something. The pressure pad. 1x5. Let's try that out. And because I might be able to configure it for friend versus foe. This would be a use for it. I'll make whatever. It's nice being rich. Alright, so what we have to do is make it where I have access to the switch from both sides or something like that. Well, I guess the switch could be up top, you know. Garage door. Well, I guess it's easy enough just to do that than that. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Well, okay, it works, it works. So, basically, the door itself can only have power from one source, okay? But the switch before it has its own power source, and then it leads toward the door. Once I change the door's power source, the switch itself still is connected to the source before. I just have to reconnect it on the front end. Same over here. Let's make sure this is hooked up on this side. You know? And then, for example, if I want to open up the door, I have to both hook up the wire and flip the switch. You know? Basically. That's how it's going to work, because I've it set to powered if I want to use the door. But for now, I'll have it set to the outside one. Now, I'm imagining a motion sensor. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Friendly only. So how would that work? That's weird. Like that. Oh my gosh! Oh, it works! Look at that. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh, I can see what's happening. They don't have a clue. The fools. Okay, here we go. You ready? Simulation time. Wait. Before we even go, oh my gosh. The fools. The fools. What have they done? Don't look. Don't look at it. 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 It'll spoil the punch. Okay, simulation. Boom. 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 Wait. Wait. Oh. Ah. Right. Simulation time. Simulation time. Simulation time. Here we go. Oh my gosh, so exciting. Here it comes. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 Dun, 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 dun. Skid Mark McGee is what they call me. Not so much all that, but I can totally go to that next room. Right there. Okay, simulation. In theory, it kind of works. If I wanted it to. Yes. This is not going to be the room for my cement mixers, by the way. Amazing. Amazing Flim, how sweet is him. I can have this door be based upon that circuit. Amazing Flim, how sweet is him. Oh. Oh, well, I could have both of these based upon that as well. Like a boss. This is so exciting. I can't stand anything that's happening right now. It's evolution. It's evolution. Entering the world of powered doors. In a world where doors can be powered, one man powers them with power. Hi there, you stupid, stupid bear. I'll tell you what, Mega Trench is the way to go. Operation Mega Trench saves everything. What the heck are they going to do? Operation Mega Trench. Oh. Oh, Davy. David Crockett. No. Well. This trigger plate. I'm just kind of curious about it for a second. I'll put it there either way. Now there's options. Like all manner of different options. Man. Now there's options. See, look, there's options. You see? Power duration. Yes. 6 seconds. Yes. See? See? Now check this out. See if it works. We're still waiting on the other thing. And then it'll automatically close behind me. That's so cool. That's the key. Like you have a door already open, you know, and then you have it closed behind you. Or you have it open and closed. Yeah, it's already closed, and then you have it open and closed. This is so cool. Wow. Hmm. Well, that's not going to work. So I'm going to have this based upon the same circuit there. It has to be spaced apart a bit, you know. All right, so I'm very soon. Hmm. 6 seconds, huh? Now I know that it works. In the future, I could build for it. All right, so now. Ugh. Oh, yeah. I like that. Let's make it a bit longer. How about 8 seconds? All right, operation tested out as a go for launch. Isn't this so cool? Bump, 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 bump. Perfection. Sail away. Mm-hmm. I guess I can put the cement mixtures here somewhere. Something like that. Something. Because something can totally go right here. my god. Okay, let me go grab these. Let me go grab these now. Takes 15 seconds to grab each one. I don't know what I want to do just yet, but I'm just going to move them upstairs. Kind of like how I have those chemistry stations up there. That's not the final position in any way. Hey, almost done with the stream, and I got a lot done. Like a whole lot. In a little motorcycle garage for no reason. You know? In theory. So secure. And the workbenches aren't really in the final position either, sort of. Iron. Gotta repair it first. Empty the workstation. Yep, almost done with the stream. Okay. And here we go. That is it. So, probably one more. Gotta go with the flow. Here's a story of a lovely lady. So right here, what we're going to do is that amazing thing that I can do. Yeah, I'm doing that thing you do. Yeah, we got it done. That's all she wrote, everybody. Okay, that's awesome. Oh no, can't go out that door. And I'll slap a couple cabinets in that room. And maybe some more lanterns. More lantern. Come on. What the heck is going on? Oh. Lantern.
All systems go. How may I help? I've got a bad feeling about this.
It's because I have that drawbridge down, so it's coming through a known source. The front door. Makes it nice and clean. Known direction. Okay, we got this lantern coming along. We're just doing the final touches here. Final touches. Now I wanted to go get the chrysanthemums. I guess I still can. Okay, put all the stuff away. Yep, I did quite a bit in the stream here. Crazy times. Now I want to go over here and load up all of that ammo inside of these forges. Right here. Okay. Yep. And then more bullet tip or bullet casing. And bullet tip. A whole lot. Never ending amounts. A whole lot of wood in there. More cement. Mm-hmm. Yep, and then more over here. A whole lot of that. And then eventually we'll be all caught up. And over here we'll put more dirt. Dirt for days. More steel. More wood. Mm-hmm. And more dirt. That is an absurd amount of steel. Okay. Yeah, more dirt. Oh boy. More dirt. Thank you. I don't want to destroy my own table.
Master, we are not alone.
I know. We should be fine for a second. It should be just fine for us. Just fine for a second. We'll see. We'll see where they spawn and where they go. You know? Steel. It's all very nice. I kind of hear them out there, you know. I kind of hear them. Alright, let's hurry up and kill these bad guys. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Wowzers. And they never got through.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
That worked out very well. Alright, the stream's almost over, everybody. Let's go unload everything. Last steel. One, two, three. Okay. And then a stack of, wait. A stack of sand and a stack of stone. And we get the concrete going. Boom. Sand. Stone. Big trench is working out. There's a spring, and here is the egg. Yep, just a few more minutes until we're done. That's one. That's all good to go. Medical items. Alright, that's all done there. Yowza. Well, thank you all for watching. I'll be live tomorrow. Okay. Had a great stream. I'm trying to actually